That's what I do. That's why I bust my ass. I mean, I know I make dick jokes and I burp into the microphone. What's ligma? Ligma balls. But ultimately, you know, there is a reason for all of this. Socialism, Marxism. I have a lot of money. Blam capitalism. Blammo. Booyah. This is how women make me feel. Oh, I got your nose. Lick mich im Arsch. What about me? Me. I'm manifesting it. I got crystals shoved up my blammo. Yes, mama. I'm doing Scorpio behavior. Awooga. My Virgo is in rising. Honk. Humana. My Mercury is in Gatorade. My mouth opens up all the way to the ground. My tongue rolls out like the red carpet. There's steam coming out of my nose like this. You know what I'm saying? Just be normal. Okay, little bro. Fight. Boop, boop. Wah. Gatekeeper, girl boss, slay queen. I'm an old person in China. Direkt olarak yani. Yok abi zevk alıyorum ben. Dude, once America is destroyed, I mean, the opportunities are endless. That's crazy. I'm losing brain power. Obama! I'm a sheep. Faded in a hoe. You know what I'm saying? That is insane. Oh. Blammo. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is Hasan Abi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy, somewhat sunny, but somewhat gloomy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Blammo Day. You already know what it is. It's Monday. Newsday, ladies and gentlemen. We're live. We're alive. That was Blammo, HasanAbi.exe. And it is Monday, October 27th, 2025. And we're live. We're alive. There's so much happening in the world. There's so much happening in the universe. And there's also so much happening in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, I'm going to explain all of that to you. Wait, are you early? Is it because of our super summer time change? What do you mean? There's a time change? No, it's 11 a.m. Pacific. I'm not early. It's 11 a.m. Pacific time. And I'm live at the regular time that I'm live at. How are the TSA lines, King? Actually, as a matter of fact, not that bad. But I think it's mostly because I always either take a red eye or like super early flights, like the first flight out or the last flight out. And I think at that point, it's just like most people are not flying. But in any case, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're live. We're alive. And, oh, there's a UK time change. EU self-report. EU self-report. Okay, nice. Anyway, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker between the time period where I press the start streaming button and press the stop streaming button. So help me God, that's exactly what I'm going to do right now. You already know what it is. You already know what is taking place. Yesterday, I did the New Yorker Magazine Festival. I did a little bit of a talk with Sagar at New Yorker Fest. And I think a lot of HasanAbi heads who also are, bankrolling the New Yorker in general. You're mentioned in Begonia. I highly doubt that I'm mentioned in Begonia. Anyway, But for those of you who are oblivious or didn't know because you have jobs or you haven't really been around at all, I went to New York this weekend. Okay. I went to New York this weekend, and I wanted to see it right before. I wanted to see it right before it turned into the Islamic Caliphate. You know, right at the precipice. New York City is at the precipice of becoming the Islamabad, but Islamagud of America. Okay. And I was there for the New Yorker. You are the bicoastal elite. You already know I'm the final boss of bicoastal elitism. But basically, I was there for the New Yorker. I was speaking at the New Yorker event, and I did this event. And then afterwards, there was, I was talking to AOC and a bunch of other people, and they were like, "Yo," and then you guys told me that there was a Zoran rally happening. So I was like, you know what? I'll peek into the Zoran rally. I'll do that. I'll scope out the scene. And I had to fly out really early in the morning. So for that reason, I had to actually leave early, ironically enough. I didn't miss the Kathy Hochul humiliation ritual. I saw that. And I listened to the AOC speech. I listened to Bernie Sanders. I actually did not get to hear Zoran speak, but it's not new for me. I mean, I've heard these people speak a million times over, but it was very cool. It was very cool to see all the HasanAbi heads. It turned into an Omega meet and greet. Okay, that was pretty crazy. I guess it's expected, but goddamn, that's like crazier than TwitchCon. Honestly, I've realized that like those rallies are more meet and greets than TwitchCon is. Okay. That's it. Yeah. Andrew Cuomo is still using that as an attack line, apparently. Cuomo saw you at the rally and he was not happy about it. Yeah, I see that. I don't know why he thinks this is like the absolute bar that he has, but regardless, here's Jeff Colton, who is defending me. New York City political reporter with Politico. Hasan Piker entered through the media entrance and wore a media sticker the whole time. We know that because he live streamed the whole thing. Hopefully other campaigns would also let him in under similar circumstances. Like it's so... I am constantly living rent-free in his mind, apparently. Very strange line of attack. Yeah. And for the record, I didn't hang out with Zoran. I don't know him like that. I don't know him like that at all. I got invited by other teams. So I don't know why they're stressing so much. You want to yell at somebody, yell at AOC. Anyway, we'll talk about all of that in a second. But why is Cuomo not talking about this? I think it's pretty crazy that there were 14,000 people at Foxhill last night. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about all of that in a second. But Stabby got the mailers. I don't know what's happening here. Oh shit. Okay. This is like not. First 30 minutes are really good. Norm talks about Zoran, October 7 messaging, Bernie, Sliwa, good shit if you want to react a bit later. Official day of election is November 4th, but early voting has started already. So if you're in New York City, go and early vote. If you're in New York City, go and join the door knocking campaigns as well. It's pretty sick. They're doing woke anti-Semitism again. Yeah. We'll talk about all that. So personal news wise, before I get to that, I left the I left the rally. I did like some media hits there. I got to talk to some of the canvassers, the canvas leads, as you guys saw, and I think it was really good because remember, this is a people-back candidacy. This is a people-back campaign. This is a people-back movement, right? And I think Zoran, being the charismatic figure that he is good, is great, right? But also, what's even more important than Zoran is why his message resonates with so many people and how many people are actually on board with it and willing to go out and knock on some doors for him and try to spread the word, right? It makes it much easier to be able to do that when it makes it much easier to do that when, you know, you have something to fight for. You have something that people want to get on board with, right? And anyway, I keep going back to the same stuff. I'm not going to do this political coverage yet. I want to do personal news because there was something funny that took place as well. And that is on my way back, ladies and gentlemen, I got on the flight. You know, I came back home. I basically packed everything up. I went to sleep. Woke up super early, got on the flight, and lo and behold, who's sitting next to me? Neil deGrasse motherfucking Tyson. That's right. I'm on the plane. I sit down. I see a man wearing a Indiana Jones hat. I'm like, who's this guy? Yeah. He was sitting right next to me on the seat next to me. Okay. It was pretty cool. At first I didn't say nothing to him. Right. You know, you can't be like crazy. You can't be weird about it. But he took a selfie with me afterwards, but I'll get to that in a second. So we just start having, like, I briefly started talking to him. And in my mind, I'm thinking, I can't fart anymore. Okay. That's my first thing that I'm thinking. I'm like, there's no way. I already learned the hard way when someone else did that to me on one of the flights recently, where I was like, I'm a no farter on airplanes now. I don't do that anymore. Like, I've already talked about it, but regardless, aside from that, okay, listen, we start talking and stuff. First of all, he is so woke. He is Mr. Woke. And not only is he Mr. Woke, but he's also very woke in like in ways that I think in an understanding of politics that I normally don't see from people in that age group. Okay? And I talk to a lot of people who are fairly knowledgeable about politics in that age group, whether they be politicians or whether they be consultants, whether they be members in the media. And in many circumstances, their understanding of specifically China, for example, is not like as comprehensive, as open-minded. And it was very cool. It was very cool to have like a long conversation with them about, you know, the space race, a history of it, all of that stuff. I told him about how, you know, my brother works for Boeing, stuff like that. But yeah, he's amazing. And at the end of our trip, because I obviously passed out, woke up, he was like, listen, let me take a photo with you, because he's like, my children, they're like, you know, all over Twitch. And, you know, one of them spends a lot of time. And I think there are, what do you call it? There are people, their kids are HasanAbi heads, for the record. They're in here. So yeah. And I also, I literally didn't even ask him to be on the Fear and podcast, but I did actually ask him to be on with Adapt, because a couple days ago, I had seen Adapt talking about who his number one collab is, like who his number one like dream collab is, and he was asked about it, and he said, "Oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson," and I was like, "All right, well, I gotta try and make this happen." So after talking to him all the entire time, I mean, he said, "Well, let's connect." and I'm sure we'll figure out a way. I was like trying to get out of there, but but yeah, I'm gonna try to see if I can get him linked up with Adapt while he's here, while he's in LA, because he's not based out of LA. He lives mostly in New York, but I think he's here for he's here to do some media stuff. But yeah, I think it would be cool to get him to do an Adapt stream, but we shall see. The HasanAbi method have crazy cool interactions and take 0 fucking photos. I mean, he took a photo. Maybe he'll post it. I don't know. Maybe his son will post it and then we'll find it. But he took a little selfie photo. I didn't ask for one. I thought it would be not very cool of me to do so. All I can think about is Austin saying the science guy and everyone saying Bill Nye and Austin saying no, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah. But it was very cool. It was very cool. He's the man. He's a very nice guy, interesting guy. Anyway, he also the entry point to the convo was quite literally that he's done the Adam Friedland show. I was like, oh, I think you did one of my friends' podcast, the Adam Friedland show. And he was like, yeah. But in any case, that was cool. That was fun. Aside from that, what else is taking place? I know there's like a lot of drama happening on the background and like some serious stuff as well, not just drama, but like I haven't had even a fraction of a second to figure out any of that stuff, ironically enough, because I've been in New York and there's some very serious stuff. There's some drama as well. And it's all over the Twitch sphere. It's all over the Twitter sphere. It's all over TikTok, it seems. Everyone's yelling at one another. And it's kind of crazy because like I've been so out of it. I have been so out of touch with all of that stuff. And ironically enough, it's like given me tremendous mental clarity, if that makes sense. It's like all this stuff is like popping off and I'm in New York City. I'm like just oblivious to it all, trying to make sense of what the fuck's going on in New York City politics in general. So I'm probably not going to touch it until I get a better understanding of what's going on. But yeah, you got to fix that tumor. I know it's a new one. There's 2. It's just so fucked up. It's so fucked up. It's really messed up, but I haven't been able to dial into any of that stuff. I obviously I have my own quote unquote drama in terms of the community concerns. We actually uploaded a video on it on my YouTube as well, addressing the recent community concerns. And I think like that'll be good. It'll be, it seems like people understand the point. A lot of content creators had made videos about it before I had already addressed the community in general. But, you know, your girl is a Nazi sympathizer and homophobe apologizer. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. That is an insane thing to say, though. Anyway. But yeah, we had that going on. We'll do streamer award nominations later today. I haven't had a desktop moment to be able to do that. There's also there's obviously also what was I gonna say? Oh, there is a they're talking about Kaya. What was I gonna say? Hi, Hasan, this is Cuomo. Do you condemn Hamas? Oh no, Andrew Cuomo, he's in the chat. I believe it. I believe it that Andrew Cuomo's in the chat for sure. The way he fucking talks about me, because he thinks I'm the lifeline to get his fucking campaign to take any sort of attacks or whatever. Your Bilibili career is over. China now regulates influencers. Only those with university degrees can discuss professional topics. Actually, my Bilibili career is not over at all. You know, it's ironic because like this actually works in my favor. Like if I was a Chinese national, obviously they don't really do a lot of political commentary, I don't think, on social media. But like even if they were to allow professional political commentary only, I have the proper accreditation for it. I'm one of the very few people on the internet that quite literally does have the proper accreditation for it. I literally went to college for this and got a degree for this specifically, not realizing one day that I would actually use it. But this is my double major. Okay, I double major graduated with poli-sci and comms degrees. So ironically enough, I'm very capable of doing this. So this doesn't harm me at all. And I think it's actually a decent job. This is a decent thing to do. It's probably one of the most like, they see it. They see what the fuck's going on all around the world on the internet. And they're like, we want to make sure that we can stamp out misinformation before it becomes a major issue. But, yeah. So you've got your degree? No, I graduated with honors, big dog. Actually. But yeah. Red Cyber Dragon is practicing their Mandarin with your clips. The question for Zoran is, why are you going to kill all the Jewish New Yorkers? And the question for Cuomo is, will you let pro-Palestinian protesters protest? Speaking of China, this is going to piss you off. Wait, what? In a major break with the U.S., Canada is considering dropping tariffs on Chinese EVs. And oh my God, are you serious? Are you serious? They get it too. Only we don't get it. What is happening, bro? That's crazy. That's crazy. America is self-isolating from the rest of the planet. Do you see that? They get to have jumping electric vehicles and stuff, and we don't. Like Mexico is already a Chinese-controlled territory, right? Like it's already Chinese-controlled territory. The only area on the planet that won't be Chinese-controlled territory at this point is going to be the United States of America, and therefore we will not have the good Chinese treats. I want the good Chinese treats. What the hell? I hate that. Anyway, let's blast off. I'm here. I got back. I kissed Kaya. I showered. And I'm here. As a day in, day out, baby. You already know what it is. Every single damn day. Every damn day we're out here. And every damn day I feel like the industry that we're a part of, the industry I'm a part of, gets like increasingly more ass for some reason. But, you know, there's a lot of news to cover. And somebody's got to do it. Okay, so I'm that guy. Back in LA, recap of Z Rally plus New York City. New DNC pact repeats old takes. Trump in Asia, military buildup, snap for 40 million. Under threat. Get in now. You hang with Stavi? Hell yeah, I did. We didn't get to see each other that much, unfortunately, because like it's a chaotic environment. And but I did. I got to see a bunch of my buddies. And I will say, like, this is always, I feel like I live in two different worlds. You know, I got my LA friends who are all like influencers and, you know, some musicians and stuff like that. But like, they're mostly, especially the influencers, are not necessarily excited about the things that I'm excited about, or interested in the things that I'm interested in. And then I have my New York friends who are all invested in the same shit that I'm invested in, whether it be politics, whether even in the world of arts. Like, the memes are very different. Like, I'll give you an example, right? We go to the New Yorker party. I went with Noah Colwin and Felix Biederman, and I saw this dude that looked a lot like Richard Hanania. Some of you know who that is. Felix and Noah know exactly who that is, right? So like, I was like, is that fucking Richard Hanania? And we just start arguing on whether or not it's actually him or not. I can't have a conversation like that with any of my LA friends. It's just like a stupid example, but you know, and I don't think it was him. It just, he had the misfortune of kind of looking like him, but it is what it is, right? Like, it's just, It's just very different. It's a very different vibe overall. Love when they walked up to you and stopped and asked how it felt to be hanging out with the hottest guy at the rally. Yeah, he is the hottest guy at the rally. Stavi, I think you mean Michael Moore on Grok. Yeah, I saw that. I'm Billy. I met you outside of Forest Hill Stadium while you were waiting for your cab. It was an honor meeting you, King. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, so I left early and I'm just sitting on the corner, and first I see a NYPD drone above my head and I'm like, what the fuck is this? Is this guy, are they just like, do they think I'm like a suspect or something? And it turns out they had that like unmarked white van that was right next to me, and it was actually the drone operator finally bringing the drone down. So that was my first moment where I'm like, what the fuck's going on here? And then this flustered ass himbo wearing a fucking one-piece baseball jacket is running, stops. And remember, I'm literally standing on a street corner a couple blocks away from the Forest Hill Stadium. And he's like, Hasan? I was like, yep, it's me. And yeah, I'm Billy. I met you outside of Forest Hill Stadium while you were waiting for your cab. It was an honor meeting you, King. He says, yeah, he is like, oh yeah, I had to park my car a couple blocks down at my friend's house. Park my car a couple blocks down at my friend's house to get here. And he was like running in before the Bernie speech ended. Red carpet cast announcement for Begonia too. Yeah. I saw you at the Zoran rally and didn't say hi because you were swarmed by people. I felt so bad. I saw you sitting in the bleachers and you were not that far, but you clearly seemed overwhelmed. I was the most overwhelmed I've ever been. I'm gonna be honest with you. It was crazy. It was unironic. Yeah, I saw the Turkish California meets Greek New Yorker. That was the most overwhelmed I've been at any rally or any like major event. That was crazy. But what the fuck was my expectation? I went to a Zoran AOC Bernie rally a week before the New York election. So that's my people. That's you. You're in here. You spoke at the Palestinian protest and this was worse. Yes, this was even more directly dialed in than, because like the thing is, the Palestine rallies that I've spoken at, like the marches that I've spoken at, like there are unks, aunties, people that have no fucking clue who I am. Virtually every single person in that 14,000 person stadium has encountered my commentary at some point, because it's quite literally, it is quite literally those are our people. You know what I mean? It's our people. It's like the only time I felt that way was like the DSA. You're the campaign counterculture icon right now. What is this? The New York City's Not For Sale rally had everything. Zoran, Bernie, AOC, Brad Lander, Hasan Piker, Stavros Halkias, two of my exes, Kathy Hochul, opportunities for improvement, union leaders, Abrahamic religion leaders, DSA chants, increasingly specific Zoran t-shirts. Yeah. It was a real low key. It was a real who's who of like the large left flank in this country. That's what it was. So you're a reformist? First of all, I've always been a filthy little revisionist. Andrew Cuomo blasting Hasan Piker's president as Zoran Mamdani Sunday evening rally. I think that's insulting to all New Yorkers. Hasan, here is Piker, who said the U.S. deserved 9/11 at the Forest Hills rally. Will you have Hannah Einbinder on? Yes. The reason why this shit is so lame and so annoying is that, bro, what did the security search you at the entrance say to you? She said that I turned her on. Yeah. Hasan Piker also attended the DNC convention last year with the creator for Kamala Credential. But yeah, I know he's just like his campaign is flailing and is desperate, and that's what it is. But like, yes, I know she was talking about the metal detector, you dork. I know. She said I turned her on because I first was like, what the fuck? And then she meant like because I was able to pass the metal detector without it beeping. That's what she meant. I just got here. How the hell is there some kind of controversy between yesterday and today? I am the controversy because Andrew Cuomo wants me to be the controversy for some fucking weird reason. It's very strange. I was watching. How are you drinking Starbucks? Does this look like fucking Starbucks to you, brother? What the hell? But what I was gonna say is, yeah, it was a great experience overall. It was amazing seeing, again, 13,000 people. Okay, that's the size of the stadium, right? That's the size of the stadium, and I think there was like almost about 10,000 or 11,000 people there. They slammed it shut. Okay, and it would have been even larger if the RSVPs hadn't closed earlier, I think. But being around all of these individuals, all of these people from all different kinds of backgrounds, different workplaces, teachers, nurses, paramedics, bus drivers, bus riders, like Amazon delivery drivers, you know what I mean? Like just people that are making this entire city, this beautiful city tick, right? People who are 60 years old and people who are 16 years old. Like there were people from all different walks of life. An incredibly diverse coalition. And it was amazing to see how excited people were, right? And it's hard not to feel hopeful about the future of this movement when you see stuff like that happening. You know, I know that we are so predisposed to cynicism. We are so we hyper focus on all the negativity. We hyper focus on the silly stuff, but you cannot deny the momentum, the zo-mentum, if you will. You know, that's it. And I also understand it too, like, cause like Bernie says some stuff every now and then, and you're like, why are you saying that, Bernard? Why are you doing that? And it's like, I think you just have to take it in stride. You know, does your cynicism ever get better? The better of you, even in times like this, like that he will fuck it up or something will go wrong. I know it's like you just push through, but nowadays is an issue. I mean, yeah, that's precisely what I'm talking about. Like the idea that like Bernie Sanders is such a pivotal figure for so many Americans, but then also will every now and then have like disappointing takes about like immigration or whatever. And it's like, it is what it is. You just have to keep pushing. Like no one is going to be a perfect candidate. You know, no one is going to be a perfect candidate. If we're talking about electoralism, that's just how it is. You just have to work with. You just have to work with what you have. You have to work with what you have. That's it. There's not much else you can do about that. And I wasn't the only interesting figure at the Zoran rally, however. Let me just, well, first of all, I'm the least interesting figure to be at a Zoran rally, probably most likely to be at a Zoran rally, but spotted at the Zoran AOC Bernie Sanders rally, first deputy press secretary for Eric Adams, Liz Garcia, New York. She says she's here in a personal capacity and she's wearing a child care for all pin. No one is coming to save you, chatters. You need to educate yourself and build communities locally and try to improve the lives of your neighbors and your friends and families. Go organize. Exactly. Daily reminder for chat to become more comfortable with imperfect allies. I know. Always, 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 always. This person clears you both for most interesting. I saw this. This person is just a kooky guy, though. This is like the classic crank. Zoran winning the crank vote is interesting because he is a very like straight ticket social democrat in his policies. I mean, he's DSA, he's Democratic Socialist, but like much like Bernie, he is a straight ticket social democrat. When you look at just the things that he wants to do, the things that he wants to improve. And Bernie also had the crank vote for a while. You okay? What happened? She AOC is back to posting on Twitter. Yeah, I actually did talk to her about this as well. She said she was like not posting that much on Twitter, but she's back. She's back to posting on Twitter. I get why you wouldn't want to post on Twitter. It's fucking a hellish nightmare in general, but I phone bank and the number of Staten Island dual Trump Mamdani votes is not small. No, it makes sense. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Everybody needs to understand. And I kind of said this, like, I said this about just like votes in general and elections in general, where it's like, dude, yeah, we want the racists to vote for whoever our candidates are. Like, what do you mean? That's the goal. But the point is, how do we do that? Do you get racist and transphobic people to vote for you because they believe that you are going to be better as far as like harming minorities, harming trans people? Or do you get them to vote for you because they're like, you know, I'm a racist, transphobic person, but I kind of want healthcare? That's how elections are won. You know, that's how it works. So yes, that's how it works. That doesn't mean that like once they come on board, we're gonna be racist. I'm not a fucking straight ticket establishment Democrat who's saying, oh yeah, in order to win these races, we got to become more racist. I'm saying the exact opposite. You know, you have to, like, if you are a parent, you already know this. Like, if you want your child to eat the vegetables, you also got to offer them ice cream afterwards, right? In this situation, voting is not dissimilar, okay? The ice cream is the positive appeal that you make to as broad of a base of support as possible, which is the economic improvements. And then the vegetables are, yeah, you're gonna, you know, trans people are gonna get Medicare as well. Like, that's what it is. My kids love vegetables. I need a different analogy. Okay, calm down. Whatever, cheese on the broccoli, whatever the common meta is, okay? Calm down. Nerd ass kids, yeah, okay. Look at me, I'm such a good parent. My children love eating vegetables. But yeah, and this even goes for the cranks as well. And it's not supposed to resemble the entirety of the movement, because you have to look at what the positions are. You have to look at what the policy positions are. And you have to look at the broader movement in and of itself. Is this a movement comprised entirely of cranks? Or is this a movement that has reached so much broad popular support that even like low propensity voters and cranks are coming on board because they see something that they associate with or like? But yeah, must have been refreshing to be around actual organized people who love chat, but online leftism can be so fucking toxic and awful. Yes, that is always the best part. That is always one of the that is the most like anti-black pill thing. Whenever people ask me why I do this stuff, because people will just be like, why do you do this stuff? Aren't you fearful that you might, you know, you might get attacked physically? Like, aren't you fearful of your safety? I'm like, no. Well, for two reasons. One, I say I wear a moral vest, okay, everywhere I go. And two, on top of that, this is the anti-black pill. Okay. The more time you spend online, the more people make major issues out of like minor slights and freak out over like imperfect allies and things of that nature. Easy for non-POC to ignore racist left-wingers. Oh my Lord. This is what I mean. Brother. We do team up. We team up with everybody. We give everybody healthcare. I have always said this, and I will always say this. Medicare for all means Medicare for all, including Nazis, okay? The goal for good governance is to eradicate that scourge of bigoted opinion, okay? And the best possible way to do that is by identifying points of harm and points of hate and trying to bring them on board without making concessions to their bigoted opinions. Yeah, the POC get fucked over like anyways. Anyway, regardless of what you say, this has always been my opinion, and I have championed this forever. Like, you know, I've always said this, and I will always continue to say this. It is, in my opinion, the best way to eradicate, because no one is perfect. There's always going to be fucking bigoted opinions, reactionary sentiment, things of that nature. You can't like completely fucking eviscerate it, but ultimately, I'm still just ways for others to ignore our concern. That's not. Also, you have to remember something. Like, I think if you've been in here long enough, you know, like, I eat it on a daily fucking basis, right? I'm still eating it. Like, Cuomo's still fucking hitting the fuck Hasan line over and over again, as though this is like a significant way to, as though this is a significant way to like attack Zoran's candidacy and his campaign. I eat it. I eat it on a daily basis. You know this already, right? And ultimately, sometimes you got to eat it. Sometimes you got to eat the racism a little bit. Not saying that you should allow it to fester, okay? But sometimes, just like Zoran did, he ate it enough so that the campaign didn't revolve around the unjustifiable attacks of Islamophobia that was directed at him. And then if that became the major point of contention in the campaign, he would have failed. I don't think he would have won. You know? But yeah. The solution to the black pill online, is always being out there around other people. Yeah. What is black pilled? It means like you're nihilism. You're nihilistic. Like you're a pessimist. You're a pessimist, and you don't believe that like you've lost all hope. You don't believe that better things are possible. A change in the right direction is possible. You're just a doomer. And I think like slowly but surely you find yourself in the throes of reactionary sentiment when you engage in that. And it's not good. It's not good in general. This doesn't mean that you should let. This doesn't mean that you should let people, you know, walk all over you, obviously. But I think there is a, for those who are capable of doing so, I always say, for those who are capable of doing so, in an effort to engage in solidarity, in an effort to organize, in an effort to expand the tent of people who you know could become valuable allies, who could actually demonstrate that change inside of them, the starting point should always be maintaining revolutionary optimism and believing that people have the capacity to change, no matter how hard things, no matter how hard that change, no matter how difficult it looks like for them to change. All right. But yeah, AOC is back and blasting Trump and everybody else on the timeline, it seems. All right. So, have I seen Elon Musk on Zoran? No, but Elon has been, I suspect Elon has been pumping the Islamophobia. I think he went to the dials in the algorithm, on the Twitter algorithm, and was like, do full anti-Zoran for the next week and do full like Islamophobia for the next week. He just like tweaked those dials because, oh my God, I don't know if it's just like my For You page, and it could be, but Jesus Christ, dude, it is out of control. From Meta, my critic for the main tactic you supported, that we will eventually elect socialists and live ever happy, is the lack of urgency among the leaders to dismantle imperialism, in contrast with how fast climate change will affect the countries in the global south. Yeah, I mean, this is a major problem. You're not wrong. It's just that the way I look at electoralism is like entryism into the Democratic Party is not the end all be all. It's just one tool in the tool belt. Okay, that's number one. Number two, these massive issues, these world changing events, these world destroying issues are difficult to tackle, but you have to always think. Am I moving the needle in the appropriate direction? Because even in the worst case scenario, let's say you have a bunch of social democrats, a bunch of Bernie style social democrats overtake the Democratic Party. Not even socialists, not even communists, just social democrats, right? And if they are even capable of dialing back endless militarism by 20%, by a fraction, okay? And restructure the imperial super profits so that the labor aristocracy in the United States of America have a better deal overall, that still creates an environment where the global south that has revolutionary potential can enact it without significant American intervention. So even in that like unlikely scenario that is the most likely scenario, as opposed to overthrowing the dictatorship of capital and creating a dictatorship of the working class, which is the less likely scenario, especially in the short term. So just the harm reduction argument again? Yes, of course it's the harm reduction argument. I've talked about this before. The harm reduction argument is true. Okay. The problem is for the Democratic Party, they have dropped harm reduction in its entirety and just simply say we're doing harm reduction while simultaneously taking on the position of their opposition. They're taking on their opposition's framework from 4 years prior. Yes, of course, harm reduction is a viable theory, especially if you have to work within the confines of what can be done. This is also something that I talk about all the time. No, it isn't. There's no point to it. And this, my friends, is exactly why I like going outside and talking to normal people, real people in the world, real people in the real world, as opposed to just being online. Because a lot of people who are online have this like they have no method of change. They have no vision whatsoever. And sometimes it does feel like people are simply saying, no, like I don't have an alternative to what you're saying. However, I think what you're saying is wrong and bad and also reactionary. Right? So yeah, once again, you have to take advantage of every avenue. You have to take advantage of every avenue. It's like with like Chris Van Hollen, I use as a great example all the time. Chris Van Hollen, who apparently got the reverse John Fetterman, is far from perfect as far as like a mainline Democrat that's on the more progressive side, right? But the reason why I ride for him and the reason why I show support for him is because in spite of everything, he has literally done things that other Democrats were not doing that I think is good, that all other Democrats should do as well, which is go out to El Salvador and directly demand the extraction of Kilmar Abrego Garcia at a time when the administration was making Kilmar Abrego Garcia an example for every random person that they declare falsely to be MS-13. So even when there are imperfect allies, even when there are people who are not great on other issues, like you can focus on one area of impact where they've actually done something good and promote that and talk about the positivity of it rather than immediately diving into it and saying, well, he's a capitalist still at the end of the day. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, my argument is that this struggle will always continue. It's not going to end, right? And it's certainly not going to be through electoralism. But electoralism is a viable outlet to promote a left flank message, a socialist message. It's the biggest platform that we have at our disposal. And that's precisely why, in spite of my criticisms of Bernie Sanders and whatnot, I mean, the 2016 run was dramatic. And I think one of the major issues also is that people don't realize how long change takes. Our lives are not infinite; they're finite. So we just have we have our horse blinders on, where we just look at it from the framework of like, why isn't change coming? Why isn't it imminent? Especially when you think about how devastating a lack of change looks like in the long term or even in the short term. It would be akin to this. I'll give you one example of governance right now. I have supported the Democrats in this shutdown effort. Why have I supported the Democratic Party in this shutdown effort? They're using the shutdown, the government shutdown, to make a statement about what the Republicans have done to the healthcare subsidies, right? Democrats wanted to continue the healthcare subsidies so that Medicaid was still relatively affordable and not triple the cost. The premiums would not triple in cost. Now, what I want is free healthcare, right? What I want and what many Americans want is free healthcare. So should I just say the Democrats are stupid for doing a shutdown over demanding healthcare subsidies so that people's already incredibly expensive healthcare continue to be expensive? There's one argument that is correct as far as welfare being an extension of capitalism, right? Welfare is a system designed so that capitalism can continue. Social democracy is the social fascism, right? So does that mean that 40 million people getting robbed of their SNAP benefits and potentially starving in the wealthiest country on the planet should not be fought against? These are the types of things that I think about all the time. Okay? Although I understand that welfare is created as a way to continue a capitalist mode of governance, in the interim, it's still the appropriate thing to advocate for. It's still there, and we have to make sure that people still get that payment so that they can still eat. Because I don't want 40 million Americans to fucking starve. That's it. Why does everyone hate you? I don't know, chatter. They hated Jesus because he told the truth. Also, it's funny to say that. It's funny to say that when yesterday I had a difficult time moving around. Yes. On the internet, if you spend a lot of time on Twitter, if you spend a lot of time on Reddit, you probably think, oh my God, everybody fucking hates this guy. In the real world, my experience is very different. Very, very different. You're not Jesus though, chill. That was a joke. I was joking. I can't believe people take that stuff seriously. Can you name a historic example where fascists once in power got stopped through elections? Great question. I would go so far as to say the reason why fascists won was because they actually created a base of support through the electoral process. You just call yourself Jesus? This blasphemy? What's wrong with you? I know you guys are just like memeing, but this is unironically what people actually will clip and then will say Hasan's own audience got mad at him for this and he was being sincere, and no one will see the part where I was like, yeah, I'm obviously fucking joking. Anyway. Man, I'm so tired of being leftist. Like, it feels like any conversation I have with leftists just turns into moral grandstanding without anyone actually willing to do anything explicitly political. It's like bad and put on Duncan on every possible American leftist project and fail and provide any grounded solution or strategy. I mean, you don't have to listen to it. It's fine. Just do what you're doing. Okay, that's it. Just do what you're doing. Just continue doing it. You don't have to listen to the noise in the background. That's it. You can absolutely mute that background noise and just continue your advocacy, continue working to make a better future for the next generation. I do think a lot of this sentiment stems from people experiencing advocacy primarily online. This is like very online phenomenon. Okay. It also stems from the fact that I think a lot of people just like don't understand where the average American is They don't understand. They do not understand where the average American is, what their political positions are. Like they are in a weird way, they're almost as out of touch. Even if they're morally on the right side, they're almost as out of touch as the Democrats are. Like Democrats are unimaginably out of touch because they're like, who cares what the fucking public thinks? Like, oh, whatever. Like we have a method to win, and it's called being more centrist. Okay? And I think a lot of people on the left also are out of touch with the average person, and they just go, no, if you just relitigate the if you just relitigate the red book and the citations from the chairman, the great chairman Mao Zedong, then Americans will magically be on board, despite their material realities not reflecting anything close to the peasant class in the countryside of China. What did you think about Sauger's take yesterday that America was more authoritarian post 9/11 when compared to today? I think I addressed it a little bit, but I don't think he's right. I think it's continued to be as authoritarian. Yeah. This is my favorite shit too. Like this is the other side of the story. Like I think at this rate, the average liberal wine mom unironically reflects Bob Avakian's attitude on the Republican Party than most Twitter leftists do.
Was
Charlie Kirk, ma'am?
Yeah, him is horrible. Horrible.
Charlie Kirk is horrible?
Yes, I'm glad he's not here.
You're glad he's dead?
Yes.
Why would you say something like that, ma'am?
Because he was horrible on the campuses, the college campuses. Horrible person.
You know what? I do the exact same thing.
Well,
would you be glad if I would die?
Maybe. I'd have to think about it.
You should be.
Bro, someone's auntie is out here saying like these are fascists that are ruining America and they must be dealt with. Meanwhile, the conversation that we're having in like left circles is like is so. I mean, I of course I condemn this liberal wine mom. I condemn this liberal wine mom, of course, but it's just
ashamed of yourself.
Be ashamed of yourself.
Your friend just said she'd be happy if I died.
I think we need to. Whatever.
That's awesome. Oh, that's awesome. She only started interviewing old people because they don't know she shit her pants. Yeah. Only one person in this vid had shit their pants and somehow it's not the old woman. True. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, I condemn. So Boomer Democrats in 2020. Bernie is too radical. We need someone moderate and electable like Biden. Boomer Dems in 2026. Yes. I'm telling you, man. That like it's not as well defined because American politics are like purposely all over the place. Okay? But there is energy. There is momentum in this direction. And for us to not take advantage of this momentum is silly. It doesn't make any sense. To turn around and be like, well, some of these people are imperfect. Or some of these people are bad or whatever. Like some of these people are not. Or even the best possible, like most left version that runs and actually wins office, it almost feels like some people just want to gatekeep that shit. You know? They want to fucking gatekeep that shit where they're like, no, leftism is supposed to be this like, gate kept secret. What the fuck? No, once you reach like, once you reach a level of popularity, that means you've actually betrayed the revolutionary cause. It's like, dude, just keep pushing, okay? Just keep pushing. Just shh, it's okay. Shh. Just keep pushing. Keep pushing. That's all you got to do. Why is that so difficult? Take advantage. Recognize that these people are on your side. Give them the proper tools to understand why. Give them the proper tools to understand why they've been fucked over. Because there is an internal strife within the Democratic Party, which I'm going to be addressing in a little bit. Right now, the consultant class within the Democratic infrastructure is desperately trying to go back to rebranding centrist third-way neoliberalism. They are actively trying to find a way not to look at why Kamala Harris lost seriously, not to conduct an actual autopsy, and then push for social democratic policies, democratic socialist policies, push for more quote-unquote radical candidates, okay? And instead, they are focusing on how can we nullify the excitement, how can we hit the, how can we make sure that we temper this approach? How can we restructure third way neoliberalism in a way that these the boomers that want more, that demand more from their Democratic representatives will come to terms with it and will vote for us again, and will vote for our centrist candidates again. Okay? Younger voters' worldview is limited to their algorithm, and they mistake visibility for magnitude, believing their echo chamber reflects the world instead of just their feed. But online, in air quotes, leftists are a problem? No, they're not. They're not. And the reason why they're not is because they're utterly irrelevant. That's the reality, okay? Online leftists are utterly irrelevant. You know what's relevant? Leftists who are out there in the streets, okay? People who are taking a principled stance, who are trying to do their very best within the limited confines to go out and make changes that they want to see. Okay, that's the reason why the reality outdoors, when I do these like IRL streams, is very different than what you see on the internet. Okay, that's it. That's the difference.
Have you Googled Hasan Piker 9/11? I don't know. Have you?
I think even the Cuomo campaign's like insistence on hitting this line over and over again is, I think, an accurate reflection of that reality, that people in the real world are not as hyper focused on silly shit as opposed to the internet. Because if you look at the internet, everybody hates me. Oh my God, people are so angry all the time. I can't believe it. Like, oh my God, Hasan said what? Hasan Piker said America deserved 9/11. What the fuck? Like, but if you ask the average voter, which I was planning on doing, by the way, at the rally, which failed, I thought that there would be much less of a, I thought there would be much less chaos around like people trying to get photos with me and stuff. So I could go and approach them and be like, do you know who Hasan Piker is? Have you heard his comments about 9/11? And does this actually change your mind about Zoran? That's what I wanted to do. Obviously, it fucking failed because it's a Zoran rally, and I was stupid for even thinking that I would go unrecognized. You know? What is this? Hasan, you can't say that when you basically had a portion of the stadium yesterday come up to you and thanking you. I get what you mean, but the online left is important. The online left is a major force of the current political landscape. You got called out by name multiple times on the debate stage for New York City mayor. No, I know. There is a reason why Andrew Cuomo is doing that. I'm not saying that like the internet is not an accurate or a decent way of trying to start organizing, but you have to also remember, I carry myself a very different way, okay? And this community by and large is built around those principles that we have to be more open-minded to others, even if they are imperfect, even if they have like a difference in opinion, even if they engage in reactionary takes, even if they say harmful shit sometimes. Everyone's on their own educational journey. Like these are fundamental principles that I hold on to, and that's precisely the reason why through all this endless back and forth, I always push back. I always push back on people that say, no new friends, no. People can't learn. People can't change. Like that's not what I'm about. All you've done the last 15 minutes is punch left, shaking my damn head. No, of course not. This is not punching left at all. Because this is not punching left at all. My point is, if you're in here and you sometimes feel discouraged by the way people present themselves and the way people yell at one another on the internet, not just on the left, but just in general, remember that the real world is very different. The real world is very different, and you can actually bring more people on board to this cause by taking principled stances and being more understanding of others. We are inundated by concerned trolls. Yeah. I think half your problem is people are only half listening at any given moment. I know, but I think, you half listen for 2x the time, and you're going to be fully listening by the end of it, What is this? I don't hate you, but I can't stand your support for the DNC people like AOC. I don't think we should trust Hasan if he is friends with AOC. She's not our friend. She's a Democrat op. Don't be open-minded to Democrats. He doesn't push back on me. He ignores people like me. He will never interview someone to the left of Hasan. Now you punching down and left. Down and left punch. Okay. I think there's a reason why you still find yourself here no matter what. And I think that reason is that deep down inside you understand that I'm with you. And that it's okay to have some disagreements on how to get there. You feel me? And then everybody goes, please address him. It's valid. All right. We're going to move on from this, and we're going to talk about Mamdani's Get Out the Vote rally in Queens drawing thousands. Let's take a look.
For New York City mayor, we're on the campaign trail this Sunday. Zohran Mamdani getting a massive boost from two of the biggest stars in the Democratic Party. Good evening. I'm Arthur Chien. Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Senator Bernie Sanders joining the frontrunner on the stage at Forest Hill Stadium. That is where we begin tonight. Fox 5's Kendall Green is live in Forest Hills with more on this. Good evening, Kendall.
Hey, good evening, Arthur. 13,000 supporters strong in support of that Democratic nominee, including some of the biggest names in the progressive wing of the Democratic Party, all pushing for Assemblymember Zohran Mamdani. Now, with early voting already in full swing, Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Senator Bernie Sanders, and the frontrunner for Mayor Zohran Mamdani.
I feel discouraged by the left's constant engagement in capitalist politics and its dismissal of socialist politics. Okay. Some of you love China. Many of you love China. What's the best thing about Chinese development? Okay, I'm going to use China as an example. What is the best thing about Chinese development and Chinese socialism and the way that it has existed in the world? And there are still many issues, of course. It's not like China is devoid of any problems, whether it be on the international front or whether it be on its own domestic affairs. It's the pragmatism. Okay, that's it. It's a reflection of the material realities and adjusting the goals in that direction. Okay? Making incremental changes year over year that when looked at in a 20-year timeline, 30-year timeline, you recognize how far one can get. Okay? And then people immediately go, China has a communist party, you propose bourgeois parties. My point always has been, work within the existing, like exhaust all options and work within the existing confines. In a country utterly devoid of class consciousness amongst the working class, where class consciousness only exists amongst the capital owning class, you have to adopt different techniques. You have to adopt different methods. Okay? You have to focus on mechanisms of change that are readily available. If there is a weak, liberal, center-right, bourgeois party in the two major parties, and it's open for seizure, in the absence of a viable third-party alternative, then it is important to use that as your megaphone. Okay? It is important to use that as your megaphone to get the word out to as many people as possible until the time is right. It is that simple. This doesn't mean that you shouldn't engage in advocacy and organizing beyond the two-party structure. Okay? But simply hoping that this acceleration towards America's fascist demise will magically create a revolutionary movement from the ashes is incorrect. It's an incorrect theory of change. The way I see it, whether or not we're there, the Democrats across the board are already accelerating towards fascism because they are refusing to fight against the Trump administration. And in the process, they're harming people. They're allowing harm to continue. Anyway, let's continue.
Drove home the slogan of this rally, New York is not for sale. Other elected officials, including Governor Hochul and Assembly Speaker Carl Heasties, also making their push for the Queen's Assemblyman. Now, tonight, we're a little more than a week out from the election, and all three self-proclaimed Democratic socialists aim to strengthen Mondami's lead while pushing a big part of his campaign agenda, which is affordability. Now, let's take a listen to some of those fiery speeches tonight.
A victory here in New York will give hope and inspiration to people throughout our country and throughout the world. That is what this election is about. And that is why Donald Trump is paying attention.
When demanding affordable housing is considered a radical and outlandish act, that we can afford our lives, our groceries, our transit, is considered an outlandish and radical act, that we accept our neighbor as ourselves, a radical and outlandish act. But we must remember, in a time such as this, we are not the crazy ones, New York City.
They pumped millions into this race, artificially lengthened my beard to make me seem menacing, painted our city as a dystopian hellhole, and worked night and day to divide the people of New York. They failed.
Now, this rally comes as Mamdani has a commanding lead of 49%. 28% is for Andrew Cuomo, and 13% is on the board for Curtis Sliwa. But that's the latest here in Forest Hills, Queens. Kendall Green, Fox 5 News. Arthur?
All right, thank you, Kendall. As Kendall mentioned, former Governor Andrew Cuomo is trailing, but he was also campaigning in Queens today. He was in Kew Gardens. The now independent candidate recently earned the endorsement of the New York Daily News editorial board. Cuomo making this appeal to voters at a rally against...
Wow, key pickups. Key pickups for Andrew Cuomo, guys. Big. I'm shocked. I was really waiting on that coveted New York Post editorial endorsement for Zoran. Shocked, I tell you. Also, another one of my favorite things that Andrew Cuomo and everybody else does is when Andrew Cuomo will literally turn around and in the same breath be like, why are we talking about Zoran made his campaign on Gaza? And then this is what he does like a day after. Okay. One day he's like, Zoran is campaigning about a foreign country. I don't understand why he's doing this. And then the next day he's at like the Israel rally in front of the Israeli flag being like, I'm going to be the mayor for Israel. I'm going to be the best mayor for Israel. That's why I'm running. He's not trying to win anymore. He's just trying to do as much damage as possible before he loses. I know. I see that.
Anti-Semitism.
Mayor of New York should not be your first job. We don't want an apprentice mayor. There is no on-the-job training for mayor. God forbid there's a...
Been reading the collection of Ho Chi Minh's writings from Verso books recently. In his earlier writings, he discusses working with the traders amongst the French colonists explicitly. But as the national liberation movement develops, he shifts his approach away from this method. It's not a moral shift either. He's constantly reiterating that tactics depend only on current conditions. Yes. That is precisely right. The only reason why you read former theorists and former successful and sometimes unsuccessful initiatives to develop socialism is to learn from those lessons and then take those lessons and adopt them to your current circumstances, your current material realities. That is, in my opinion, the best possible way to move forward. All the while, you exhaust all options. And it comes across as silly when people go, dude, I cannot believe you're like people were getting mad at me because I was bringing up Lenin while talking about not even necessarily like voting for Graham Plattner, because I wasn't even endorsing Graham Plattner, but in general, like making a broader point about exhausting the parliamentary structure or whatever the current structure is, right? Which in our country is a duopoly, unfortunately. Like exhausting all options in the effort, exhausting all options in the direction of fomenting revolutionary sentiment amongst the masses. But in an effort to do so, you have to be where the masses are. And as far as it stands, at the heart of empire in the United States of America, the place where the Cold War was fought and won against socialism, the masses are liberal. They're self-described as liberal. So you have to work amongst the liberal masses and unlock their own revolutionary potential from that. Bro, they calling you the same as the horse guy now, a shit lib? Yeah, I don't care. They're calling me the hammer and sickle guys who refuse to engage with what I'm saying and refuse to offer any sort of viable alternatives will say I'm a shit lib, okay? And say I'm out of my element. Yes, this as well. But then they have no real viable mechanism for change whatsoever. They just want to chirp, and that's fine. The masses are liberal. Then how did Trump get elected, lol? Do you think that the Republican Party in the United States of America is not also liberal, at least a base of support? They are. A lot of you are operating with the American understanding of the term liberalism. I'm using the political theory of liberalism. The masses are liberal. That's precisely the reason why we have a center-right liberal party known as the Democratic Party. And we have a far-right reactionary party that is also liberal, but now moving in a post-liberal fascist direction known as the Republican Party. It is funny when people say, this is me out of my element, when this is my element. Even if there was a time where restructuring will shake things up so dramatically that there is even a necessity for a Marxist-Leninist vanguard or whatever that might look like when the time comes, what people don't understand is that that is not going to magically materialize. It is up to you to ensure that a left flank alternative growing within the Democratic Party is not a mechanism of sedation, but instead a mechanism of revolution. If you give up on these options, if you give up on these options that are readily available and say, it's not perfect, I have a different opinion, you will never be able to make the changes. But it's okay, because I think only time will show. Only time will show if it's successful or not. And I think many of you who have this cynicism will either realize that this was an appropriate measure at that moment in time, in this moment in time, and get on board, or you'll just continue pushing the left flank of the Democratic Party is how we get the revolution. No, that's not even what I'm saying. That's not even what I'm saying. I don't think the Democratic Party is going to become a working class party. I don't think it's going to become a workers' party. It has always been a bourgeois party. Okay? But the Democratic Party within our current duopoly is the most viable method of spreading the word. Okay? Because I am of the mindset that if the third party alternative was there already, we would have at least some semblance of a mass movement. But in the United States of America, as it stands, we do not.
Crisis. There's a flood, a terrorist attack, God forbid. You need a mayor who knows and has the experience and has the ability, and that is not Zoran Mandami, who's never worked a real job in his life.
Cuomo also says he will hire additional police officers and provide new opportunities for businesses to operate in New York if he is elected. And Republican candidate Curtis Sliwa also in Queens today, speaking at a Sikh temple in South Richmond Hill. Sliwa spoke of how it was the Sikh community that taught him the importance of volunteering.
And I have learned from the Sikh community that you have to provide selfless service to the community, not just to members of your own religion, but to all poor and indigent people. I'm on the subways every day. I'm the only candidate to ride the subway.
Sliwa continues to emphasize public safety, saying he and the Guardian Angels used to help Sikh cab drivers in the 80s who were being attacked and robbed. Now, Fox 5 is covering every angle of the upcoming election.
Using Infantile to prove a point about Platinum or engaging with the Democratic Party isn't even the right piece to be making. The point is honestly better made by Kautsky's work or what is to be done by Lenin. Infantile was only in regards to Panakek rejecting parliamentary participation and even the formation of a workers' party in favor of communism via council. Yes, it was a more aggressive approach, but I think a lot of people who don't fancy themselves to be left comms do actually reflect left comm style politics. Like the notion that one day out of nowhere that there is going to be a magical death to capitalism due to its inevitable, due to its contradictions is... It should not stop you from playing your part and ensuring that there is at least a base for this alternative restructuring to take place when the time comes. And in order to get there, you have to use every available opportunity, every available method.
You can watch Politics Unusual Fridays at 6:30 with our Morgan McKay and Battleground NYC, the fight for your vote, hosted by S.
Yeah, I'm not an idealist. I'm a materialist. All right, let's continue. 164,000 people voted over the weekend as the poll sites open for day 3 of early voting. Let's take a look. And yes, he is still hammering the 9/11 shit. Campaigning in Harlem, Andrew Cuomo continues to slam Zohran Mamdani over 9/11 rhetoric. Today, he's calling out the Dem nominee for inviting controversial truth streamer Hasan Piker to his rally last night. And it's like, I don't think this is, once again, I don't think this is like a bar. And he just keeps hitting it so fucking hard. And it unironically makes me think, it unironically makes me feel like he now realizes he's losing. And he's just like, I'm going to try and take out like a vector of organizing, a vector of campaigning that the Democrats could use in the future. One that is also openly anti-Zionist. Like that, it feels like he's just given up on shitting on Zohran, and instead he's just like, well, maybe on the way out I can just like take out one person. Which, again, is not going to work regardless. Because at the end of the day, I am an outsider to the Democratic Party, but I also do have a fuck ton of people that work within the confines of the Democratic Party, that run for local office, that are community organizers, that are union organizers. So coming after me in this regard is not going to work, especially because many of you already know what I have said and what I've done. You are not an outsider, bro. No, I mean, I exist outside of the Democratic Party's infrastructure. This is true. I oppose the Republicans, and in certain instances, I even oppose the Democrats. Hasan, it looks strongly to me like you've been pulled and assimilated into the capitalist propaganda machine. Incremental changes of how America got here. Okay. This is what I mean, by the way. Like you're out here. We got a former disgraced governor invoking my name actively because he perceives what we do here as a fucking significant threat. So much so that he would rather try and take me out because he realizes he's not going to fucking win the election. And you're over here saying that I've actually become an op to the socialist movement at a time when in the United States of America, socialism is receiving its highest marks. Okay? Like the last time this happened, when there was like a viable left alternative, a robust socialist movement, was pre-World War I, okay? And we do not have the organizational capacity that we did before World War I. Socialists, communists, trade unionists, labor militancy in general is virtually non-existent still at this point. I need a lot of you to just wake up to the realities instead of isolating yourselves in increasingly more limited focus echo chambers. Why not capitalize on Zohran's momentum and build a new third party now? Because that's not enough, is my point. It's not there. We're not there yet. You're the one that's got to wake up, bro. Okay, man. You'll do it. I think if you think you aren't being used by the Democrats to make leftists think they have a guy representing them, I don't know what to tell you, man. Hasan defends Graham Plattner. Okay. I think your capacity to comprehend things is a little bit busted. But I think this is unproductive to consistently talk about, you know, your bad faith and uncharitable interpretations of things that I haven't even said. Okay. Yeah. Unk has gone liberal while I, the enlightened communist, have been pushing the vanguard by typing in Twitch chat and being as annoying as fucking possible. I will also say, at least in my experience, what I have seen is that time actually has the capacity, only time has the capacity to shift people's priorities and perspectives. That's it. A lot of people who have these sorts of concerns had these sorts of concerns years ago as well. It's something that I have heard time and time again, and yet you just got to keep your head down and keep doing what you're doing, and people will eventually realize that you might have been right. And if they don't, then they don't. Yeah, Melissa De Rosa. The crowd chants at Hochul, not with Hochul. Says tax the rich, tax the rich. Democrat advisor and strategist at Cornell Communications Advisory, Melissa De Rosa, says, in a crowd that includes Hasan Piker, a stadium filled with the most popular streamer on earth hates me and my cause. In any case, that is where we're at. Okay? Feels like so many people here have absolutely no idea what the American left looked like before 2016. It's like these people would rather sit on Leftbook and hyperinsular Discord servers. No, they don't even know Leftbook. These people came after Leftbook. These people came after Bernie Sanders. You understand that, right? A lot of the people in this community started self-identifying as socialists because of Bernie Sanders. Okay? And even after Bernie Sanders. So they don't know how dark things were in fucking 2013. And the same goes for Palestine as well. This is precisely the reason why I look to that issue in spite of all of the violence and see a lot of hope for a better future. Okay? Because I know how things used to look like in the Western world, especially before October 7 for Palestinians. People just didn't know what it was. People didn't care about it. There was only one position that was available in every different ideological tendency in this country. Liberals, conservatives, all the way to progressives and leftists themselves. They all just said, no, Israel is the most moral country on the planet. But a lot of people post October 7, once they started realizing that Israel wasn't this beautiful island of democracy and queer liberty or whatever, surrounded by scary Muslims, and that it was actually an ethno-nationalist apartheid that was engaging in a genocide, and they learned about the history of Palestinian emancipation, some did, okay, and their attitude changed. They started taking for granted how many people were like-minded, okay? If you come from that background, if you recognize how shitty things used to be, okay? How shitty things used to be, you will realize that moving the needle in the socialist direction, no matter how incremental it may seem, is actually working just fine. It's not fast enough, but unfortunately, that's just not how change works. Okay? That's it. But that is the reason why I always keep my head down, and I hope you guys can too, and keep pushing no matter what. It's like these people would rather sit on Republican hyperinsular discourse service forever because it makes them feel comfy. Saying the word socialism used to be a death sentence in American politics. I know. But a lot of people don't realize that. Like for the last, I would say for the last like 40 years, 50 years, it was not even a question. Okay? This is the country that openly flaunted the First Amendment and yet still has laws in the books that make it illegal to be a communist and organize as a communist. And many Americans don't even know that reality. They've simply heard about the Red Scare and have not looked further into it. They don't understand how reactionary this country was, how antagonistic the people of this country have been, how propagandized the people of this country have been towards socialism, Marxism, leftism of any sort. Yeah. And if you look at the Gallup polls like this, image of capitalism slips to 54% in the United States of America. Okay. Trend in Americans' positive ratings of capitalism and socialism. Capitalism is at 2010 and in 2010 is at 61% approval, down to 54% approval. But this is all Americans, by the way. Socialism at 36% approval, up to 39% approval by 2025. And you think to yourself, okay, well, that's not great. Except when you look at actually the places, the political associations that are, albeit limited. Once again, we have the three brackets, the Republicans, Independents, and the Democrats, right? If you look at those three brackets, you see bigger shifts on the Democrat side. So to cast aside the people that are more likely to be your allies of this sort when it's actually working, to say, well, change, much broader change is a necessity right now. Okay. And therefore, I'm going to cast aside people that are more likely to be on your side instead of trying to talk to them and move them in a more, move them in a direction that is more open-minded to your worldview. I think that comes across as unserious. Democrats in 2010, 50% approval, 50% positive image of socialism. In 2025, it's up to 66%. Now, it's not far enough. Independents at 36%, now at 38%. Highest was at 41% in 2019. Okay? 65% in 2019. For Democrats, 66% at its highest approval now in 2025. You have to factor in how propagandized Americans are when you look at this stuff. The same goes for Israel as well, right? In spite of the unimaginable, unlimited faucet of propaganda that declares Israel to be a objective good, a force for good in the region, Americans came to their own conclusions on Israel in spite of the mainstream media pressure, in spite of the advocacy groups pressuring people, in spite of criminal charges being brought towards those who stood strong and defended the truth, that Palestinians were worthy, Palestinian lives were worthy of dignity, and that their emancipatory movement was just. That's the reason why I say there's a major shift happening, and that's positive. It's a good thing. Left accelerationists will see any type of reform as a bad thing because they believe it makes people more complacent and comfortable and less likely to start a revolution. Some people will just always oppose what you do no matter what because they think advocating for things like universal health care is protecting capital. I know. The interesting part about this is that I understand that. As far as welfare, like as far as the Marxist tendency that looks at welfare as a lifeline for capitalism to continue, it's correct. It's not wrong. Okay? This is not incorrect. It is correct. Because in the absence of a robust welfare state, capitalism was slated to self-destruct. This is true. Having said that, you have to work within what we already have. You have to work within what is readily available, especially in a country like the United States of America that has never had as successful of a socialist movement or a tradition or a background, and that even the limited amount of success that socialists have seen here have been actively eviscerated from the American collective consciousness through a faucet of anti-socialist propaganda.
So far, more than 160,000 ballots across the 5 boroughs.
Yeah, New York City's mayoral race, surely one of the highest profile races in the country this election season. Pundits, politicians, for the president down, all trying to influence how New Yorkers vote.
And there's still 8 days to go until Election Day, so still some time to sway voters those candidates are hoping for, and still you, New Yorkers, still have to make your voices heard. So Eyewitness News reporter Crystal Cranmore is live for us at City Hall with each of the candidates and their agendas for today. Good morning, Crystal.
Good morning. Well, it's actually expected to be a busy week ahead as the candidates work to appeal those voters who are still undecided. But those who do know actually locked in their votes just a short while ago here at the Borough of Manhattan Community College. Take a look inside. This is how it looked when polls opened around 9 o'clock this morning. This is the 3rd day of early voting after Elections Day. There was a large turnout this weekend. Now, the candidates pulled out all the stops to secure the votes they needed. This was a rally for Assemblyman Zoran Mamdani in Queens, Forest Hill Stadium in Queens last night, where about 10,000 people were in attendance. Senator Bernie Sanders and Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and other key Democratic forces in New York got on stage and championed Mamdani.
That universal health care we pay for the blood of the third world that's colonized. You end this only by getting rid of capitalism is a social chauvinist position. It unironically reminds me of Trots when I hear stuff like that. I know that people will say, how dare you? How dare you bring this up? How dare you bring up this this major division? You're actually a Stalinist if you believe this. But it does. It reminds me of like the permanent revolution rather than where you can get it and how you can do it. Okay? It's just, and I've described this position, I have described my position and my methods and what my goal is to Bad Empanada, ironically, when we had that conversation on Noah Sampson's show, where I said, this is not about pacifying a revolutionary movement in the United States of America, but instead, it's about moving the needle in the direction where, at the very least, the United States of America gets out of the way of places that have viable revolutionary movements in the global South. Because if you believe that the labor aristocracy is ultimately going to cause workers in the United States of America to say, well, I'm actually comfortable with my position now, we should continue imperial super profits as long as they're redistributed amongst the working class of Americans better, okay? That obviously is not going to be the end point, but we are much closer to scaling back on endless imperialism around the world at that stage than where we're at now. And while we have this back and forth on what must be done, or what the different methods are, the American empire moves in the direction that it was going to move in, regardless of our back and forth. Has this kind of sectarian infighting actually created a robust response to endless American warfare? No, it has not. Things have only gotten worse. Things have only gotten worse. That's why I always urge the rank and filers in here to make a big fuss in their own unions to ensure that they play a formative role in the anti-war movement in general. No matter what we say and do here, we are still incredibly marginal. Okay? There is perhaps a reason why many of the more radical on paper leftists are relegated to Discord servers and YouTube channels and podcasts, and they have very little influence in the ways in which the American political project moves.
Meanwhile, Republican Curtis Lewa spent Sunday visiting a Sikh temple in South Richmond Hill. He vowed to stay in the race despite growing calls for him to drop out. Now, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, who is running as an independent, was with the Jewish community at the Kew Gardens Hills Library. More than 300 people attended that event. Now, Cuomo and mayoral frontrunner Mamdani have been clashing over questions about support for the Jewish community and allegations of Islamophobia introduced into the race. We talked to voters who tuned out the noise and locked in their decisions early.
Got to focus on the facts, and the fact is, to run New York City, you got to be able to run a business. And as a small business owner, it really feels necessary to have some business experience to run the city of New York.
I'm excited. I think the whole world is watching this election, and I'm a proud New York voter. I think it's an election about change, bringing in a new generation of leadership, and pushing back to give working families a chance in the city.
And the candidates are back on the campaign trail today. Zohran Mamdani is expected to meet with voters at a polling site on the Upper East Side at noon. Meanwhile, Curtis Lewa is expected to be at a rally on Staten Island.
I think the fact that the Democratic machine is not actively stamping out Andrew Cuomo's viability by consistently running he claims to be a Democrat, but he's working to be a spoiler, is actually unimaginably bankrupt. Like, it is so crazy that the establishment Democrats are not united behind Zohran and actively trying to cut away at the machine that Andrew Cuomo still is utilizing with his name recognition, with his experience in New York politics at the state level. The very fact that every single Democratic New York politician isn't severing that tie is yet another glaringly obvious example that they too see not just Zohran, but this movement as a serious threat. They see the success of this movement as a serious threat. They see this people-backed candidacy. They see this people-backed candidacy as overthrowing the elite capture within the Democratic Party, because God forbid Zohran is successful. God forbid other openly socialist candidates are successful elsewhere. Then all of a sudden, all of their lobbyist funds and all of their corporate capture will dry up. This is why it's extra important to consistently get people on board no matter what. You think so? I mean, yeah, 26 billionaires have poured over $22 million into stopping Zohran Mamdani's campaign for New York City mayor. Bloomberg, Ackman, Walton, Wynn, Lauder. The list reads like a billionaire panic roll call. They're not donating out of civic duty. They're defending a system that's finally being challenged. So this is perhaps one of the most consequential moments where every single person, instead of like putting the crosshairs on their viable allies, should suck it up and try to fight back. Because this is not a given. It's not a given. It's not over. And it won't be over even when Zohran wins. Okay? And yeah, here are some scary numbers to look at if you want to light the fire under your ass. Cuomo has cut Mamdani's lead to 10 points. Suffolk poll of New York City voters. Now, it's not the best poll. I believe it's like 500 people. But Suffolk poll of New York City voters, 1023 to 1026. September poll in parentheses. Before this is before the Eric Adams endorsement, show Mamdani going from 44 to 45, but Cuomo going from 34 to 25. Wait, what? Or sorry. 45 to 44, dipping in 1 point. And Cuomo going from 25 to 34. Sliwa going from 9 to 11. Okay. Sliwa's second choice shows 36% at Cuomo and Mamdani at 2%. Now, the thing is, from what I understand, I've been reading a little bit about what Adam Carlson has been talking about as a pollster. They are, one of the biggest problems with polling in general is that they're too reliant on previous voter patterns in order to develop projections, right? And even when they're actually adjusting for who goes out to vote. Now, when they do that, it's very difficult for them to put together an adequate sampling size or adequate weight on certain groups. One of the most famous examples of this is the Muslim vote in New York City. The Muslim vote in New York City has been historically underpolled because they've been historically underrepresented. And the suspicion is that a big part of the reason why the polls underestimated Zohran's success in the primaries was because they had not weighed the mobilization from Muslim communities within New York. Even with the limited amount of organizational tools that they had, even though it was a crazy door-knocking operation, the limited amount of name recognition that this candidacy had, as opposed to right now. So what Adam Carlson says about this poll is basically Cuomo picked up on most of Adams' previous 8% support in the Suffolk September poll, and undecideds inched down. But the closest margin, Mamdani plus 10 of any publicly released poll since August. If we look at the rest of the polls, Mamdani up 18, AARP showing Mamdani up 14, Fox showing Mamdani up 24, Quinnipiac showing Mamdani up 14, Suffolk showing Mamdani up 20, CBS showing Mamdani up 15, Marist showing Mamdani up 21, and Emerson showing Mamdani up 15. So we shall see. And New York Times has an aggregate of all the polls as well. Caroline Solar, polling researcher at the New York Times, says, as early voting begins and 1 week remaining until Election Day, Zohran Mamdani, Democratic candidate, maintains a double-digit lead over Andrew Cuomo. A new Suffolk University poll shows Mamdani ahead 44% to 34% with Curtis Sliwa, the Republican candidate, at 11%. That's down from a 20-point Mamdani lead in Suffolk's September survey. The tightening follows Eric Adams' decision to drop out and endorse Cuomo, who has tried in recent weeks to consolidate opposition to Mamdani by courting more conservative-leaning voters. Sliwa has refused calls to exit the race, and Mamdani has held a steady lead in October polls, even clearing 50% in the Beacon Research poll earlier this month. This is why they so aggressively tried. This is why they bought Eric Adams and made Eric Adams endorse Andrew Cuomo. And this is why they were so aggressively trying to get Curtis Sliwa to drop out. And the reason why they were trying to so aggressively get Curtis Sliwa to drop out is because, once again, it is literally hitting you in the face. Even modest social democracy is a life or death style threat for all of the capital owners and even establishment Democrats as well. How can you look at the situation where it's very clear that victory is within the crosshairs for someone who wants to move the needle in the left position by very little, that all of these people are screaming from the fucking rooftops about what a danger this presents. And they are trying to channel all of that frustration. They are trying to do everything in their power to disparage this person by any means necessary. And there are still people who are like, nah, this is actually 100% a captured. This is a person who's trying to sedate the masses and make them comfortable with the Democratic Party so that, you know, American workers are still invested in the bourgeois Democratic Party and will never actually have revolutionary feelings in their hearts. Why do we care as a Mamdani, given that he's going to win? It's the biggest upset for a non-Democrat to lose a New York City election. I'm trying to explain that there is still a threat. Hasan is talking about the threat he is to power and how the entire bourgeois political class is aligned against him. Yes. Posted and deleted weeks after John Oliver's takedown of Barry Weiss, Ryan Gold, FB's author of the shoddy article questioning the cause of emancipated Gazan children, attempts to parody last week tonight. She's definitely not mad. Do not write that she's mad. Oh, God. We'll look at this later. Okay. That's so silly. These are the polls of the New York City mayoral primary, including simulated ranked choice voters for the first and final rounds of voting. So just remember, there was only one poll that showed Mamdani up +5, and every other poll showed Cuomo with varying degrees of different leads. So all of them were wrong, but that doesn't mean that these polls are now weighing Mamdani's chances as much higher than before, because they do adjust quickly, right? Pollsters will oftentimes very quickly restructure how they are weighing certain demographics. Michael Lange says, my thoughts on the first 2 days of early voting: fear-mongering, Cuomo bump in wealthy Manhattan. Black and Hispanic turnout is low. Solid but unspectacular GOP turnout. Commie corridor starts slow, finishes strong. Brownstone, BK, huge numbers for Z. More age-related thoughts. Voters 55 plus are 51% of the electorate. Voters aged 25 to 34 are now 16% of the electorate. Plenty of older voters are Republicans. Sliwa's best demo is 65 plus whites. Gen X and boomers are ahead, but Cuomo needs more. Age data means little without districts. Emil Habibi, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Do you think Zohran would be cooked if Sliwa dropped a long time ago? I wouldn't say he'd be cooked, but he would have a much tougher go at it, I think. Because once again, this is what happened to Bernie as well in the primary. But this time they failed in the primary because they underestimated Zohran. But now they're doing it in the general. You have to understand, like, the struggle will continue even after the electoral victory, because the same interests that actively are trying to stop this, before the election takes place, are not going to just sit quietly and idly and wait for Zoran to become a successful mayor. They will rat fuck him every step of the fucking way. They are going to undermine him. Because these people have no investment in the betterment of people's material conditions. They are playing a game of domination. They want to make sure that you do not have hope. They want to cut this before it becomes a larger problem. The bigger the win for Zoran, the more Democrats are likely to fall in line. If this is closer than expected, it's not good for Zoran's term. We need a massive turnout. We need to get it over the 50% mark, make it a blowout. Exactly. I think shows of strength, such as last night's events, is very good. Because then the Democratic Party's elite see the momentum and the mobilization, the capabilities that a left flank candidate has. It makes it impossible to deny. It makes it unavoidable. It makes it a reality. Okay? We can't leave this stuff up to luck. Clearly, when, let's really be honest, Mamdani wins the election and takes office, Trump will immediately send in federal agents and the National Guard to ostensibly combat crime/immigration and spend every day trying to provoke New Yorkers into unrest. This is in addition to the billions of federal money he's already pledged to cut off. And I believe their threats of deporting Mamdani are very real and should be taken seriously. Cuomo and his donors constantly make not-so-veiled threats premised on these dynamics. What would be useful is if our media explained this motivation and strategy of tension while reporting on this inevitable crackdown and provocation, rather than running with Trump's completely nominal aim of fighting crime or legal immigration. This will not likely happen, of course. One recent template is Trump's bogus claims to be taken on narco-terrorists and drug cartels while he attempts to provoke Venezuela into a regime change war. A drugs framing everyone from the New York Times to the Atlantic accepts and runs with, despite its obvious fakery. It's bullshit. It's transparent bullshit. And yet, for some weird reason, well, not so weird reason, we know what the actual reason is, there is this normalization. Iraq 2.0, one could say. But in any case, this is a 34. Oh, this is just the Zoran speech from the rally.
Class, whose apparent...
And this is the AOC speech as well. AOC directly challenges Trump in fiery speech in Queens. All right. Fox's TikTok comment section is pro Zoran.
As we stand on the precipice of taking this city back from corrupt politicians and the billionaires that fund them, let our words ring out so loud tonight that Andrew Cuomo can hear them in his $8,000 a month apartment. Let them ring so loud so that he can hear us even if he's in Westchester this evening. Let them ring so loud that his puppet master in the White House hears us. New York is not for sale. And now, as we stand...
So that was posted on the Fox News TikTok. Now let's look at the comments on Fox News TikTok. Fox posting this like it's supposed to make me stop liking him. Can we change the rules so we can run for president, please? I'm so jealous of New York right now. Fox posting is the rage bait Cuomo. Free New York from AIPAC. Look at the people behind him. All Muslims. We are in trouble. The name is Mamdani. His decency brought back enthusiasm to the election. One comment that's negative and weirdly suspecting that the Sikh people behind him are Muslim, racialized Islamophobia as always. And then the rest are like, can he be president, please? Zoran's team also came out with a Fox News ad, and I think that's pretty brilliant. My radical, in air quotes, agenda. Let's take a look at that.
He is a communist. Hey, I'm the actual Zoran Mamdani, not the guy they talk about on this channel. My radical agenda? Turn the page on the billionaire-backed politics of Andrew Cuomo. Make the city affordable, tackle government waste, keep New York safe, and deliver on our promises. With universal childcare, rent that you can afford, and a property tax system that actually makes sense. So don't be fooled by the noise. This is who I am, and you're who I'm fighting for.
Paid for by Zoran for NYC.
He also has a decent amount of money as well. And I think that when you pair up good policies and you can bankroll said good policies with a broad media campaign, something that Kamala Harris failed to do because she did not have the good policies. She did have the fat purse, right? I think you can overcome these odds. Don't get false optimism in all this TikTok. I always see liberal comments, even on Fox. I know. I'm just pointing to the fact that Fox News' message is supposed to resonate with Fox News TikTok watchers. There's plenty of right-wingers on TikTok. Squirrel made a decent comment on Islamophobia. I suspect that they're saying the same thing that I've been saying, which is that Israel defenders and Israel in general realize that they can't actually win people back to loving Israel. But what they can do is disparage Muslims. They can really tweak the dial on Islamophobia and therefore make people fearful of Muslims and then make it seem as though, Israel is fighting against Muslims. Like, I don't really like Israel, but I guess they're fighting Muslims and I hate Muslims. That's it. Elon Musk has recently turned on the Zionism dial on the algorithm to the max for his daddy Netanyahu. This post was immediately targeted by Zionist Israeli boss and troll farms, and they've been posting the same script nonstop since. It's instructive to look at what they all say. Two main repeating lines, aside from the typical classic Hasbro bullshit about how Palestinians are intrinsically violent and subhuman, is the obsessive focus on immigration and Muslims. That's the new strategy. We're going to do a war on terror 2.0 Hasbro operation in the U.S. and West and just ramp up the most insane, deranged Islamophobic racist bile imaginable. That will make them forget about our genocidal mass slaughter and rape of Palestinian babies, toddlers, children, girls, boys, and women. Creating huge, vast, fake AI-run accounts that mimic real people, preferably women and minorities, so we can pretend we have deep organic support among broad swaths of the population, and then give them all the same script to repeat everywhere on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and of course TikTok that they now directly own. OMG, Muslim Islamic invasion. OMG, Muslims. OMG, invasion by Browns. The jihadi Browns Muslims are invading you. Oh my God. Oh my God. There has never been more disgusting, depraved, shameless creature than the genocidal Zionist. Former U.S. envoy to combat anti-Semitism, Eli Kohanim, says, never forget, early voting begins today. Vote Andrew Cuomo and save our city. I mean, this is insane, right? Anyone flippantly posting images like this for clout is a fucking ghoul. Everyone I know lost someone that day. I still have nightmares about what I saw. Nearly 50,000 first responders and others now suffer from 9/11 linked cancers. Our pain isn't your cannon fodder because only Zoran Mamdani has the right to evoke 9/11. His aunt got mean looks on the subway. What's ghoulish is the people who would vote for a guy who campaigns with the unindicted World Trade Center co-conspirator anywhere near City Hall who seem to have forgotten 9/11. Like, this is such a psychotic reaction to a guy who has nothing to do with 9/11, obviously, duh, but happens to be Muslim. He was an 8-year-old Muslim boy in New York when 9/11 happened. He too also suffered the trauma, as many New Yorkers did. It's insane that they would turn around and make it seem as though he is responsible for 9/11 or will do another 9/11. What is this? All she did was, ho math. Yeah, a freak. A lot of conservative politics comes down to these guys being mad that women don't want to fuck them. Yeah, I know. I saw this. It's amazing. How is this not political suicide? Because you can get away. You can get away with being as shitty as you want to Muslims in general. I know you meant this to be racist against Mamdani, but this most likely reads like vote Cuomo or else we'll do another 9/11. Matt Lieb. Boomers still want to hold on to 9/11 like Gen Z and the younger generation don't give a fuck about it at all. It happened 24 years ago. It's like them wanting us to cry over the Titanic. Yeah, but that's besides the point because boomers still are a viable voting bloc. You and Zoran were 10 on 9/11, not 8. Okay, my bad. 10. 10 years old, okay? Jesus Christ. What difference does it make? Oh, 10, that changes everything. Okay. What's also making me go crazy is that Zoran has said nothing even remotely anti-Semitic, nothing that you can even remotely call into question as being anti-Semitic, and yet they keep saying he's anti-Semitic because he's Muslim and also anti-Zionist. All right? Meanwhile, Andrew Cuomo is unimaginably racist, unimaginably Islamophobic, and yet no one turns around and goes, hey, man, what the fuck are you doing? No one calls into question that the city with the largest number of Muslim voters, right? And the guy running for mayor is directly calling harm upon 1 out of every 8 New Yorkers who happen to be Muslim. Zoran hasn't said anything anti-Semitic, and yet they write a million think pieces about how him being, brown is very scary. Very scary for the Jews in New York, even though the Jews in New York are basically 50-50 split down the line with 2/3 under the age of 35 voting for Zoran, right? It is utter fucking lunacy, man. It is utter lunacy. I hate it. Anyway, let's look at Morning Joe. Morning Joe has fallen. Joe Scarborough bends the knee to Mamdani.
Mamdani, there I did it right, and they've been Bernie Sanders. And what do they have in common? They have a populist message, and yes, people are going to say, oh, they're socialists, they're socialists, they're socialists. Yeah, they said that about Barack Obama, too, and he kicked Republicans' ass twice. So it's that populist message that they're putting out there, that even, there are times that even Steve Bannon goes, yeah, what AOC's saying there, I agree with. And a lot of people, like in the populist wing of the MAGA party, agree with a lot of that stuff, too. Same thing with Lisa Khan and what she was doing about breaking up monopolies. There is a lane for populist Democrats.
How'd you fuck up Lena Khan's name? He's like, well, I got one of the brown people's names right. Also, it's not even like an exotic name. You know what I mean? It's Lena, not Lisa. That's so funny. God damn. This guy is supposed to be like, this guy's been in the media for so many decades, bro. He's been a fixture of political commentary for as long as some of these chatters have been alive. And he's still fucking up these names. He's got like 30 different producers in his ear and shit. How do you mess this up?
Democrats to run in and to win. Mom died.
Anyway, whatever. It's fine. Oh, this was really funny and also unironically anti-Semitic. Every time I hear Mamdani's anti-Semitic base shouting tax the rich, what I really hear is they're saying tax the Jews. They are obsessed with bashing Israel and wealthy Jewish New Yorkers like Bill Ackman. Connect the dots. Yeah, they want to implement jizya, but just for Jews in New York. They want to do Jewsya. Governor Kathy Hochul, going along with this is repulsive, and having Jewish Bernie there for cover redefines the phrase useful idiots. This whole thing really gives me the creeps. Just vote Andrew Cuomo tomorrow if you haven't done so already. Let's send the message that hate has no place in New York. This is one of Cuomo's closest advisors, by the way. I mean, it doesn't surprise me. It's really interesting to see people not get that the whole point of tax the rich chant is to disguise an anti-Semitic trope. Yeah. No, when people say we must abolish billionaires, if you automatically go, no, you're actually being anti-Semitic. Ironically enough, you're the one who's doing the anti-Semitism. When people say tax the rich, that means tax the rich, okay? That is so stupid. This is like anti-Semitism is the socialism of fools, but reversed, okay? Socialism is the real anti-Semitism. That's awesome. This woman is Catholic, bro. Of course. How the fuck are they just now forgetting this out? You were screaming at them the whole election cycle to run a populist message. We wouldn't have gotten Trump if they had listened to the broad political will. Now we have a fascist regime, and who knows if they'll leave power. Yeah. Maria Dancillo is 100% correct. I'm reading Raoul Hilberg's The Destruction of the European Jews, widely considered to be one of the definitive examinations of the Holocaust. In his book, Hilberg confirms that tax the rich was the main slogan screamed by rampaging Nazi mobs on Kristallnacht. In the tome's most important revelation, Hilberg also explains that the correct translation of Arbeit macht frei is in fact tax the rich. Okay. Moen is being silly and sarcastic, but I don't think people take that. I think people don't have the capacity to understand sarcasm because they are hysterical. Anyway. In the past, Governor Hochul has called raising most taxes, even on the wealthy, a hard no. She softened the stance today, saying, I have a lot of calculations to do, Hochul says. There's a lot of popular phrases out there, but I'm open to trying to help people who are struggling. Update, Jane Goodman, a spokesperson for Hochul, says the governor's position has not changed. She's not open to raising income taxes, Goodman said in a text. Now, the reason why she's actually softening her position, for the record, is because she went out there. She knows she needs the Zomentum. She knows she needs the DSA. She knows that Zoran has captured the attention of many New Yorkers. And for her reelection, she's going to need those voters. So she came out last night. She came out last night and spoke in front of the crowd. And the crowd wasn't necessarily booing her. But you're scarily chill this stream? Yeah, because once again, I was out there with my people. I was out there with you. That's why. That's why I'm chill. Because I was reminded once again that a lot of the background noise on the internet might make it seem like it's the only true narrative that you hear. But in fact, most people in the fucking real world are not worried about any of the dumb, nonsensical fucking drama or any other shit. They just want their lives to improve, and they want to hold on to a glimmer of hope. And this campaign represents that for them. They're not going, well, Zoran has retriangulated his position away from avowed anti-Zionism, and therefore he has betrayed the revolutionary sentiment or whatever. Like, they're not doing that. They're just going, hey, man, this is this is cool. We finally have a semblance of hope here. Open Presents, thank you for the 100 bones. But that's why I'm chill. Every time I touch grass, every time I touch grass, every time I'm surrounded by people in the real world, I am reminded that a lot of the stuff online is so algorithmically boosted. It recenters my focus. It helps me. It revitalizes me. It emboldens me. It helps me remember that this kind of message is moving across generations. And it can lead to productive mobilization, organizing that's productive. Anyway, here's Cross chanting, tax the rich as New York Governor Hochul spoke at the New York is not for sale rally last night. Also, look at this crowd, by the way. They were trying to say, like, oh, there's all white guys in the crowd. It's all white men. First of all, figure it out. Is it a good thing or a bad thing that there's white men in the movement? Okay? Because I thought the Democrats had moved past that point where they were like, how do we get the white men? Now they're like, actually, it's there's too many white men in this crowd. It's not diverse. It's not diverse. You know, this is a very diverse crowd because New York is a very diverse city. I was there. I am black. I was chanting with them. Yeah. I mean, we saw the HasanAbi has out there incredibly diverse. It wasn't all corked up white boys in the way that many people say it is. In the way that many people in this community sometimes say it is, you know? It's just not. It's not like that at all. Yeah, I know. Melissa DeRosa, another Cuomo acolyte, said, in a crowd that includes Hasan Piker, Jeff Colton was there filming, says, the crowd chants at Hochul, not with Hochul, tax the rich, tax the rich. Then Hochul turns around and says, I hear you, Hochul says after several rounds of tax the rich. I love to see this energy and the passion. Mamdani comes out on stage for the first time tonight to hug her and raise arms in triumph with her. He literally had to come out and get the people not to yell at her. When you're faced with that kind of support for a key policy, when you are faced with that, it's quite difficult for you to deny that there is momentum coming directly from the masses in this direction. Okay? Yeah, look, what a year. This is how it started. And this has happened in just a year. Things can move so rapidly. Okay? You never know. This is why, I mean, it's falsely attributed to Lenin, but you know, there are decades where nothing happens, and then there are weeks where decades happen. And it sucks that there are a lot of people. You help with this? I didn't help with this. You did. You all did. I'm one person. I'm nothing. Without all of you that are not only tuning in, but then also going outside and knocking on doors, okay? I'm just one guy chirping. I'm just one guy chirping in the fucking wind. That's it. Because of you, I traveled from Germany to go canvas for Zoran. Hell yeah. Not true. You open people's eyes, including mine. I know, but if you remember, if you weren't charitable, if you weren't open-minded, if you didn't go on your own journey, okay, of self-reflection and self-criticism and change your attitude, and then on top of that, decide to mobilize, this wouldn't work. That's it. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Without you, I am irrelevant. Okay? And without all of you, Zoran is also irrelevant. Everyone plays a role here. Yeah. Jeff Colton, Hasan Piker entered through the media entrance and wore a media sticker the whole time. We know that because he live streamed the whole thing. Hopefully other campaigns would also let him in under similar circumstances. NWS, this guy, not even a fan of mine, okay, not even a follower, says, imagine telling Andrew Cuomo at the peak of his 2020 COVID press conference hype that in 5 years he'd be making a desperate attempt to save his failed campaign by focusing his closing message on hhis opponent's association with a Twitch streamer. That's how stupid it is. And sometimes we get swept away by narratives that people in positions of prominence really try to fucking focus on, really dial in on. But it is crazy. It's also crazy because, like, back then, I was wearing, ironically, the Cuomo Fauci hat all the time. Talking about how stupid it is that Democrats were fantasizing about Andrew Cuomo. If you recall, if you were back here in 2020, I would routinely make jokes about how much liberals talked about Andrew Cuomo. Back then, I was still ripping into Andrew Cuomo for playing a formative role in crippling the New York City health infrastructure, the New York State health infrastructure, by offering goodies to his Republican allies in Albany so that he can maintain his grip of power, and how much that led to the demise of New Yorkers during COVID. I was saying it back then too. And it's crazy that, like, now virtually every New Yorker is aware of this, regardless of how they felt about Andrew Cuomo back then. Yeah, the Cuomo-sexuals, if you remember. Really dumb question, but why is Cuomo running in the first place? What does he stand to gain? He wants to restart his failed political career, and he thought he could do so by running for a less powerful position. That's it. He wants to regain the confidence of the New York political machine. New Yorkers in the know have always shit on Andrew Cuomo for everything that he's done, using the power of the governor's office to basically destroy its left flank, to solidify New York as an establishment Democratic stronghold. Yeah, here it is. Here's my Cuomo Fauci 2020 hat. Of course, I was wearing it ironically while making fun of Cuomo, but Just chirping has been a beautiful way to validate thousands in their revolutionary empathy and goodness through broad and treacherous societal undulations. Do you still have it? Yeah, I do. Of course I do. This is Muslim terror. Deport them all. Like, this is what I mean. 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 Like, Randy Fine is a congressperson. No censures demanded, and no censure will ever come for him when he says that about 40,000 American citizens. Can you imagine if there was like not even a pro-Israel rally, but like a Jewish a Jewish day, right? Where you had a bunch of Jewish Americans that were doing a parade or something, okay? Not a pro-Israel parade, just a Jewish one, right? And then Ilhan Omar was like, we got to get these Jews out of here. That would obviously never happen because she's not an anti-Semitic person, contrary to how they try to present her. But it's fucking nutty. It's nutty how much you can get away with when you say shit like this. You can just say shit like this all the time. All the time. And it's perfectly, it's considered perfectly fine. Look at his bio. Husband and father proudly serve in Florida's 6th Congressional District. Pronouns Hebrew/Hammer. Yeah, his blood pressure is not so fine. I know. This is Randy Fine, for those of you who don't know. Has any Republican ever disavowed Randy Fine? Fuck no, of course not. Has there ever even been calls to disavow Randy Fine for what Randy Fine is saying every single day? Fuck no. It's the same double standard. David Bernstein. He's also good friends with going back to the Jeff Colton tweet, who said, Hasan Piker entered through the media entrance and wore a media sticker the whole time. We know that because he live streamed the whole thing. Hopefully other campaigns would also let him in under similar circumstances. David Bernstein, he's also good friends with and a strong supporter of Mamdani, and the latter hasn't taken the slightest move to distance himself from this anti-Semitic, America-hating leftist. Once again, if I hated America, I wouldn't live here. I have the opportunity to live wherever the fuck I want. Okay? And I am definitely not anti-Semitic. I'm fine with Hasan, but the fat phobia is mad annoying. Wait, what? Fat phobia? Oh, because I showed Randy Fine? Come on, chatter. You're drawing that conclusion on your own. I didn't even say it. Sometimes I do, but goddamn. Yeah, wait until he finds out he was also the DNC. Is he going to call out AOC and Bernie Sanders for appearing with Hasan as well? Is his only concern the Muslim who's beating his ass? I could have swore I saw Hasan Piker on the stream from DNC last summer. Jeff, the extent to which you carry water for the Mamdani campaign is pretty remarkable. Incredible stuff. So yeah, if you're wondering why Kathy Hochul, this was Kathy Hochul's response, by the way. She claimed she didn't know what the crowd was chanting last night. They were saying, "Let's go Bills."
I thought they were saying, "Let's go Bills." I wasn't sure. I mean, when you're up there, I heard some noise. I heard a lot of cheers. But later on, it became clear to me that there is I know there's passion for that. I mean, I went in there as the leader of the Democratic Party, whose job it is to unify behind the Democratic nominee. I love the energy out there. I told them that. And I want to do is bottle all that up, use it in a few days, but take that to Long Island and the Hudson Valley and make it to you.
Dude, Democrats have a little bit of an authenticity problem, just a little bit. Perhaps it's because they're so busy trying to destroy a candidate that is seen as authentic. All right. Let's move on from this and look at the MSNBC exclusive. Zohran Mamdani responds to JD Vance cheap jokes about Islamophobia.
Zohran Mamdani continues to lead in every single poll, with victory almost assured. It has prompted Islamophobic attacks against the Muslim candidate. And it is not just Republicans, to be clear. It's also coming from New York City Mayor Eric Adams and former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. Here's what Mamdani said in response to these attacks.
We stand on the precipice of an election, but that is not what today is about. We know that in less than 2 weeks, we will say goodbye to a disgraced former governor and our current indicted mayor. The bigger question is whether we are willing to say goodbye to something much larger than either of these two men. It is whether we are willing to say goodbye to anti-Muslim sentiment that has grown so endemic in our city that when we hear it, we know not whether the words were spoken by a Republican or a Democrat.
I spoke to Zohran Mamdani earlier today for an exclusive interview about these Islamophobic attacks. Here's what he had to say. You know, for someone who's been following this race very closely and has seen the level of attacks that have been leveled against you, you know, at some point they called you Marxist, they've called you socialist, they've called you communist, they've made fun of the way you eat with your hands, make fun when you eat with forks and knives. They've called you privileged. But it seems like over the last couple of weeks, and there have been a lot of Islamophobic attacks, but in the last couple of weeks, there's been a surge of Islamophobic rhetoric against you. And it's not new, but I'm wondering why you decided to address it now. Why did you decide to speak out against it so forcefully now?
You know, when I took a step back and listened to what was being said, outside of a question of electoral politics, outside of the question of the election, but just to the fact that major candidate for mayor in the Republican Party is slandering me as the first Muslim candidate on the verge of becoming the mayor of the city, as someone who supported global jihad. When I listened to a former governor and Andrew Cuomo laugh and agree when a radio show host said that I would cheer another 9/11, when I listened to the current mayor of this city explaining his decision to endorse Andrew Cuomo as a decision to ensure that New York City does not become Europe, that we do not leave it to violent extremists who burn churches in Nigeria. When I listen to all of this and then turn on TV and see ads that have the words of terrorism and jihad on top of my face that not only mock the way that I eat, but are all intended to terrify New Yorkers as to the prospect of having a Muslim mayor, I decided that it was simply too much. It was too much to think of these as the acts of desperate men looking to salvage the little power that they still had. It was, in fact, a reflection of Islamophobia within our political system that has become so endemic that when we hear it, we do not know from which party it comes. We just know that it is a fact of life in our city's politics.
You addressed this yesterday in the speech that you gave at the Islamic Cultural Center, and I want to just quote a part of it. You said to be Muslim in New York is to expect indignity, but indignity does not make us distinct. There are many New Yorkers who face it. It is the tolerance of that indignity that does. To go back to your first point, how has that indignity been normalized in America by the politicians, by the media, and by the way that you're seeing it now?
You just look at what is tolerated. It's not a question of what is said, it's what is tolerated. And the fact that we're speaking about some of the most prominent politicians in this country, and to hear these words, you know, whether it's the words of Republican Congress people who are openly calling for me to be denaturalized and deported, whether the words of a city council person here in New York City selling T-shirts to profit off of a call for my deportation, and knowing that in fact this is but a glimpse into reality for Muslims across the city each and every day. And while they don't have the luxury of being the next mayor of this city, being a Democratic nominee for that position, they continue to face this, and they're not extended that same kind of solidarity. And I think often about Toni Morrison, you know, she said that the function of racism is distraction. And I think that that is true. So much of the unabashed bigotry we've seen in the last few days, whether from Curtis Lewa, Andrew Cuomo, Eric Adams, is a reflection of their own recognition that they do not have a plan to make the most expensive city in America affordable, or that their plan is in fact to make it more expensive. But Toni Morrison also said, I insist on being shocked. I refuse to accept that which would shock the conscience. And I too have oscillated between both of these quotes, the importance of running a campaign that speaks to each.
There's the balance. There's the balance that I've been trying to talk about. If you make racism the major point in your campaign, every moment that you spend explaining to Americans that don't want to see this as a racialized point of attack is a moment where you could be explaining to them what you will do for them. That's the biggest issue with these lines of attack. That's why they're so successful, because on the one hand, if you don't address it, then it becomes the norm. At some point, you have to go, all right, enough, dude. You know, I have all this social capital. I'm going to expend some of it to address this thing that doesn't just harm me, but other New Yorkers as well. Right? That's it. That is the reality that every person of some kind of marginalized background has to go through, whether they are public advocates or whether they are running a campaign, whether they are a candidate that wants to get elected to a position of power. It sucks. If he had done so early on, I suspect that it would have killed his campaign, especially with the little name recognition that he had. But now that he's actually developed a strong base, now he has more social capital that he could potentially burn in this process. Because there will be, no matter what happens, there will be people who hear him put his foot down on this issue and go, this is woke. This is woke rad lib shit. This is, he's just too thin-skinned. I don't really like that at all. And they won't see it for what it is. They won't even realize that Andrew Cuomo is redirecting the attention away back to his background and trying to cynically present him as like a scary threat. But the real thing Andrew Cuomo and many others fear is not only his position on Israel, but also his policies that will improve the lives of everyday New Yorkers. Okay? It's a concern that I also have to deal with on a daily basis as an advocate, right? It's just something that I also have to deal with all the time. And even when I do mention it, as I have with the Zoran moment, right? There were plenty of people who spent the last 2 years calling me a fucking, ISIS-style fundamentalist Muslim anti-Semitic terrorist. Took that opportunity to get the same shots in the same way that they did with Zoran when he was like, my aunt was afraid to wear her hijab on the subway after 9/11, being like, oh, yeah, that's the real victim of 9/11. Your aunt getting bad looks on the subway.
And every New Yorker's needs, and also a recognition of the fact that if we do not allow ourselves to be shocked by this kind of racism, then we are in fact accepting it as a fact of life, and that is something that I will never accept.
Why do you think they want to pit that fear into everyone? Why do you think they want to try to unleash a fear into how Muslims are in the city? I mean, when you think about it, J.D. Vance even took a swipe at you. The Vice President of the United States took a swipe, and we have the tweet where he basically mocked the mention you yesterday mentioned in your comments, your aunt, and he took a swipe at it saying, according to Zohran, the real victim of 9/11 was his auntie who got some allegedly bad looks, and completely marginalizing the experience of Muslim Americans in a post 9/11 America.
I mean, this is all the Republican.
Like, remember what I said when I first listened to what he had to say. It's like Muslim New Yorkers were just as traumatized as Christian New Yorkers were, as Jewish New Yorkers were, as New Yorkers of every different background on 9/11. They were traumatized in the same way that New Yorkers were, right? Because that's what they are. They're New Yorkers, regardless of their religious background. And then on top of that, they were additionally traumatized by being presented as the villain. Because everyone always talks about how unified America was in the aftermath of 9/11 and how wonderful it was. But there was one group of Americans that were immediately presented as the villain. So much so that even George W. Bush, who is responsible for a metric ton of death and chaos in the region with his war on terror, had to come out immediately after 9/11 and be like, no, guys, we're unified. Like, Muslim Americans are American too. I remember. Now, obviously, that message at the domestic level was then accompanied by unimaginable expansion of the surveillance state, specifically directed against Muslims who were denied due process on U.S. soil and were black bagged and kidnapped off the streets after being mass surveilled and sent to Guantanamo Bay, sometimes with no opportunity to even make a case for why this was ridiculous, unjustifiable, cruel. So they were doubly traumatized. First, because they were in the city when an act of terror took place, and then traumatized once again because they were considered the enemy from within and saw the repercussions of state surveillance.
Party has to offer. Cheap jokes about Islamophobia so as to not have to recognize what people are living through. Attempts to pit people's humanity against each other. And I think whether it's J.D. Vance or it's Andrew Cuomo, it is the same kind of politics. It's a politics of division. The reason that I've called Andrew Cuomo Donald Trump's puppet is not just because they share the same billionaire donors. It's not just because they see themselves in each other. It's also because their vision of leading a city or a country is one where you are only able to build a constituency by pitting it against another one. And that's what we're seeing in this moment. And let's just talk about the moment we have at hand. We have a shutdown of the federal government. We have Americans across this country living in fear about rising healthcare costs, about the fact that we're going to see decimating cuts to SNAP. We have active duty military families in line for food pantries. And amidst all of this, the focus of so many is just how much bigotry they can engage in.
Early this morning, President Trump touching.
All right, Trump in Asia. That's time. It's time for Trump in Asia. We got to do that. Because he's out there. He is out there trying to salvage what remains of the discarded trade negotiations that his deal-making administration put together. Okay? He's going to return from Asia with $20 quintillion in deals and IOUs. You already know what it is. Okay?
Down in Tokyo for the second stop of his week-long trip across Asia, announcing a breakthrough in trade talks with China ahead of his high-stakes meeting with Chinese President Xi.
I think we're going to have a successful transaction for both countries.
The president warned an additional 100% tariff on Chinese imports would go into effect in just a matter of days on November 1st, blasting China for new restrictions on critical minerals. Experts say would raise the costs on everything from electronics to clothes. It's just the latest twist in the president's on and off again global trade war. Just as he announced progress with China, he abruptly ended all trade negotiations with Canada, accusing the country of running, quote, fraudulent ads that use President Ronald Reagan's own words to criticize tariffs.
But over the long run, such trade barriers hurt every American worker.
Loki, you can use Ronald Reagan for a lot of the shit that the Trump administration is doing as a direct counter. Like, not even a joke. It's pretty wild. The evolution of the Republican Party has been pretty crazy. Like, directionally speaking, they're obviously still headed in the right-wing direction. It's just that, like, broader attitudes have shifted.
And consumed.
The president now says he will impose an additional 10% tariff on Canadian imports, refusing to meet with Prime Minister Mark Carney, even as they both attend the same summit in South Korea this week.
I'm not going to be meeting with them for a while, no. I'm very happy with the deal we have right now.
He's mad. They're ruining my big, beautiful deals. I'm not going to be meeting with that Mark Carney, that I call him Marx Carney, like Karl Marx.
We're going to let it ride.
So the president would not say when those additional tariffs would go into effect. He did tell.
It's ironic because the Ontario Conservative government launched this ad, not the federal Liberals law. I mean, yeah, but who cares? From his perspective, he just feels betrayed by Canada. Any Canadian that said something about me is worthy of scrutiny for the entire country. How dare you? I will annex you, Marx.
Reporters, though, that he would like to meet with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un while here in Asia, although he did not necessarily say when that would happen, that he'd be open to extending his trip. So far, nothing is planned, Robin.
We'll see what happens there, Rachel. Thank you.
The president's Asia trip took him to Japan today. He is meeting with the country's emperor. Also on.
Yeah, he met with the emperor and he touched the emperor's back, which was interesting. But then again, in line with what America has done to the Japanese emperor since World War II. So
on this 5-day trip, a high-stakes meeting with China's Xi Jinping, talk about everything from trade to TikTok. Nancy Cordes is with the president in Tokyo and has got the latest on the story. Nancy, good morning. What can you tell us?
Good morning, Gail. Well, I can tell you that the president just landed here in Tokyo a couple of hours ago, the second stop on his 3-country swing through Asia. And the big news here in Asia is the apparent breakthrough over the weekend in U.S.-China trade talks after 6 months of tension.
President Trump's first stop here in Tokyo was the Imperial Palace, where he was greeted by the emperor.
Little guy. Big position by such a little man.
Trump got a welcome fit for royalty in Kuala Lumpur, too, and even joined in as Malaysian dancers performed for him on the tarmac.
What the fuck? Yo, I did not. What is that, dude? What the? I didn't see this one. I was following the Asia trip closely, and I missed this. That's so stupid.
Or two, and even
oh God, he's so fucking old. He brought out the double dick suck for the Malaysian dancers.
Malaysian dancers performed for him on the tarmac.
How long did this go for?
In Malaysia, the president did one of the things.
Where is Ian? Bring me Ian. That's my strongest warrior, Ian Miles Chung. I'm bringing him back with me so we can finally see Portland. After I save Portland from the ashes that remain as a consequence of socialist, communist, fascist mobilization in Portland that the military is stamping out. Where's my big, beautiful Ian Miles Wrong? They call him. I call him Ian Miles Strong. That's his name. Believe it.
He likes best sign deals,
Well, this is so exciting.
including a new peace agreement between Cambodia and Thailand that Trump helped to broker.
I wish you smile.
But there is one deal the entire world is watching for, a trade deal between the two largest economies, the United States and China.
I think we'll have a good deal with China, and they want to make a deal, and we want to make a deal.
President Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping have been trading threats for months. China stopped buying U.S. soybeans and vowed to block sales of rare earth minerals that are crucial to high-tech manufacturing. Trump, in turn, vowed to impose an additional 100% tariff on Chinese imports starting next month.
I believe that is effectively off the table.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said there was a breakthrough just this weekend in talks with his Chinese counterpart, and he said both sides walked back those damaging threats.
The soybean farmers are going to be extremely happy with this deal for this year and for the coming years.
Yeah, I don't think they can be happy with this year's deal, considering that's just not how agriculture works. Like, I don't think they can magically restructure the crops that they have to burn, basically, that was supposed to go to China. Like, what are they supposed to do? Is kind of over for this year, don't you think? I guess they are, they got 0 orders. But I'm sure Trump will sign off on a fat check to make sure that the farmers are happy, you know? Yeah, they're going to get bailed out for at least this season, where they sold nothing. Shouts out to Donald Trump. Doesn't sound like Schumer is ready to fold on CR. He says Trump is dancing on the tarmac in Malaysia ahead of a health insurance cliff. Donald Trump may be having a nice time abroad, but people here at home are dreading open enrollment. Who do you think you are? That's Scott Bessent, Master Farmer. Oh my God, I saw that. Yeah, in the longer clip, Scott Bessent claims that he too is a soybean farmer. Does anyone have that clip? It's so stupid. He's like, well, you don't understand. I too am suffering from the soybean collapse because I too am what you would call a soybean farmer. Yeah, Bessent on American farmers being hurt by tariffs. Martha, in case you don't know it, I'm actually a soybean farmer, so I felt the pain
term,
too.
I know they have met before. The president has also said he does want our farmers to be taken care of. You did mention that China has been boycotting American soybeans, and American farmers have really suffered. Do you see a real light at the end of the tunnel there? They may allow soybeans again?
Well, Martha, in case you don't know it, I'm actually a soybean farmer, so I have felt this pain too. And there are a couple of things happening here. One, the Chinese have substantially dropped their purchases to almost 0. So they unfortunately have been using American farmers who are amongst President Trump's biggest supporters. I think he had more than 90%.
I'm what you would call a soybean farmer myself. You know. I'm just as much as a soybean farmer as Scott Bessent is. He claims to be a soybean farmer because he owns farmland that he rents out to the soybean farmers. I am a soybean farmer myself because I like Chinese food and therefore eat a lot of soybeans and also use soy sauce. So I guess we're all technically, to a certain degree, associated with the the agricultural production of soy. you know, many of us, who amongst us?
Support. And then this was one of the biggest crops in 20 or 30 years, so it was a perfect storm. But I think we have addressed the farmers' concerns, and I'm not going to get ahead of the president, but I believe when the announcement of the deal with China is made public, that our soybean...
My landlord is a photo editor. Yeah, that's how it works. If your landlord is renting to you, then they, by transitive property, take over your job in the workforce.
Farmers will feel very good about what's going on. Both
Yeah,
for
I'm sure you can relate to the farmers with your $500 million net worth. And yeah, here it is. Confronted with this fact by host Martha Raddatz. On ABC's This Week, Trump Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, a former hedge fund manager who boasts a net worth of more than $500 million and who rents $25 million in farmland out to soybean farmers, tried to paint himself as the common farmer who understands the American farmer's pain. It's funny because we've moved beyond kulaks at this point, right? Because farmers, by and large, like in the way that we actually look at farmers, like they are also business owners, right? The farmer coalition is not the farm hands, the actual agricultural workers, but instead those who own the business that hire the workers to do the job, right? Some farms are owned and operated by the families and whatnot, but for the most part, farmers themselves are also owners, right? Owners of business, capital owners. And that's the reason why they vote alongside the reactionary line, no matter what that same reactionary administration will end up doing to their bottom line, right? Having said that, Scott Bessent has taken this to its maximalist position by being the fucking farm landowner that the other farmers who are also business owners rent from. Fucking awesome. It's double capitalism. Yeah, and of course, what's really funny is we literally did the same thing last Trump term. China must be laughing at how stupid we are to repeat the exact same mistake verbatim. Yeah, it's hilarious because China already did this last time Trump tried to do the exact same thing. So the farmers actually experienced this once, and then they still turned around and voted for Donald Trump, which is hilarious. And then they did it again, and they're like, oh my God, how could this have happened? How could this have happened again? It's like, I don't know, man. He said he was going to do it. Why were you not listening? Oh, amazing stuff. Amazing stuff.
Bessent says that Trump and Xi might finalize that deal when they sit down in South Korea later this week. And Bessent said he also got Chinese sign-off on a deal to transfer the U.S. operations of TikTok to new owners, so China doesn't have as much access to Americans.
Trump refuses to rule out third term. Says, I have the best poll numbers. Nice.
To be able to run and potentially win a third term in 2028. Is that something you'd be willing to challenge the court to be?
Well, I haven't really thought about it. We have some very good people, as you know. But I have the best poll numbers I've ever had. I mean, I just solved 8 wars and a 9th is coming. I believe Russia, Ukraine will happen.
You said that for 2028, there are very good people.
Well, we have great people. Well, I don't have to get into that, but we have one of them standing right here. We have JD, obviously. The vice president is great. I think Marco's great. I think, I'm not sure if anybody would run against us. I think if they ever formed a group, it would be unstoppable. I really do. I believe that. I would love to do it. I have my best numbers ever. It's very terrible. I have my best numbers. If you read it, am I not ruling it out? I mean, you'll have to tell me. All I can tell you is that we have a great group of people, which they don't.
I don't think this shit's sweet, man. I don't like when he fucking jokes like that. I don't like it at all. I've seen what this joke leads to. Okay? That's crazy. It's just, I got great numbers. I don't know. You tell me. Maybe I'll run again. Oopsie. It's just, I don't think he's joking when he says that. And I think that a lot of liberals are afraid, like a lot of liberals in positions of power, politicians in general are afraid of saying that this is not a joke because they don't want to come across as like silly if it doesn't happen. But they should be working towards Trump doing this. Okay? They should be trying to set up ways in which they cripple the administration moving in this direction, even if they're not outwardly stating that Donald Trump absolutely is trying to secure a third term or just permanently remain in power.
They have Jasmine Crockett, a low IQ person. They have AOC's low IQ. You give her an IQ test, have her pass like the exams that I decided to take when I was at Walter Reed. Those are very hard, they're really aptitude tests, I guess, in a certain way, but they're cognitive.
I have noticed he always hits women of color with the low IQ line, always. And then it's laughable because he follows it up by saying how high his IQ is because he took a fucking dementia test, dude. Brother, I can draw a clock. I can draw the clock so perfectly well. I can draw it. I draw it all the time. Can they draw a clock? Can AOC draw a clock? I don't think so. I'm so high IQ. She is so low IQ.
Let AOC go against Trump. Let Jasmine go against Trump. I don't think Jasmine, the first couple of questions are easy. A tiger, an elephant, a giraffe, you know. When you get up to about 5 or 6, and then when you get up to 10 and 20 and 25.
I can't believe he's, once again, he's talking about a basic competency test. He is talking about a fucking dementia test, man. If you are claiming that your basic competency test that you aced is a difficult test to quote unquote win, that's not giving me a lot of confidence about your brain processing power, you know? Come on, women, cameraman, TV, giraffe, elephant. I know all the animals. I know all the animals. I know them so well. I can call them out. Everyone says, Mr. President, you're so smart. You're so smart. Yeah, this is it. This is the test Trump took. Is a 10-minute screening for dementia. Isn't that fucking crazy? Yeah, it's literally draw a clock. Yeah, I saw this. I retweeted it. Hello, Mr. President. Out of curiosity, those doctors asked you to draw a clock by any chance? Was that part hard for you too? Asking for 340 million people. I also like that he got this wrong. A tiger, elephant, and a giraffe. Like, I'm sure it was actually a tiger and an elephant and a giraffe in the test that he took. But in my headcanon, he calls the lion a tiger and the rhinoceros a fucking elephant. And the camel a giraffe. That's right. Look at that giraffe. They have long necks. You know what it is. I'm sure there's a different version. Those animals are fixing the test. He's actually wrong. No, there's no way. Dude, come on. Come on, be for real. I think the president, I think Donald Trump, or most people, unless they are totally brain broken by dementia, can fucking spot the difference between a camel and a giraffe, man. Please stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Your delusion is showing. Grok, is this test standardized? The MoCA is a standardized test screening tool with fixed elements, including confrontation, naming 3 specific animal images: camel, lion, and rhinoceros. Trump scored perfectly 30-30, so he correctly identified those. The tiger, elephant, and giraffe he cited seem to be examples of a verbal fluency task, often animal category and naming cognitive exams, where responses aren't prescribed, but scored on quantity and uniqueness within time limits, allowing personal variation. Okay, I'm gonna believe that. I'm gonna believe that he actually got it wrong. In my head canon, okay, fuck it, we ball. This is literally like a child. Let AOC go against Trump. Let Jasmine go against Trump. The first couple questions are easy: a tiger, an elephant, a giraffe. When you get to about 5 or 6, then you get to about 10, 20, 25. They couldn't come close to answering any of those questions. I can't. The test is woke and biased towards people from MENA. It's woke. Oh my God. Hasan, do you do crypto? No, I do not. It's so nutty.
They couldn't come close to answering any of those questions.
They couldn't come close.
Walter Reed mentioned it.
They asked me what the date is. Who knows? Who knows what the date is? Question 20. That's right. Who knows? Nobody knows what the date is at any given moment, believe me.
Advanced medical imaging. Did you get an MRI? Can you tell us what
I
that
did.
was?
I got an MRI. It was perfect. Yeah. I mean, I gave you the full results. We had an MRI, and in the machine, you know, the whole thing, and it was perfect. Yeah.
Can you say what in particular they were?
You could ask the doctors.
The doctors. I asked, and they said it was a perfect MRI. What do you mean? What's a perfect MRI, man?
In fact, we have doctors traveling with us, but I think they gave you a very conclusive. Nobody has ever given you reports like I gave you. And if I didn't think it was going to be good, either I would let you know negatively, I wouldn't run, I'd do something. But the doctor said some of the best reports for the age, some of the best reports they've ever seen.
One theory on how you might try to serve a third term is that you could run as the vice president.
Yeah, I'd be allowed to do that.
Is it the White House or the White House counsels or your legal position?
No, you'd be allowed to do that, but I wouldn't. I wouldn't do it. I think it's too cute. Yeah, I would rule that out because it's too cute. I think the people wouldn't like that. It's too cute. It's not. It wouldn't be right.
We're going to begin this hour with something a lot of people are talking.
Oh my God. He's not disabled mentally. He's just stupid. I think it's a little bit of both. Why not both, chatter? I'm of the mindset that it might be both. Okay. All right. So that was the MRI. I got the perfect test scores saga right there. Speaking of which, I covered this already, but it bears repeating. Like in terms of Donald Trump's ambitions for continuing for a third term, Steve Bannon basically gave the game away here in this conversation on The Economist.
Trump 28. Trump is going to be president in 28, and people just ought to get accommodated with that.
So what about the 22nd Amendment?
There's many different alternatives. At the appropriate time, we'll lay out what the plan is, but there's a plan, and President Trump will be the president in 28.
There's a plan.
Yeah. Sammy Gold says, and he's right, the only thing stopping Trump from running for a third term is whether he wants to or not, or whether he's even alive. Nothing else matters. Yes. And of course, people who are professionally wrong, Dylan Esper, who is like mind broken by Israel so fucking hard that they're also saying that this is neurotic. I'm starting to admire the Republicans' operation here. They know Trump isn't getting a third term, but they also know they can induce panic among neurotic liberals who refuse to use their brains. Defining leak down, this was a paper handed out to reporters at CPAC this year, urging them to cover an unofficial event on the sidelines. Exclusive, a leaked CPAC press memo shows the third term project hosting a February 20th event titled The Case for Presidential Tenure Reform. They're openly arguing for a constitutional amendment to let Trump serve up to 3 terms, citing unfinished business and continuity. This isn't subtle anymore. It's a blueprint for permanent power. This is from before. That's not correct. You're missing the point. Let me know when you want to talk to someone. Pay close attention to their verbiage surrounding this. This should clue you into the broader picture. Wait, what? No, I'm saying that the ways, first of all, I'm saying that the ambition they have there is real, okay, as opposed to what people are saying could potentially happen. And I also personally think that, like, what Steve Bannon is mentioning here, what they are going to do is, instead of like a constitutional amendment, I think that they are going to say, just like Steve Bannon did, that the Constitution is supposed to vaguely protect the interests of the masses. And they're going to try and turn this into a referendum on whether or not he should serve a third term. And they're going to do it like they did before, where in the past, if you recall, they were able to block Supreme Court appointments. They were like, well, you know, let the people decide on who gets to pick the next Supreme Court justice. This is the end of the 8-year term here. This is ridiculous, right? Like, it's a similar thing that they're going to try and do, which is, once again, oh, well, let the people decide. And of course, I don't believe that the voting at that point will reflect what you understand voting to look like, whether it be with the vote watchers that he wants to place in the state of California and in other blue states, which will obviously actively depress turnout and try to strike fear. I think it's a multiple front agenda where I think that martial law also factors into this to a certain degree, whether by way of a hot war with Venezuela or the entire Latin American continent, the entire South American continent, or whether it be internal strife that escalates to some kind of, whether it be internal strife that escalates into some kind of martial law initiative. There's a definite chance he tries to run for re-election, but I don't think Bannon knows anything at all. He likes to exaggerate what he knows. No, I agree. Bannon likes to self-aggrandize and really beef up his importance. He'll talk to any media figure that presents him as a significant factor in the administration. He greatly overemphasizes his role here, for sure. Having said that, I do believe that there is ambition in the Trump administration to do this. Whether it'll be Steve Bannon and his strategies that play this role, or whether it be the Heritage Foundation and other institutionally important think tanks on the Republican side that play this role, it doesn't matter. But I'm sure there's a legion of lawyers that are actively trying to present this argument, this alternative right now, in the whichever way they can. He likes to exaggerate what he knows and how involved the admin he is. He's been doing it since like he was fired from Trump 1. Anything he says should be treated with a bucket of salt. Sure, but the main indication that he might run for a third term is because Steve Bannon keeps talking about it? No, that's not where this comes from. I mean, even this like leaked CPAC memo is a good example of this, that it's not just Steve Bannon. Like, even if this is the Republicans doing it on their own, fake leaking to the media, to stir up trouble and chaos and controversy. Oh, no, I meant the opposite. Trump said it himself. Oh, yes, exactly. Trump himself is saying it, yes. Yes, that is a major point. Even down to like the 2028 merchandise. Like they're doing it and they're testing the waters. Your mind is not this liberal brain broken. They're not going to use procedural tomfoolery that uses 12D chess moves. They're going to do something big, stupid, and blunt, then challenge anyone to stop them via courts or Congress. I'm saying that there is nothing more big and blunt than martial law due to internal strife caused by deployment of the military to blue cities, or martial law of some sort due to war, hot war with Venezuela. That's the biggest thing you can do. In any case, speaking of which, even if there is an election at all, California's Governor Gavin Newsom has signaled his interest in the 2028 White House bid. Let's take a look.
Talking about besides Halloween costumes, and that is already the presidential contest of 2028. Could it be ghoulish? We'll get into it. Of course, it's a...
Yeah, claiming the Venezuelan cartels are here already. No, it goes beyond that. So the way this works is you go to, let's say in a hypothetical situation, you go to war with Venezuela, you go to hot war with Venezuela. Then every single Venezuelan that's living on U.S. soil will be driven to internment camps, similar to the Japanese during World War II. But it goes beyond that, because then you can make an argument for every single Latino living on U.S. soil, American citizen and non-citizen alike. Because then it's like, oh, well, we have disloyal enemies living amongst ourselves. And it's not just the Latino population, it would be all political dissidents as well. Oh, well, this is a war, this is serious, and you guys are not taking this seriously. You're actually behaving as spoilers. You're actually engaging in treason. Because remember, conscientious objectors were thrown into prison. People who dissented against involving the United States in World War I, for example, like Eugene Debs, literally was thrown in jail for their participation in the anti-war protests. In times of war, and not the proxy wars that we see, but like in times of all-out warfare, state versus state warfare, and not like the recent history's counterinsurgency battles and proxy wars that are happening overseas, but like direct war with an entire nation state, the government goes completely overboard with what they can get away with at the behest of vague gestures towards national security. I bet you 10K the reasoning they will use to dub socialist orgs as international terrorist groups. The idea/ideal of internationalism, yes. All right,
early, yes, very early. But the speculation is out there. Who's going to run, who's not? In an interview for CBS Sunday Morning, California's Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom told Robert Costa he will be considering it.
I'm looking forward to who presents themselves in 2028 and who meets that moment. And that's the question for the American people.
Is it fair to say after the 2026 midterms, you're going to give it serious thought?
Yeah, I'd be lying otherwise. I'd just be lying, and I can't do that.
Bob Costa joins us now. Bob, wonderful interview, wonderful conversation. I'm curious what the governor said he'll base his decision on when it comes to 2028, and who else are you hearing might be jumping into the race?
Great to be with you. Tony, sometimes in politics, what people say matters, but what people do really tells you what's going on. We followed Governor Newsom not just to California for this interview, but to South Carolina. And when the California governor is in South Carolina, that's a pretty big tell. He's thinking hard about running for president in 2028. No firm decisions yet, but he sees a real opening. He was a close ally of President Biden in 2024 when President Biden was facing a lot of criticism. And he sees a path ahead, his allies tell me, should he decide to run, as someone who could bring the party together and be a fighter against President Trump. You see the governor fighting against the president, not just on policy, on immigration and the National Guard, but on social media with his satire of President Trump. But he's not the only one. You have Vice President Harris, the former vice president, out there with her book, and she says, "I'm not done." She told the BBC that in recent days, and that tells you there are not only 2 Californians, but so many others. The Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, a number of senators, they're all seeing an opening in 2028. A lot will depend on next year's midterms and where the party really is.
Bob, one of the big questions is whether Republicans will see an opening. President Trump's former strategist Steve Bannon gave an interview to The Economist suggesting that Trump would one way or another get a 3rd term, even though it's illegal. Take a listen.
Trump 28. Trump is going to be president in 28, and people just ought to get accommodated with that.
So what about the 22nd Amendment?
There's many different alternatives. At the appropriate time, we'll lay out what the plan is.
So, Bob, the 22nd Amendment, pretty plain as day. It's very clear. A person cannot be elected to president more than twice. So what do you make of Bannon's comments?
Plain as day, to be sure. The U.S. Constitution says 2 terms only. But what's also plain as day, Tony, is that President Trump is close to Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon's close to people in Congress. And many Republicans want to see the president renominated in 28, despite what the Constitution says. And that could create a real legal showdown. If he is renominated and the president accepts the nomination in 2028 again, despite the Constitution, you could have the Congress and the courts really face a standoff over whether this could move forward. And the courts would ultimately have a huge say, perhaps the say, over whether that could happen. But we're in such an unprecedented moment when you have the president's allies, some of his top allies, like Steve Bannon, actively toying with the idea of pushing him to be the candidate in 2028. And just see what happens. That's something that could be historic and also troubling for many Democrats who worry Trump's pushing the Constitution, pressuring it in an unnecessary way.
That would be pretty open defiance. I would imagine, if not the Constitution, the ambition of other Republicans would hold the president in check on this one. They want to be president, too, but we shall see. Bob, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
As the government shutdown drags into the start of its 4th week, millions feeling...
Let's talk about the Venezuela aspect of this.
No.
Because 60 Minutes, also led by Barry Weiss, did a piece on why we must go to war with Venezuela. So that $150 million is coming in. Remember, this is precisely the reason why Barry Weiss was put in power. Okay? So that she can use the pre-existing remaining prestige of CBS and 60 Minutes to present a more moderate version of the same war on terror narratives that already existed in the buildup to the Iraq War. Do we have the full 60 Minutes one? Like this segment? Oh, Jesus Christ. 60 Minutes was already pro-CIA, pro-State Department, but it's going to get even worse from this point. Anyway, that was the 60 Minutes piece that they did on Venezuela. Absolutely nutty shit. Oh, what a fucking ridiculous, what a crock of shit. Here, this is actually a pretty decent analysis that summarizes my thoughts as well. Without Obama's drone strikes at weddings and hospitals, Trump couldn't blow up fishing boats in the Caribbean today. Without Bush and Cheney's war on terror doctrine in 2002, Obama couldn't bomb 7 different countries in 2016. Without Biden's 1995 Omnibus Counterterrorism Act, the Bush administration couldn't have had a Patriot Act. Without Clinton and Biden's 1994 crime bill ramping up the war on drugs, you wouldn't have had a sweeping mandate for state-sanctioned systematized racism legitimized in policy. If the CIA hadn't trafficked cocaine into American cities to finance terrorists in Nicaragua, you wouldn't have had a crack epidemic or needed a war on drugs. If Obama and Biden hadn't built the detention facilities in the cages as he expanded ICE and deported more people than every president before him combined, Trump wouldn't have been able to separate families and lock up children today. If Biden hadn't sent in police and arrested college kids for standing up for Palestine, if Biden hadn't had masked agents in unmarked vans snatching up activists during George Floyd uprisings. Wait, what? If Biden? I think he means Trump. If Trump hadn't had masked agents in unmarked vans to snatch up, unmarked vans to snatch up George Floyd uprisings in cities like Portland and Seattle, Trump couldn't be doing that today. This doesn't make sense. I don't think it was Biden that did that. But in any case, the point that this person is making is the same point that I've made over and over again, which is that there is a logical through line. Every single administration that has come prior to the Trump administration, including the Trump administration in the first term, has greatly expanded on executive overreach and has seen zero pushback from Congress. Okay? If Obama hadn't violently mobilized the state with weapons of war against demonstrators in Ferguson and Baltimore, this part is true. Through the powers granted by the overturning of the 1878 Pasta Comitatus Act, Trump couldn't be sending in the military to cities either today. If Obama hadn't overturned decades-old law to militarize and empower the police and detain citizens and residents as he curtails civil liberties and locked up whistleblowers for espionage, Trump couldn't be doing so much of all that either today. Trump isn't implementing wave after wave of brutal state repression out of the blue. The tendencies have always existed, the legal apparatus to justify it and the mechanisms to enforce it were refined and tested out over the years across administrations, all to get us to this moment. Yeah. Every single administration, including the Democratic administrations that have continued along this same trajectory, have made it so that one day you would have a president like Donald Trump who would take advantage of that. Okay? Would absolutely take advantage of that. This is why I always say Donald Trump is not an aberration. He is unique in many respects. But part of his uniqueness stems from the fact that he is just meeting the moment. Okay? He is just the guy who's crazy enough to sign off on it permanently and completely. One example that I routinely use is the Abraham Accords. The Trump administration under the first term kickstarted the Abraham Accords process, completely writing out Palestinians from the equation, cutting out the Palestinians in a conversation that revolved around Israel's handling of the Palestinians in its apartheid state. And yet, the Biden administration continued along that same trajectory. Biden enthusiastically followed the Abraham Accords and tried to solidify it, tried to finalize it until October 7 happened. And in the aftermath of October 7, he gave Israel the go-ahead to do whatever kind of genocidal ambition it wanted to seek out. He gave Israel the weapons. A solid data point for Mamdani, the early voter electorate so far looks notably bluer than in 2024. Through day 3 of 2025 New York City early voting, 74% registered D, 12% registered R. 2024 EV, 70% registered D, 13% registered R. It's a little bit better. But isn't countries that signed the accord wanting it? Wait, what do you mean? They're signing an accord over. They're signing an accord to normalize relations with Israel without talking about the most consequential aspect of why they have not signed an accord prior. The existence of Palestinians living under Israeli sovereignty. Those countries have all had long-standing relations with Israel and the United States of America. This process was an open normalization. Remember when you were endorsing Kamala? What? What is it? Did I actually cause Kamala Harris to lose by refusing to endorse her, or did I endorse her? Which one is it? I get hit by everybody on every issue. Ridiculous. Yes, we filmed the New Yorker Festival for the chatters that are asking. We filmed it and we'll release it. I got to, before we talk about the government shutdown, I got to cover this insane Homath guy. One of Asman Roach's favorite content creators. Okay? So this person, Bailey Moon, responds to Ben M. Freeman, who says, "Do not vote for Zohran Mamdani." Now, when you look at where Ben M. Freeman is coming from, I don't even think he is a New York resident. Maybe I'm wrong. But in any case, this girl says, "Too bad I did today," as in voted for Zohran Mamdani. This caused people to lose their fucking minds. Okay? Including this guy. Homath equals psychomath. This is it, friends. This is where I come from. These are the fires in which my disgust was forged. The vacant stare, the Miss America smile, the trappings of middle-class conformist consumerism, the self-assured, momentary, tell me I'm pretty pose, clashing with the lack of effort and self-presentation, and the impatience of choosing an unflattering background, the smug, condescending delivery of the message, I have done what you wanted me not to do. All of it completely irrelevant to the topic at hand, forced awkwardly in front of it, obscuring it, replacing it, upstaging it, or so she hopes. Standing between you and what matters, she says only, look at me. Look at the difficulty I've caused for you. Witness the joy that I can only derive from being your problem. This is not about politics. She doesn't understand them. She doesn't even think she knows better than you. She only knows that you can't tell her what to do. She doesn't even think she has power. She only knows that you have even less. And this is where she places her heart. When the bill for her foolishness comes due, oh, how her expression will change. No longer a bold and toothy smile. Now a pouting bottom lip. No longer a triumphant hand in presentation of her own radiance. Now, through the eyebrow scowl, arms folded, no longer an empowered, educated feminist, now a hapless princess in need. A real man pays the bill without asking. She offers nothing. She demands everything. She will never be held accountable for the destructiveness of her choices. She will be celebrated then as she is now, not for her contributions, but because where she is celebrated is where she will choose to be. She is the table, and the table is set. And she placed her order, and all that now remains is waiting to be served. I think we need to institutionalize people like this. Controversial opinion. But if you see someone being like, lol, I voted for Zohran, and it causes you to write Sephiroth-style screeds from an incel position about women in society, you need to get medical treatment, like, instantly. Now, I'm seeing a lot of chatter say, oh, sterilization now. You think this motherfucker has the capacity to reproduce? Are you kidding me? First of all, if he did, this wouldn't happen. Okay? This is a self-solving problem, okay? On the sterilization front. Don't worry about that. Ian Miles Chong's ChatGPT. Clearly, ChatGPT written version is even funnier. This is the vanity that ignites the bonfire of self-sabotage, where privilege masquerades as defiance and the mirror eclipses the... What the fuck did this... Why is this lady bricking people so hard? What is going on, man? I think we're fucking cooked, dude. We're fucking cooked. Here. The ponytail pulled high, like a flag of casual conquest. The earbud dangling, a whisper of distraction in an already echo-chambered mind. The grin that's all teeth and no teeth. It's all bright, performative, the kind that says, I've won the argument, by not engaging it. Her words, a shrug in text form. Too bad I did today. Not an explanation, not a rationale, just a taunt wrapped in faux regret, a middle finger flipped with a wink. She's not debating policy. She's declaring independence from advice, from consequence, from the very stakes that affect everyone around her. You said don't, she implies, so I did, and here's my face to prove it. She doesn't grasp the irony that is bucking in the warning. She's courting the very erosion that safeguards she takes for granted. Those rights she has, they're privileges. She will lose them. And when she does, she'll blame you for giving her the lighter she used to set her house on fire. She contributes a pixel to the chaos, yet claims the whole screen, entitled to echo, oblivious to the void. She is the echo chamber itself, resonant, reflective, and utterly empty. All because she voted for a guy that wants universal childcare, fast and free buses, and a rent freeze for rent stabilized units in New York. That's it. That's what this is, by the way. That's literally what this is. I hope people understand that's what's going on here. I think she responded and said, dude, this is the second time you posted about me in 12 hours. You have got to calm down. Don't flatter yourself. I post about patterns, not people. You just volunteered as the example. We used to bully people like this, man. What happened? To fucking bully people like this. We used to just point and laugh at motherfuckers that did shit like this in public. And now, in the age of everything is online, all of those who were bullied can run around and find community and live in their own filth. I don't understand it. I genuinely don't understand it. It's those who were bullied in perpetuity turning around and finding comfort that there are others who are just as mentally ill as they are. This is, I don't know. This is just so crazy. Get white people on the internet mad enough and they'll start talking like Sasuke Uchiha. Yeah. It's true. The societal field shifted towards them because they got no one else to listen to. The picture is definitely her, by the way. It's just the app that puts fake smiles on people, Lamau. The reason right-wingers are mad is right-wingers think all feminists all feminists or left-wing women are ugly, blue-haired, polycule enjoyers, so the fact that a conventionally attractive woman is leftist doesn't compute for them. Yeah, except if they were in the fucking real world, they would realize that that's not how this goes at all. You know? Like, that's just not how this this has nothing to do with anything. You know what I mean? People's like physical attractiveness is not slotted into some kind of political orientation. It's so stupid. New name, Psychomath. History's manliest and most hilarious sex genius. That's his description. Bro trying to go after Stavros too? Who? Also, the funniest part about Ian Miles Chong getting upset about this is that he lives in fucking Malaysia. So he can't even hit the Islamophobic lines because he lives in fucking Malaysia. I don't know, man. This is just so broken. If the guy in this photo says he wants to save young men, the police should probably start listening. Nothing says mentor like a middle-aged man in a cat ears and a velour tracksuit. I mean, Ian Miles Wrong has gotten no motion for quite a while. This is the highest amount of recognition he could possibly get in the last couple of years. Look at this. There's 45 likes, bro. Come on. Yeah, he has fallen the fuck off. When will people learn half these people's posts are just clear engagement bait? I think that there is enough people who do truly agree with this sentiment, or at least find this to be like a courageous moment for someone to tell it like it is. You know what I mean? Like, I love how angry right-wing men get when you're pretty and have a different view to them. It takes a whole new genre of misogyny. When you're pretty and have a different view, this is actually seriously what happens in their minds. They cannot process the results of different ideologies any further than I have an idea and you have an idea, so we're equal, like kindergarten. And then they look, wait, what? Wait, this is kind of like this used to be the right-wing position against liberals, which was, oh, it's just a difference in opinion. Why are you getting so mad about it? And then they look for what could be causing negative emotion. Of course, the first thing they find is everyone wants to fuck me. That's it. That's all that's in there. Ideas are interchangeable and everything just happens as a response to my sexuality. No, I think in your situation, it's that's not always the case, but your response, like this person's response to something that is not all that significant, like a silly response being taken super sincerely, it kind of does feel like you have some pathological sexual desire here. And she has no clue why we wouldn't want people like this voting, and she never will. They keep doing it. Even when you explain it, they do it again. It's literally, you cannot process the fact that there are many ideologies out there, none of them absolute, and everyone is entitled to their own. You've literally repeated your own ignorance. Now shut the fuck up and mind your own fucking business. Yeah. She has no concept of maps and territories. If she could conceive that concept, she would explain, we just have different territories, and she would be right, but not for the right reason. My wife decides using feelings, then she uses her reason to justify the choice. What the fuck? Homath is a prolific misogynist. His tweets, I know. I'm familiar with Homath. I know. He's one of the he's one of the most insane. The problem isn't that he's insane. Insane people have always existed. The problem is there are other people just as insane that he has a career posting like this. I'm 40. Oh my God. I was 16 on January 1st, 2000. I spent 4 years in college, 6 years living in my hometown, and then 10 years in big blue cities. During that time, Gen Z women grew up and became, oh my God, he's 40. I did not know that. My life experience is based almost entirely on millennial women. The TikTok girlies are exactly like them, only a bit, and then it's not a clickable. How is there a ... more on there, but it's not even like a clickable long tweet? I mean, this quite literally is no more Mr. Nice Guy. Wait, what? No more Mr. Nice Guy? I feel guilty when I say no. Practical female psychology for the practical man, the rational male to start. Oh my God, this guy is sincerely posting this. Oh my God, I thought he was making fun of Homath by being like, no more Mr. Nice Guy. Oh, it's a pause for effect. Oh. It's italicized text. He edited the formatting on Twitter. Incredible. You're cooked too. Dude is way too old to be dating Gen Z women. He's like 14 years old in the older Gen Z. What the fuck? I watched like one of his vids for the drawings, then quickly found out his autistic hyperfixation is misogyny. Yeah. I think one of the saddest parts about this kind of shit is that like guys, young men especially, and even older men who are mentally stunted do not realize that these guys cannot give them any advice because they have no relevant experience in the field. So all they end up doing, all what these guys end up doing is basically just coddle these people and push them further into the depths of hating women. That's their entire goal. It's just coddling. It blows my mind that people people don't see it. Their purpose here is not to help you navigate the treacherous nature of interpersonal relations with the other gender. Okay, it's not about like teaching you how to navigate talking to women and find a lifelong partner or whatever. It's just about making you feel like, you know, you're not at fault at all. You've done nothing. You've done all the right things. And that women don't want to fuck you regardless. And not because of your stinky vibes, stinky demeanor, or just like literal stink. And because you're entitled to this pussy and they won't give you what you were entitled to because they've deluded themselves into thinking they have any autonomy in this process. And all that does is teach people, mostly young men, and even some older men that behave like silly little boys, that there is no way out of this, that you should just hate women. Fuck it. You should just give up. They get really mad when your aesthetics don't match what they think of a leftist woman should look like. Ugly, unfuckable. Some fashion try to ask me out in an academic function. I always wear my wedding band, so what the fuck? I said no. He's not talking over me and interrupting me since then. It's exhausting in mostly male environments. I think that's part of the reason why I brick a lot of fucking right-wing and reactionary brains as well. Because they've like fancied themselves to they see themselves as like beacons of masculinity, but they don't actually look the part. And these guys are lizard brain for the most part, and they fucking despise it. Oh, this was my favorite. I saw this tweet. I couldn't believe it. They were gamers, anime and manga fans, and pop culture commentators who never touch politics. But as the world drifted from truth and woke politics invaded our hobbies, many content creators turned political to defend their passions. Leftists, thriving on lies and disinformation, hate it when apolitical people join the fray, facing death threats, false allegations, and insane propaganda from the mentally unwell, and are labeled grifters. As George Orwell puts it, George Orwell, the further a society drifts from the truth, the more it will hate those who speak it. More people are getting red pilled daily, unable to tolerate the nonsense promoted by mainstream news. So when I first saw this, I thought it was a joke. Like, I thought this person was like making a joke collage to make fun of these fucking losers, right? Nope. Nope. Turns out this is something that this person genuinely believes. And it turns out that, like, this is how the fandom of these content creators also see themselves as. Every single person on this list, if you were to try to explain their positions to a random person in the real world, or what they do, or the space that they occupy online, most people in the real world would look at you like, what do you mean a cartoon pedophile Nazi that defends Israel unconditionally is constantly talking about, you know, video games not serving his sexual desires and how this is a grand scheme by woke. What? Get a fucking life, man. I want this on the record. I'm a sexless 39-year-old Warhammer nerd who's not angry at women or really at anything. Every time I see one of these hateful fucks, I'm so grateful that I'm not built like that. My advice to young men, just be normal and relax. Yes. Speaking of incel culture, there was this video from The Guardian on TikTok about that is about a guy who brought himself out of the incel pipeline and made me a bit hopeful.
Like, hey, we just want to be better with dating. We just want better social skills, right? And then before you know it, you're talking about like women are dogs and you need to train them. When I was 17, I fell down the red pill pipeline and I managed to get myself out about 5 years later. The term red pill comes from the movie The Matrix. So it's basically saying that you have a truth or knowledge no one else seems to have. They would say that society is gynocentric, which means that society caters to women, that women only want the top 20% of guys. And this isn't true. I would say at 17, I was socially awkward, very introverted. I felt I was ugly in high school. So I went on YouTube and looked up tips regarding dating and women.
The thing is, this kind of stuff works very well for an audience that has given up on existing in the real world. And as we spend more time on the internet, and as stuff on the internet now has the capacity to change the way we see the real world more and more, those guys dominate, even if they never go outside. That's a big problem. That is a major issue. Because you don't go outside, law, brother. I am the most outside, despite the fact that I exist in this unique space where I am permanently online, but also every moment that I'm not permanently online is a moment where I'm outside. I mean, even yesterday, here we go. Wait, what? What do you mean, here we go? What are you afraid of the truth? Like, are you afraid of hearing objective reality? What do you mean? Why are you going, la, 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 I can't hear you. I don't want to hear you. Don't ban me for fuck's sake. I'm not. Now you're fantasizing about potentially being oppressed. I was just going to simply explain to you that what you're saying is wrong, because I was literally at a fucking major rally surrounded by 13,000 people yesterday. And before then, spoke at a conference, spoke at a festival. It's perhaps the most opposite of being permanently inside. Not only that, but I also spent a good deal of time earlier this morning talking about the benefits of being outside as opposed to constantly remaining indoors. Why the fuck don't I see that? It's a good question. That is a good question. It's one that you got to ask yourself, I think. Yeah, he wasn't in here yesterday. Anyway, I'm pretty sure sexual humiliation is what the left does all the time. They project their own insecurities being mentally stunted, which is why the projection people use calling everyone mentally ill is a confession from leftists. The left uses humiliation tactics to avoid education. This is why people think education is racist and offensive. Yeah, it's the left that feels like education is racist and offensive. You're right. Out of the two major parties, which one is the one that's actively engaging in battle against education, claiming it's woke and libtarded? And result to educating themselves in idols and people who tell them what to believe. It's a flaw in education, shaming people who doesn't work. It just creates a tribal justice mindset. Okay. So, don't you play basketball with people all the time? I do. I watch a good amount. I miss a fuck ton, I guess. Republicans are clearly fascist. Yes. In any case, sometimes it's okay to engage in a little bit of social ostracization towards people who are demonstrating socially maladaptive behavior. Writing a long screed about a woman for posting a selfie about herself saying she voted for Zohran Mamdani of that. If you see a random girl online saying, well, I did vote for Zohran Mamdani, okay, against a post that was demanding that people not do that, and you write multiple paragraphs, yeah, that's not normal behavior. That's objectively abnormal behavior. And I think it's important to call it out. It's very strange. It's very strange to get offended at calling something like that out. And it goes back to the same cycle of demanding coddling. Also, of course, like the end point of that screed is that women shouldn't be able to vote. I think everyone has the capacity to rehabilitate themselves and change. We're in the process of watching someone literally go through the motions of doing so. Okay? But just as the sense of community building plays a formative role in capturing the attention of these young men, preying on their insecurities and pushing them further and further into this black-pilled environment, I think a little bit of pushback is necessary so that some of these guys understand that their positions are wrong. I think belittling works very well. The reason why it works very well is because it actually robs you of the power that you think you have. Because if people were to fear what that person is saying, then they're left with the notion that, like, oh, I'm doing something right because these people are negatively polarized against me because they fear me, because they fear the truth. But if your goal is to shame these people a little bit, I think that hurts a little bit harder. But make no mistake, my ultimate goal always has been to show an alternative vision. To show that there is a different path.
And it eventually led me down this deep dark hole. It was able to kind of take the weight of blame off of myself. Like, actually, women are the ones in control. You're actually the victim in this situation. It's a very appealing thing to be the victim. I didn't view it as like, I've got to put them down type of thing. Like, it was saying that, hey, we understand why you feel bad. If you just learn what we have to give you, you'll be the one winning here soon. Before you know it, you're commenting, you're reading more of it, but at the same time, you're distrustful of the women around you. You're distrustful of people around you because you think they don't know what you know. It just degrades your own mental health. You start, without even realizing it, isolating yourself. I actually felt really embarrassed if people caught me, which kind of is a telltale sign that's probably you should be watching it. I first started questioning my beliefs when I went through a breakup. Me and a friend of mine, we went to a cabin party. I started crying in front of one of the girls who I liked there. This girl responded rather with like shame and disgust that the red pill told me that they would react. She was actually like really kind about it. And that kind of made me think, what if I'm wrong? And then afterwards, I was bar hopping with a group of guys, and a few of them were red pilled. It was the first time actually meeting other red pill guys, and I could just kind of see how bitter and angry they were. There was
there it is. There it is, dude. That's when the internet world and the real world collide, and you realize that behavior that is rewarded in the circles that you're normally in on the internet, when matched against real world experiences, all of a sudden, it creates that sense of shame.
this one guy, and he was trying to do pickup techniques. It was obvious that the girls weren't liking it at all, but he kept getting more and more aggressive. I'm like, is this how I see the world? And it kind of disgusted me. I feel very guilty and ashamed because it's just like, you really thought that, man? Like, this is totally unnuanced. The reason I say it's compared to a cult, they don't like outsiders. They don't like outside thought. A lot of the comments started also sounding the same too. There was no original thought. There's a lot of, you guys make me feel like I'm at home, complaining about women, reappeal the 19th. That's the amendment that allows women to vote. There was a lot of rage. I have a mom, I have women friends, so it would be kind of like, I don't want to take away their rights. And then over time, they got really disgusting. I don't feel comfortable saying some of the other stuff I saw, just vile, misogynistic comments. That was another thing that helped me realize my beliefs in the red pill were wrong. When I first started to decide to actively stop watching red pill content, it was like flooding my feed. I would just click not interested, not interested. But regardless, they just kept appearing over and over. So yeah, it took me roughly about a year. I'm on ex-red pill forums to help other people out like I would have helped me out. Helping others too is kind of maybe a way of like rectifying it. So something I wish that someone would told me when I was in the red pill, not everyone who tells you that you're right is your friend. I feel like content creators in the red pill, they don't believe sincerely what.
Yup. Fucking nailed it. And it's so funny because, like, if you have any social experience, any normal social experience as an adult, you instantly clock these guys as being deeply insecure. And I mean the content creators. They are always putting on a front. This bravado, this machismo, or what they claim is like masculine energy is a show. It's pure theater. And it's actually making up for what they feel, what they are insecure about. It's all fake. And there's never been a moment where I've seen any of these guys and thought, wow, that's a real confident guy. It's super performative. And it's ironic because it's much more performative than what some people on the internet call like performative males. I was in that pipeline until I ran into a HasanAbi production compilation of e-girls thirsting over you. I realized my goats at the time are no pussy-having losers and needed to emulate you. 6 years later, I don't even care about women, just reading books and debating right-wingers online. Fuck you, Hasan. You ruined my life. So they're using hating women to make it a political persecution towards women rather than self-help. That makes a lot of sense. That's exactly what it is. It's dude, everyone wants to feel welcome, okay? Everyone wants to feel like they have no responsibility over their own demise. And to a certain degree, systemic factors play a major role in this, for sure. But it's not feminism. Usually, if we're talking about systemic factors harming you from the outset, I'm on board when you talk about capitalism. But when you talk about like women's emancipatory movements or women wanting to have equality as the major reason as to why there's this dynamic, it's just so it's silly. It's just people trying to desperately shift the attention away from whatever their own personal failures might be, and instead of addressing said personal failures, going to men who are projecting their insecurities and having them coddle them to say, you're not at fault at all. It's actually the women who are at fault because they're feminist. Women believe that they should have equality, and that's bullshit. That's why you don't get the pussy that you're entitled to. How do we fix this? I mean, one of the only ways to fix this is just by having better thought leaders and better male role models like Low Key. And also getting these dudes to fucking work. What about women's wrongs? What about it? Fatlo tweeted about you. Does Matt Bernstein have any shame? Wait, I can answer that. Hasan Parker's a misogynist, animal abusing, terrorist loving moron, but grifters of a feather flock together. When are all of you free Palestine Jew haters going to wake up? Fatlo.
They say, and they're only saying it to get money and time out of you. Feminism is not bad. It's required in today's society. Also, men and women have different preferences, and sometimes you won't meet them. That's nothing personal. I think community is the solution for this. The isolation and self-involved nature of these is what's leading people down these rabbit holes. There are still lots of men, especially young men, who are being introduced to these philosophies. And if I can avoid anyone from feeling the loneliness and rage and isolation I felt when I was that young, that's a win. You start out, if you're just like, hey, we just want to be better with dating. We just want better social skills.
W growth. Insane growth. I think it's notable that what got him to realize he was in the wrong was a moment of connection and vulnerability with another person is so important is why these Red Pill creators will encourage men to isolate and put up a wall. Exactly. And a lot of these dudes are, after getting their brains broken by shit that they see online, a lot of these dudes will self-isolate, exactly like a cult. They'll self-isolate so they never have to be corrected at all. Not realizing that that is actually hurting them even further. But yeah, a little bit of pushback in that regard is necessary, in my opinion. It's certainly necessary when you're trying to show people that this is not the way, you know? When you're trying to show people that this is not socially acceptable. What is this? Are you going to cover the cutie situation because she's getting a lot of hate right now? He already did. No, I didn't. I'm not entirely aware of what has taken place with Cutie Cinderella. I've only seen a couple fucking tweets and shit. But I think as societal conditions worsen, people tend to look at imperfect allies and whatever their take is, no matter how bad it might be, right? People tend to look at imperfect allies as like the main enemy. I'm not one of those people. I never will be one of those people. Maybe because it's my privilege of being a white man. You know? But I'm always going to be broadly understanding of people's background and some of the things that they say that come across as not so great, or especially in a moment of panic if they feel like the pressure is on and then they end up ballooning into a much larger issue. White man and rich, yeah. I mean, you already know I'm the enemy. I'm an LGBTQ foe, as I openly declare all the time. Yeah, I think bro, are you blaming society for Cutie's words? Well, one, I don't even know what she said, but I know Cutie. I've said this before, but sometimes otherwise good people can come across very poorly. And I think the same level of charity and grace that we would offer people that we know personally, we often don't offer to people behind a camera. And the reality of the matter is the immediate pushback also causes people who are not ready for any sort of pushback whatsoever and treat it as hostile, will cause them to double down and make mistakes or come across really poorly. But ultimately, I usually try to look at everything that a person is doing. You know? It's objectively very difficult for me to look at Twitch streamers, or at least like Twitch streamers like Cutie Cinderella, or even fucking Twitch streamers like the FaZe Clan boys, as major ops or major hurdles against like queer liberation, black liberation, and the overall liberation of all peoples, when there are much more important targets out there that get no scrutiny whatsoever because they're not in the ally adjacent territory. And it's also doubly silly when I consider my own position, which is someone whose ops are in the American government. You know, someone who's trying to do the right thing every day, combating this administration's fascist policies. It comes across as like very narrow in its focus. I don't think every single person is a secret fascist, and I also don't think that it's a healthy attitude to hold. I do, however, think that it's difficult to get people on board with stuff, especially when the easiest type of jokes that you can do is often targeting those who are vulnerable and marginalized. And a lot of people lean into that. So I perhaps give even more grace to those who don't always lean into that when they could easily do that with not only no repercussions whatsoever, but with promotion associated with it. Because in this day and age, I feel like if you're going to be, anti-queer, anti-immigrant, racist, white supremacist, there is a avenue for that sort of behavior. There's quite literally an avenue for that. Like, you can gain more prominence if you become openly reactionary. This isn't even about Cutie, by the way. I don't know. It's just, it's very unproductive to grift to the left, quote unquote, grift to the left. Watch Cutie's VOD if you want an in-depth apology. She apologized for it. Good. Remember, this doesn't mean that Cutie Cinderella nor anyone is actually infallible or above accountability or they're perfect. This is a reflection of the human condition, that we are all imperfect, that we all make mistakes. And sometimes, or all the time, we don't want to acknowledge that we made mistakes. Sometimes we can't see it because we're blinded by our own privilege. And in other instances, even if we kind of see it, it takes a while to get on board. Especially if the broader attitude in the space is, fuck these wokes. They're unbearable. This is something that I warned about quite a bit. Like, people People literally look at us and my community, in spite of my attempts to constantly try to dial it back, endlessly going after everyone over perceived slights or major slights that are valid, but making a much larger ordeal out of it. You're missing the point. Fuck them already. If they don't like us, it's not our job to get them to like us. What are you talking about? No, you're wrong. Your take is her take, Lamau. They about to fry your ass. Oh, McG, I hate this drama shit. No, that has always been my job. No, that's you've completely missed the point as a 19-month subscriber if you think that that's not my job. Why do you think I spent so much time talking about Zohran Mamdani, constantly having to navigate between talking about the Islamophobic attacks that he's receiving and then refusing to actually address it? Because if he were to constantly talk about that, then he would come across as a spoiler. Sometimes you have to eat it. I do it every day. I'm just sick of these people and how we have to be nice. How about we say fuck them? Well, the problem is, I understand that. The problem is if you say that, then we can't win them over. And if you want to make changes, you got to win them over, especially those in the margins. I would present the impact that even Cuties and Urla has had in a very positive manner with the likes of Jason the Ween, someone that you guys actually enjoy. Jason the Ween has an incredibly tolerant community, especially in comparison to the vibes and the overall attitudes that many have in that demographic. We were just talking about the alt-right. We were just talking about the far-right manosphere pipeline just a second ago. They'll always win if we keep up this mentality. That's the unfortunate reality. They don't have these sorts of hangups. They don't need to have these sorts of hangups because there is no protection that is required for any of the marginalized people. So it's a much easier ground for them to stand on to constantly refill their numbers, to constantly bring on more people onto their side. Whereas those of us who are on the left have a much more difficult undertaking. Privilege ass take. I love you, but be for real. It's also entirely dependent on the severity of the gripe. Like, I'm not in here being like, yeah, immediately have someone like hang out with someone who is being a fucking Nazi or some shit. Don't be ridiculous. Or hang out with someone who's like dropping the T slur or talking about how trans people are disgusting or gross or some shit like that. That's not my point at all. But I think a lot of you immediately take it to that level, and it's understandable because that is what you have experienced in your life. As a black person, I'm tired of trying to convince Freeze to be right. I'm more about action now. Like, we need the Black Panthers back. I don't disagree with you on that. It's actually, I should have established the boundaries. Now, obviously, they can change, but it's kind of like how we do the moderation in this community, right? Where there are certain things that go beyond a minor slight. There are certain things that go beyond minor slights. There are unacceptable positions that people have, and they come here and straight in them, as opposed to oh shit, I'm getting clapped. What the hell is going on? God damn it. The internet's getting cooked. It's picking back up. Nope, it's going back down. Wait, can you give me the bag? I'll just wait, it's fixed. It's fixed for now, I think. Potentially. Maybe. Can you hand me the bag? We heard none of that? No, I stopped. Thank you. Wait, where's the... Okay. Yeah, I'm back now. Okay. Are we good? I didn't speak. As soon as it bricked, I stopped speaking. Don't worry, you didn't lose anything. But yeah, the point I was making is that I've always operated under the assumption, or not the assumption, but operated off of the analysis that everyone is susceptible to social conditioning. That everyone is susceptible to social conditioning, and therefore people are products of said social conditioning. So if we as leftists understand that we live in a white supremacist, patriarchal, anti-queer society, then the people are going to reflect those values. And obviously, the goal should be to get them to stop believing in these things, right? Stop reflecting on those values. Everyone goes on a different journey. Sometimes you have that kid that we just watched on The Guardian talk about how he went on his own personal journey and was luckily snapped out of the manosphere black pill incel pipeline. Others are not so lucky. So my goal is to try and use the privilege that I have to try and pull people that are in the margins, that are about to make a big leap in the rightward direction, back to our side and develop a better understanding. And I think the only way that I can do that, or the way that I've done so successfully over the last couple of years, is not by coddling racists or coddling bigoted people and bigoted opinions, but by showing people that those who are right-wing, who hyper-focus on marginalized communities and make a mockery of them, are actually strange, they're weird, they're obsessed. It's the same social pressure dynamic that I was talking about. I think that's a better way to deal with it. It's a better way to deal with it than to immediately clamp on people. Because in many circumstances, due to the same dynamic that I explained, systemic factors at play and the social conditioning that comes along with it, many people don't even realize that they are engaging in oftentimes dangerous rhetoric or dehumanizing rhetoric. They just think like, oh, this is just a joke. What's the problem? My point is, not everyone that tries to make a joke, sometimes even a cruel one, is objectively a fascist. But if we check them and say, hey man, that's kind of fucked up. Why are you saying this? Especially after developing social capital with those people. In my experience, that's a much more successful way of coming across not like a hall monitor, but instead as someone who can be more productive in changing their minds. Now, of course, as I always say, this is not something that I expect from people who are directly being marginalized in that moment, and I do understand why people get mad. You know? I understand it. That can be their first step to finding them. Yeah, exactly. I think these broader initiatives of having normal relationships with people who are not like outwardly political content creators, for example, can also help many find communities like this one. It's been very effective. And it's been especially effective. If it wasn't, then the right wing and these like dipshit, incel, racist, transphobic people wouldn't be actively trying to make me into a toxic person that is irredeemable and even go after my friends who have nothing to do with politics at all. They do that so that I am isolated in general, because they realize that if I'm not isolated and I have normal relationships with these other communities, then their fan bases will be much more charitable to my worldview. And God forbid, maybe even change their perspective. But that's it. Cutie's problem is unrelated to you. Yeah, I mean, I'm not very familiar with what happened. I'm just fucking talking about my own principles that I oftentimes repeat to an audience that doesn't want to hear it. That's not true, actually. Many of you do want to hear it. Some of you even recognize that you took advantage of that charitable tone that I took on for whatever perceived bigotry that you exhibited, and therefore became who you are now. But yeah, I'll always point to Speed's growth and why I always present Speed as like a wonderful example of growth in general, even though the odds were absolutely stacked against that. And I'll always present someone like Jason, for example, as a great alternative. People that aren't expressly political at all. The type of content creators that are seen as apolitical. And yet, they're much more tolerant. These guys could just as easily been Aiden Ross adjacent content creators, you know? And it's important for us to recognize that where a lot of people go, oh, wow, look at that. You're, offering charity to people just because they're not like racist shitheads or whatever. But it's like, yeah, if the entire media environment nowadays, especially after Elon Musk took over Twitter, is rewarding you for being a racist shithead and you're not doing that, then, I'm going to be nicer about that. I'm going to weigh it against environmental circumstances. That's it. You feel me? And I do this to people who have declared me their enemy, people who have declared me to be their fucking ops and shit too. No, I'm not eating fish. I'm eating chicken teriyaki. Anyway, let's get to the government shutdown. Chat, how is he responsible for explaining somebody else's actions? I don't even know. I don't even know what people are mad about, but I don't really care, to be honest, because nothing I said is different than what I've said a million times over, is what I believe.
The pain, staffing issues at major airports causing gridlock in the skies. The FAA forced to slow air traffic around Chicago, Dallas, Fort Worth, Philadelphia, Jacksonville, and others as some air traffic controllers working without pay for weeks call out. And this morning fears a hunger crisis is now on the horizon. SNAP food assistance, a lifeline for roughly 42 million low-income Americans, now set to run out of money by the end of the week.
It's time to call on people to donate. Absolutely. And time to call on government officials to get back to work.
The USDA posting a partisan message on its website blaming Democrats for the shutdown, saying the well has run dry and appearing to contradict their earlier plan to potentially use available emergency funds to cover food assistance during a shutdown. In Massachusetts, where more than 1 million people will lose SNAP benefits, Democratic Governor...
Guys, don't worry, please. 40 million Americans might actually lose access to SNAP and therefore succumb to starvation. But Argentina is still getting $40 billion. Okay, I know some of you were worried. You were thinking, well, what about Argentina? What if they default on their debt? I've dumped billions of dollars into Argentine debt. I know that was a major consideration. Fear not. Maybe some of you were worried, 40 million Americans might be starving. But what about the ballroom? Fear not. The east wing of the White House is demolished and the ballroom project continues. I know you might say, Hasan, who cares about 40 million Americans that might have to go and find food elsewhere, to go to food banks? Who cares about all of that? Are we going to war with Venezuela or not? And to them I say, fear not. We have sent aircraft carriers. We are still going to war with Venezuela. So if those are the factors in your priorities here, there is no reason for you to be afraid. $40 million hungry mouths. But the American war machine continues, so we can collectively release a sigh of relief. We're good, boys. Don't worry.
Maura Healey pointing the finger squarely at President Trump.
President Trump has chosen to stop all SNAP benefits to Americans starting next week. You know, leadership is a choice. And sadly, President Trump has chosen to take away food from people all around this country.
And in Michigan, families also bracing for the worst. With more than 1 million SNAP recipients in this state, too, food pantries asking for donations to meet demand.
We have over 1.4 million recipients on the program here in the state of Michigan, so there will be an influx of more people coming to our food pantry lines.
On Capitol Hill, no end in sight to the stalemate. Democrats digging in, demanding Republicans negotiate on expiring Obamacare tax credits before premiums skyrocket for some 20 million Americans. Republicans largely united, saying they won't negotiate until...
Oh, nice. No, that's chill, man. Republicans showing that they are refusing to negotiate with the Democrats when the Democrats have any leverage whatsoever. That certainly gives a lot of assurance to the minority party that you guys will, in good faith, negotiate with the Democrats when they have zero leverage. Okay. Awesome. That makes sense. I mean, but that's populist Josh Hawley, chat. There he goes. Populist Josh Hawley. I like that in the United States of America, while our foreign adversary China is building massive bridges, inventing new types of bone glue, creating flying cars that they're actively trying to commercialize, we have the majority controlling party refuse to offer healthcare subsidies to tens of millions of Americans in an effort not to triple their healthcare premiums. And the only point of leverage here is whether or not 40 million Americans can be fed. Like, the only reason why the Democrats are making a big stink about this is unironically so that the Republican voters don't get cooked by triple the cost of their healthcare premiums and just get kicked out of coverage. That's what this is for. It's one of the very few instances where the Democrats are actually doing the right thing. And even then, if they were to successfully pull this through, it's still a fucking Band-Aid solution. Yeah, the USDA's own lapse of appropriations guidelines said it was going to pay out SNAP and WIC. They removed that guidance. Trump is directly starving people. Fucking awesome, man. Reminder that there's, in fact, an additional $5 billion in contingency SNAP funding put aside for this exact kind of situation that Republicans are refusing to use. I don't know why they're doing this. I'm being honest, because like they're already seen as the responsible party for the shutdown. The Republicans are. So I can't comprehend why they would further entertain being vilified. Maybe they just think that they can outmessage the Democrats. Paramount to cut 1,000 jobs. Amazon to cut as many as 30,000 jobs. Wonderful. Someone in the chat, as I'm in the process of describing 40 million people starving, turned around and said, well, let's not point the finger of blame at our politicians. Like, I assume that was a take on the drama, right? Like, that's what you were trying to do. This is what I mean. You're like a very unserious person. Like, we're talking about 40 million people on the verge of hunger in the wealthiest nation on the planet. And you think you're going to get a own here. Please. SNAP isn't replaceable by food pantries. It is a joke to act like hundreds of dollars a month versus expired bakery items and canned beans. Yeah. No, it's absolutely not a replacement. The Trump admin found $20 billion to bail out Argentina, but refused to tap into $6 billion reserve fund to provide vital food assistance to 42 million Americans. They're using food and hunger as leverage as they hold the government hostage. It's sickening. You said, let's just start stealing. I mean, what do you think is going to happen? I think it's a mix of three things. One, they think they can out-message on it. Two, they hope the pressure from this in blue states makes Dems back down. Three, they hope it will incite violence and they can progress their plan. Yeah, I can see that. It's just cruelty politics, man. That's what this is. It's just cruelty for the sake of cruelty. That's all. That is what the modern Republican Party is. I mean, one might even say that's what they've always been. I would say that. But it's crazy that this is just melting the poor in principle. It also harms like capital as well, because this hurts farmers in the long run. This hurts grocery stores in the short term, because when you don't have SNAP, you don't have the additional assistance to go and purchase stuff that you normally would from the grocery store. So like, this literally is cooking a whole bunch of different sectors as well. America's hunger crisis is growing. We're choosing to look away. States are sounding alarm bells that SNAP benefits will run out as soon as next week, and I can't stop thinking about Ruben and many others in his position. Ruben De Silva, a 79-year-old retired accountant who lives alone in New York City, experiences when he tries to prepare a meal or go to grocery shopping since his cerebral hemorrhage. His story reflects what I see every day. Older Americans are growing hungry behind closed doors. And while we're focused on the immediate crisis the government shutdown posed, we're already lost something far more permanent, our ability to see the next crisis coming. Last month, the Trump administration canceled the USDA's annual Household Food Security Report, the only national data source that measures hunger by age, disability status, and household composition. For the first time in 30 days, America will no longer track hunger nationwide. Without that data, millions of older adults like Ruben will vanquish from the view as the social safety net continues to collapse around them. That decision could not have come at a worse time. Beyond the imminent threat to SNAP, benefits already been slashed in the long run by leaders in Washington. Meanwhile, inflation and new tariffs continue driving costs higher. In New York, grocery prices have risen more than 50% over the past decade, far outpacing wages and fixed retirement income. Those in need, including older Americans, are hit hardest by these cuts. I will say one thing. American stability, in spite of some of the worst aspects of capitalism, has always come from food and food prices in general. For everything that this government does, for all of the glaring, obvious, telltale signs of economic volatility, economic instability, the one aspect of American existence is that you can at least like purchase bread. You can at least fill your belly. And even that increased in prices. And it led to overthrowing Brandon. Inflation was a major factor in Biden losing control. Inflation played a major factor in Donald Trump winning the election. And without these subsidies, that's some third world cope. Really? I don't think you've ever seen true hunger. We have experienced it in the Great Depression. I don't think you understand what happens. We're not talking about just like Oreos or treats. We're talking straight up any kind of food. Every single revolution against monarchs has come from this. When a government can't feed its poor, when a government refuses to feed its needy and poor and tireless masses, it will no longer be able to continue its mandate of governance. Yeah, people in my country say this. I'm saying people in the third world say, at least we have bread. Oh, you're saying that's the cope that people in your developing nations say, at least I have bread. I mean, yeah, America is a third world country with a Gucci belt. This is true. But now the Gucci belt is coming off, is my point. My dad is on Snap. This is his main source for food because he's 65 and disabled and cannot work. Like, this is what he has, and I'm extremely worried. Yeah, I think a lot of people don't understand that, like, the reason why we have SNAP benefits and the reason why we have Medicaid assistance, like these subsidies to begin with, is because of our overall refusal to solve these problems when we already have an abundance of food, we have a surplus food supply, and solving any sort of hunger-related issues is just simply a matter of logistics and also overcoming capitalism, the profit incentive for commodity production. And yet, we refuse to do that and instead offer these Band-Aid solutions. And now we're just ripping the Band-Aid off as well. So what happens? What happens? Like, it's already ridiculous that so many people need SNAP assistance to begin with. But we have that as an additional subsidy for wages on the back end so that corporations can secure profits while underpaying its wage laborers. That's why people say Walmart is the greatest recipient of welfare, because not only does Walmart receive subsidies, but it also relies on its workers getting SNAP. And when that goes away, well, then it's fucking crime time. Because people think, oh, it's the lazy poor that have EBT, that have SNAP, not realizing that it's actually the working poor that have SNAP. As of 2020, over 1/3 of adult SNAP recipients had at least some college education, almost 20% held an associate's degree or a bachelor's degree. People don't realize this shit. It's not even just that. It's also the majority of SNAP recipients also have a job. It's not their fault that their wages are fucking dog shit. Those in need, including older Americans, are hit hardest by these cuts. Yeah, not just a job, but full-time jobs, exactly. Our neighbors who are physically or cognitively impaired, homebound, and socially isolated are unable to access additional food. They can't travel to a local food pantry or supplement what they have. On fixed incomes, every price increase means skipping a meal or cutting a prescription in half. We estimate that nearly 13 million older Americans face food insecurity. With an aging population, that number will only grow. And yet, at the very moment, we need to understand the hunger crisis better. We're eliminator at best tool for tracking it. This is just talking about how the USDA survey was abolished, or not abolished, but like stopped last month. I wonder why the administration chose to no longer track who needs food assistance or who is at the precipice of complete hunger. Yeah, here's a map that shows which states rely on food stamps. Yeah. 14% of the population in the state of California is a SNAP recipient. That's 5.3 million. 10% of the population in Texas is a SNAP recipient. That's 3.1 million. 13% of the population in Florida are SNAP recipients. That's almost 3 million. 7%, 5%, 8%, 6%, 10%, 21% in New Mexico. 12% in Arizona, 5% in Utah, 15% in Nevada. Some of these states have lower percentages of the population for SNAP recipients, not because they don't have poverty, but because their state is already made it virtually impossible to get it. They have additional hurdles to qualify. So just remember that. That doesn't mean that it's a sign of prosperity. Far from it. Yeah. If you look at the percentage of the population, like Wyoming has a 5% SNAP recipient population percentage, but it's not low because, I mean, I'm willing to bet if I looked into what the additional hurdles are to receive SNAP, this doesn't mean that like Wyoming is doing better overall. It just simply means that these states have extra hurdles. And Louisiana, in spite of those extra hurdles, still has an 18% rating. And New Mexico has the highest at 21%.
The people who receive SNAP benefits and EBT are just lazy. Hi, my name's Lacey. I'm a single mom to a medically complex child, and I work full-time. I also have to pay my rent. I also have to pay her medical bills. I also have to attend IEP meetings, which I have to go to a meeting about how IEPs are no longer.
I'm literally hearing my dad getting told the exact opposite of what you're saying from Fox right now, Law. I know Fox News is lying. Fox News' primary purpose is to basically get people like your dad to abide by a false narrative. The exact opposite, the exact inverse of reality.
Hi, hello? I have to get another job. I have to pay for childcare. Do you want to know how expensive preschool is? Do you? I have to apply to programs to help cover. Oh, wait, those programs are no longer. Okay, perfect. Great. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Fox News is billionaire news, baby. Its primary purpose is to get the working poor to feel as though others that are even less fortunate than they are somehow cynical money grubbers. You know, they're taking advantage of the government programs. That's the whole point, is to divide the working class further.
I am afraid for the children. I am afraid for seniors who are older than me. I'm afraid for people in general. We need to eat.
We're here at a food bank in rural New Mexico, where what might happen on Saturday is going to be felt hard. On Saturday, SNAP funding is supposed to lapse. That means that people who rely on food stamps across the country are not going to.
The USDA notices blaming illegal alien gender mutilation. What? Senate Democrats have now voted 12 times not to fund the food stamp program, also known as the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP. Bottom line, the well is run dry. It's not true. There's $5 billion that they're not tapping into. At this time, there will be no benefits issued November 1st. We are approaching an inflection point for Senate Democrats. They can continue to hold out for health care for illegal aliens and gender mutilation procedures, or reopen the government so mothers, babies, and the most vulnerable among us can receive critical nutrition assistance. I mean, I don't think anybody goes to the fucking USDA website. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they do. But like, not only is this a fucking obvious violation of the Hatch Act, it's also an abject lie that the government is presenting. The reason why this congressional battle, this funding battle is actually taking place is specifically because the Republicans refuse to continue funding Medicaid subsidies. Okay? That's it. So the people on Medicaid are actually going to see a triple the cost in their health care. I cannot believe it. I mean, I can believe it, but the fact that they're holding benefits, additional benefits hostage in an effort not to offer healthcare subsidies is so crazy. Fact check? What fact check? That's not true. That's not true. He says many things about the issue, but doesn't explain more further about it. That's why I'm asking, what are the hurdles? Elaborate more on what? Fact check on what? That Democrats are actually fighting this congressional battle because they want to give bottom surgeries to Guatemalan immigrants in detention facilities? No, that's wrong. What can I say beyond, no, that's just fucking made up. It's just made up, chatter. Wake the fuck up. They lie about everything. Oh, as far as hurdles to receive SNAP, here, I'll give you an example. A lot of these assistance programs, for example, will make it incredibly difficult. Long lines long lines that you have to wait through, for example, a mountain of paperwork that you have to fill, additional obligations that they add on, like additional checks, minimum work requirements for some people who already are working. Or, for example, they say, back in the day, you would get once a year, or you would have to bring in your work, your paperwork from your job site one time so that you can actually get these benefits. But now you have to do it monthly. These are all many different ways that they try to rid people, like they try to purge people off of the ranks of SNAP eligibility. All matter of the American welfare state works in this way. Okay? Like when they say work requirements, they don't just mean work requirements, because many people that are on welfare are already working, right? Many people that have SNAP benefits already work. What they mean is they're going to make it as difficult as possible to have you check in and show the government that you're actually working, like on a monthly basis. And God forbid there's any issues in your paperwork, then you're cooked. Then you're purged from the rolls. There are a million different, incredibly sinister ways that state governments and the federal government can do this with, okay? As a matter of fact, one of the ways that the federal government and the big, beautiful bill that they just passed in the aftermath of the midterms is going to kick in additional work requirements for people to get Medicaid assistance. That is done so that tens of millions of people can be purged and no longer be eligible to get Medicaid assistance. It doesn't mean that these people aren't working. It just means that they're going to make it as difficult as possible through the portals where you put in your paperwork so that you get an automatic rejection. I'm a case manager. SNAP is insanely hard to receive. You need an ID. You need to diagnose disability if you're work exempt. You need a social security number. You need to go into the office at least once, usually. Yeah, you need to go to office once to get it, and then you're fine. But some of these states will then add additional requirements that make it so that you have to go to the office multiple times. And let's say you live in a state you live in a rural part of your state, and there's no fucking public transit. Let's say it's very difficult for you to travel to the state office and then stand in a line for 3.5 fucking hours because they specifically undercut the state government caseworkers because they don't want to handle all of the extra paperwork. They make it difficult as possible. We saw this during COVID. Many of the states purposely designed incredibly complex websites to offer people additional subsidies. So in order to receive the additional subsidies during COVID, you had to go to the fucking websites by the states, and the website would brick half the time, so you couldn't even apply on the website. That was done deliberately. That was done so that people would not have ease of access. There are many different bureaucratic hurdles that the state governments place in front of people getting this aid on purpose, so they can basically eliminate as many people as possible from receiving this life-saving aid. I'm a case manager. SNAP is insanely hard to receive. You need an ID. You need to diagnose disability. If you're working SNAP, you need a social security number. You need to go to the office at least once. Usually, you need a phone or some way of being contacted. You need an address. There's lots of hurdles that are not even physical barriers. Dude, you are so right. It is intentionally difficult to fuck over the most vulnerable amongst us. Exactly. They don't openly say, we want to fucking kill the working poor. Okay? At least yet. They don't say that yet. They might in the future, but they don't say that right now. They say, oh, a lot of people are taking advantage of the expansive welfare state, which we don't really have an expansive welfare state regardless, but they say a lot of people are taking advantage of it. They're lazy. So we have to ensure that people aren't cheating the system. Meanwhile, because of all of the limitations that I described, there is no problem with quote unquote cheating the system. The real problem is that people who need this assistance can't even get it already. To echo the other case manager, it's very frustrating the amount of times that I've been to SNAP or to benefits office to try to help. It's an all-day process. Many times my clients got frustrated that they just left. I can't blame them, but now. When I was on SNAP, I had to attend bi-weekly meetings that were an hour from my home. The meetings were about finding a job. I had 3 jobs at the time. If you missed one, you lost your benefits from the month. I missed them all the time because I was working. You know, the thing they said I needed to do to qualify. It's all on purpose. After 5 missed classes, you lost benefits and couldn't apply for 13 months. The amount of fucking social torture that you have to withstand to get a fucking crumb of assistance in this goddamn government is so insane. And many people are utterly oblivious to that reality, unfortunately. And those who are fortunate enough to never have to deal with this shit don't understand what it takes and are also negatively polarized against it because the television, Fox News specifically, is constantly saying these guys are fucking broke monsters. They're poor because of a moral failing and they're actually cheating the government. They don't want to work. They're lazy and they're taking advantage of your tax dollars. Or in the case of this government, they just straight up lie and say it's the undocumented migrants that are doing this. Undocumented migrants can't even take advantage of any of this shit.
Going to be able to go get food, put food on the table for themselves and their families in the way that they used to. And perhaps no state is feeling the brunt of that more than right here. About 500,000 New Mexicans rely on food stamps rely on SNAP. That's about 21% of the population, the highest participation rate of any state across the country. Right now, people here at the food bank have been telling me that they're feeling a mix of fear about what comes next once this funding dries up and frustration with what's going down on Capitol Hill.
They're not suffering. They don't need the program. All of us that need the program are the ones that are going to suffer. If they could put themselves in our shoes for one day and see how it is to be able to live from day to day, just with the uncertainty of what's going to go on.
How are you feeling in this moment, knowing that that funding is set to?
Disheartened, lied to, sad, scared, frustrated, upset.
It is not sustainable for food banks to fill this gap. We were not built to do this. We will stand out there and we will do our very best.
People in my community, I have an next door neighbor. She's raising 2 grandkids. She doesn't get any welfare for them. SNAP is the only thing keeping her going. Without that, she doesn't have any money. She can't find a job. She doesn't have a car. So without the SNAP, she's not going to be able to feed her grandkids or herself.
I spent time working in fraud investigation for Snap too, and it might legitimately have been the worst experience I've ever had in my life. Nobody's trying to cheat the system on purpose. People trying to defraud Snapper in a situation so fucking desperate that they've determined that it's worth the risk of lying. That's where we're at in the United States of America, baby. Fucking awesome. And of course, when you're starving, you're gonna do crime, okay? It's like the most basic principle. Like, if you're starving, what are you supposed to do? Like, I can't fault them. I can't fault people for trying to fucking steal shit. They're fucking starving. And then we can talk about how crime is out of control and it needs military intervention. Meanwhile, those veteran families also receive SNAP. I cannot think of a more insane analogy where the psychotic billionaire-backed administration is building a fucking ballroom while 40 million Americans are about to lose the marginal assistance that they get to eat food every day. This is the richest nation on the planet. And then we wonder to ourselves, like, why are people becoming more open-minded towards socialism? I wonder why, dude. Why the fuck do you think? Yes, I have thought about putting on a drive for a food bank. Yes. I'm working on it.
After the government is reopened.
Veterans aren't getting services right now. The elderly aren't getting services right now. And pretty soon, needy children aren't going to eat.
Now, the Senate will return here to Washington tonight. Republicans have tried and failed 12 times to pass a bill to end this shutdown in that chamber. Meantime, the House of Representatives is on recess for the 5th straight week in a row. Speaker Johnson signaling he'll keep that chamber out until the Senate votes to reopen the government. George.
And the members of Congress are still getting paid. Okay, Jay, thanks very much.
We are in the 4th week of the government shutdown, and the pain is becoming real for many Americans. Hundreds of thousands of federal workers just missed their first full paychecks. And this week, food stamp benefits for 40 million Americans will be cut off. Nicole Killian has more from Capitol Hill.
For the past 27 days, Sarah Lamb has continued to go to work at a Social Security field office without pay.
I'm the head of my household. I'm the sole income provider for my home. I'm a parent. I have 2 small children. I carry the load in that sense. Not having an end in sight, I think, adds to that anxiety, and everything's very uncertain.
So some people cheat the system or no? Exactly. That was my point. Listen to him. You told me that 0 people cheat the system, lol. And Hasan said the complete opposite. Sit this one out. Fake lib. Yeah, you're right, dude. People actually are becoming millionaires by cheating the SNAP system. No, dude, it's because the fucking fiscal cliff that exists, like the benefits cliff that exists, makes it so that they have to fucking cheat, as opposed to having no benefits cliff whatsoever. If you were even remotely competent and understood how any of this stuff works, you would understand that there are a lot of people who are directly in the fucking margins, okay? They're just right on the fucking margin of those benefits. They still need it. Hasan is a terrorist, and if you watch this idiot, you're just as brainwashed. God, I fucking love these dipshits, dude. Oh my God. Enjoy your parents and your grandparents starving, chatter. You know? Your fucking goat did this, okay? You can go to sleep hungry every night and close your eyes and imagine how beautiful the fucking ballroom for your big, beautiful president is going to look like. You can eat those dreams instead. Moron. Are work requirements important in your opinion? Fuck no. Fuck no. Absolutely not. No, it doesn't work that way anyway. We're talking about food, man. That's crazy. Like, I love this idea that people are like, well, if there's no work requirements, everyone will stop working. And then what? Live off of $25 in assistance a week? Like, what are you, fucking crazy? Yeah, thank God for those work requirements. Okay. That's not the reason why fucking 80% of people on Snap are working already.
She's one of nearly 500,000 federal workers who missed their first full paycheck Friday.
No money is no money. So if we're not being paid, then obviously
These arguments are 100 fucking years old. I know. No, not even. Especially if we're talking about crime and the likelihood of crime happening as a consequence of poverty. That argument is thousands of years old. It's not even hundreds of years old. Thousands. Okay? That's like ancient Greece. Like, it's fucking insane. Okay? The Romans knew this reality. Ancient Greece, they knew this fucking reality. I'm sure the Hittites, the Sumerians fucking knew about it too. I don't know how far it goes, but like this argument has been around for quite a while, okay?
edits have to be made. I have a mortgage. It's only my name on the deed to this house. So
the benefits cliff is insane for everything. I used to work in a restaurant. We ended up having really good holiday season. I made $1,000 too much for the year and ended up owing $4,000 for ACA subsidies. I no longer qualify for it. It was horrible. It took me all year to pay it. Yeah, that's another reason why I advocate for universal health care. The benefits cliff is fucking insane, okay? It makes no damn sense. Like, do you think this person is a cheater? Because that's what the government thinks. That the government's saying, oh, well, you made $1,000 over the line that you can't cross, so sorry. Now we got to fucking claw back those additional subsidies. A benefits cliff is, let's say, up to $30,000, you get Medicaid coverage, okay? As in the government gives you $4,000 a year to pay for your health care. If you make $31,000 because you have a dynamic salary due to being in the service sector and the amount of tips that you get, all of a sudden, at $1 past the point of that $30,000 limit, means you are no longer eligible for the additional subsidies that you have received that past year. Therefore, you have to pay it back to the government. That's what a benefits cliff is. And if you're getting $4,000, in assistance at the $30,000 price point, technically you're better off not making that extra $1,000 because now you have to pay $3,000 additional dollars to the federal government, as opposed to receiving a total with your benefits, $34,000 a year. That is what is known as a benefits cliff. And the greatest elimination of said benefits cliff is universality. Universal policies, universal health care, universal child care.
If I don't pay it, I don't know who will.
This week, thousands more are expected to get no pay, including air traffic controllers. A series of staffing shortages Sunday prompted a temporary ground stop at LAX, with additional delays reported in Newark, Chicago, and Washington, D.C.
We had 22 staffing triggers. That's one of the highest that we've seen in the system since the shutdown began, and that's a sign that the controllers are wearing thin.
The U.S. Department of Agriculture also issued a dire warning about the food stamp program SNAP, which covers more than 40 million Americans. The agency bluntly stated on its website, the well has run dry. At this time, there will be...
I guess technically this is universal when you think about it. The only time where there is universality is when they just shut the faucet entirely. Fucking awesome. And they fuck over the working poor unconditionally across the board. 40 million Americans. 40 million Americans.
No benefits issued November 1st.
If the president was in D.C. rather than being overseas, we could open up the government on Tuesday or Wednesday, and there wouldn't be any crisis in the food stamp program.
There is an urgent need to reopen the government.
On Face the Nation, Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries defended his party's strategy, insisting Republicans must extend expiring tax credits under the Affordable Care Act to combat rising premiums as open enrollment begins at the end of this week.
That's why we need action, not simply words, a wing and a prayer.
No votes are currently scheduled on government funding, but there are some bipartisan discussions on various measures to pay essential and furloughed federal workers. Tony?
Nicole, thank you very much.
Allahu Akbar.
The symbolic Sunni city.
I work in healthcare regulatory policy. I can attest that the big bill work requirements will remove caregivers from Medicaid benefits that otherwise allow them to be full-time caregivers for their children or completely dependent parents. That means patients relying on 24/7 caregiving by a relative will no longer have them at home. With excruciating home healthcare costs, patients, mostly kids, will die from preventable complications. Yep. Former dependent of a vet here. My family relies on SNAP, myself and my 2 kids. I am unable to afford childcare, so we rely on SNAP, $725 a month or so. And I just got a bill for $4,000 for 10 fucking years ago for the birth of my son from when I was on TRICARE. So now no SNAP and new debt looming over our heads. I have 2 autistic kids who only eat very specific safe foods. Food banks are not an option for us. This is the reality of many Americans. There are 40 million Americans like that. Okay? 40 million. What? ACA subsidies are not related to Medicaid? Okay, dude. It's just the Affordable Care Act's marketplaces, okay? I was using Medicaid as a different example. Okay, but I was using Medicaid as an example of how to describe the fiscal cliff. Okay? It's the same shit. And for the record, the ACA subsidies that are coming in also do come from Obamacare, specifically to states that have expanded Medicaid under the ACA. It's all Obamacare. I work for a government contractor and they sent out a whole sheet of resources, aka loan programs that help workers during this unprecedented time, loans to live. Don't worry, dude. We got what was it fucking called? Oh my god, Klarna. Don't worry, guys. Klarna. We can fucking use Klarna to pay for your groceries. Klarna for all. I've literally never heard of that. Klarna is a credit company that famously partners up with like Postmates and shit. So you can actually take out loans, like micro loans, to pay for your pizza delivery. It's awesome. Yeah, Lamau, except they make you pay a quarter up front. Yeah, put your fucking burrito purchase on a payment plan, dude. Motherfuckers used to finance houses, and then we started financing cars. Now we're financing burritos, dude. We're financing Taco Bell, and no one looks at that and goes, I think this system is fucking broken. Like, it's so insane. It is so insane to me that we're just out here being like, America, the wealthiest nation on earth, unimaginable amounts of debt. So much debt that motherfuckers are taking on debt to eat burritos. What are we doing? Oh, God, the GDP, though. Man, that's called innovation. Yeah, that's that beautiful GDP growing innovation right there. You don't understand. Burrito debt. Now we have another fucking company. Plattner said Israel's a terrorist state. Has he said this before? Grant Plattner says watching Ireland President-elect Catherine Connolly trounce the opposition brought him an immense amount of pleasure. Asked if he agrees with their characterization of Israel as a terrorist state, he says yes. We cannot be tricked into pointing fingers left and right when the only direction to be pointing fingers is up. A trans person living out of their car says they want to support Plattner because I believe you are a better person than you once were because I'm a better person than I once was. He gave her a hug. That's a wrap on Plattner's town hall in Damariscotta. 8 questions from the audience. 1 on the Reddit post, none on the tattoo. God damn. I've been financing gas and it's awful like my bank figured me out. The money that doesn't get used to pay the burrito can be put in a Roth that beats the stock market, then use those earnings to pay it off. Mills militia outnumbered. What are you going to do? Don't worry. I'll figure it out. It's not over yet. Janet Series, it's not over yet. Mills Bros, it's not over. Mills Mafia, we're still here. We're still alive and we're still here. We're alive and well. Why hasn't anybody just said that they're Argentina so they can get bailed out? Yeah. Hello, Mr. President. I'm Argentina, the beautiful nation state. Please give me $20 billion. Otherwise, if you do not give me $20 billion, I might default on my debt. And you have some very powerful Americans who have purchased my debt. Oh, wow. Thank you. You're doubling the money for no reason, and you will now give me $40 billion? Yeah, yo soy Argentina. Yeah. Anyway. The composer for Halo is running for a Republican seat? What the fuck? I don't care. Bro, I just recommended my offline liberal aunt who lives in nowhere, Colorado. If she's here, she's going to be so fucking confused. What do you mean? She gets it. She should also say she's Argentina, the glorious nation of Argentina. So she can also get $40 billion from the government. The Halo thing matters? No, it doesn't. All right. Key Sudan city falls to paramilitary group. What does this mean for the war? Updates from Sudan.
The symbolic Sudanese city of al-Fashir has fallen to paramilitary forces after weeks of intense battles and a brutal 18-month siege. Aid workers and advocates have warned of the humanitarian catastrophe that will unfold if al-Fashir falls to the rapid support forces. So what does their takeover mean for the people of Darfur and the state of the war in Sudan? Around 3,000 people fled al-Fashir on foot as the RSF captured the army garrison in the heart of the city. Some were scattered across fields monitored by RSF drones, and others left in queues, trailed by RSF trucks. Women have been leaving the city in droves for months. Many of them told us in camps in North Darfur that their brothers, sons, and husbands were trapped in the city, along with around 260,000 people, forcefully starved and bombarded by the RSF in their long-time effort to capture al-Fashir and cement their control of Darfur, annexing a region the size of France with lucrative gold mines. Thousands of civilians are trapped and face extrajudicial killings and arrests. Harrowing videos are surfacing that show fighters executing people in mass graves. This man in the white scarf has been seen in other instances, wearing RSF fatigues. Videos also show the RSF rounding up men of fighting age and accusing them of being a part of the army. The Sudan Doctors Network has said dozens of civilians have been killed in ethnically motivated attacks in the hours after the RSF captured the garrison, in a total telecommunications blackout. Insiders told Sky News that high-level negotiations are underway to secure the safe passage of civilians. But al-Fashir's fall follows the same formula of other RSF takeovers of cities in Darfur: a comms blackout, and then brutal, ethnically motivated attacks on civilians and assassinations of state-aligned commanders. And now, the targeting of civilian journalists like Muammar Ibrahim. Forced to kneel and announce the RSF takeover of al-Fashir after reporting on their siege of his hometown for many months. The RSF, born out of the tribal militias that terrorized Darfur in the early 2000s, have been accused of committing genocide in the region 20 years on. Backed by the United Arab Emirates and taking on the military state that first armed them with more sophisticated weapons than ever before.
The Rapid Support Forces are a funded paramilitary group by the United Arab Emirates. They're the ones who've been wreaking havoc all over Sudan, and partially because it's a conflict in Africa, and partially because it's not completely directly involved by any Western nations. I mean, there's always Western involvement, but like nothing as direct as like America with Israel, for example. It doesn't get a lot of coverage.
Let's talk about
this. Is the Al Jazeera report on the Sudanese civil war as a starter.
What's happening in Sudan, because people are talking about the risk of genocide here in Darfur, in the city of al-Fashir.
It's also being masqueraded as like ethnic tensions, even though there is ethnic violence. The major reason for the genocidal ethnic cleansing campaign is specifically for territorial acquisition and, of course, extraction of national resources. And I mean, they even mentioned it with like gold and other things like that.
It's a very dire situation. There is fighting in all directions. Most of the attacks are happening on civilians' facilities, particularly civilians' homes.
We're past warning. for the people on the ground in El Fasher, they don't need press releases. They need protection.
A civil war broke out in Sudan just over a year ago, and there's fighting across large parts of the country. The capital, Khartoum, is barely functioning.
What we're looking at only a year on is near total state collapse.
Sudan is the world's largest humanitarian crisis.
The world has abandoned Sudan.
So what's actually happening in Darfur, and what's being done to stop the fighting? First, a quick reminder of the backstory. Sudan was ruled by one man, Omar al-Bashir, for 30 years. He was brought down in 2019 in part because of pressure from huge protests. Then there was a short period when Sudan looked like it was on a path to democracy. And among a lot of people, there was a sense of hope. But that democratic transition got derailed pretty quickly. In 2021, there was a military coup, and then, last year, war broke out. It started out as a personal rivalry between these two generals, General Burhan, who leads Sudan's national army, that's the Sudanese Armed Forces, or SAF, and General Hemeti, who leads a paramilitary group called the Rapid Support Forces, or RSF. And basically, you've ended up with SAF and the RSF in a bitter fight to control Sudan. There are many other armed groups in the mix, but SAF basically controls parts of the east and north, and the RSF has most of the west, and most of the capital, Khartoum.
Khartoum is obviously a symbolic territory, and so we will continue to see both SAF and the RSF fight over that territory, even as they win and lose other territories around the country.
Sudan, as we know it, has died. And it is now a series of regional conflicts with regional forces defending regional interests.
And that brings us to what's happening in Darfur, which is a huge region, roughly the size of Spain. It's divided into 5 states, and the RSF already has control of 4 of them. Now the battle is on for the last one, North Darfur, and its capital, El Fasher, where SAF have a military base and are trying to hold on to the city. For most of last year, there were various truces in El Fasher, where local armed groups agreed not to take sides and acted like a buffer between RSF and SAF. But the latest truce appeared to collapse in April, and several groups aligned themselves with SAF to fight against the RSF.
And that puts El Fasher very much back in the crosshairs of RSF. What RSF is doing in El Fasher right now is that they are essentially trying to strangulate the city. They've even tried cutting off water to the city. That's how brutal this is getting.
There's a strategic sort of logic of at the RSF leadership level, which is to take El Fasher and therefore have control over all 5 states of Darfur and all 3 border points with Libya, with Chad, with the Central African Republic.
If you don't control El Fasher, you don't control Darfur, and RSF knows that.
But if the RSF take control of El Fasher, there are huge fears about what it means for the estimated 1.8 million people living there, especially because there's an ethnic dimension to this war, where you have, very broadly, Arab militias aligned with the RSF targeting what are commonly referred to as non-Arab groups. And to understand that, we have to go back to the 2000s. In 2003, there was an uprising in Darfur against the government of Omar al-Bashir. The rebel groups were mostly from non-Arab communities like the Zagawa, Masalit, and Fur, who felt neglected by the Arab-dominated government. Bashir responded by arming local Arab militias known as the Janjaweed to fight against the rebels.
They killed, raped, burned, massively displaced up to 1/3 of the population of Darfur as a whole.
Violence is worsening.
The bombing, murder, and rape of innocent civilians.
Genocide there has already claimed 400,000 lives.
Remains of Darfur's dead, brought to the surface by strong desert winds.
Later, the Janjaweed evolved and rebranded as the Rapid Support Forces. And in 2017, Bashir's government made the RSF an official paramilitary unit, a kind of second army. But the RSF kept their strong links with Darfur and the Arab militias there.
The RSF is a monster that the Sudanese army and the Sudanese regime created, and now it's turned on the Sudanese state.
They have become regularized, they have uniforms, but effectively these are the same types of people, same groups of people with the same political objectives.
The RSF has been so emboldened and so empowered to commit such atrocities for over 20 years. It happened before and they got away with it.
So what's happening in Darfur now is basically an old conflict that's being reignited. There's mounting evidence that the RSF and its allies are using similar tactics as before. These pictures show RSF forces rounding up people from the Masalit ethnic group in a place called Ardamata in West Darfur late last year. It's a suburb of the city of Al Janaina. And a recent UN report described how the RSF have been targeting the Masalit community, and that between 10 and 15,000 people were killed in Al Janaina. An independent investigation says it's found clear evidence that massacres against the Masalit amount to genocide. In the last couple of months, the fighting has moved to El Fasher. A team of researchers at Yale University have been monitoring the area using satellite imagery.
We believe that they burned, just in the past 2 months, well over 40 villages in and around El Fasher, primarily Zagawa communities. And so the tempo of destruction, of intentional targeting of communities by RSF in Darfur has sped up.
And that's why people are increasingly worried about what could happen if the RSF take over the whole of El Fasher. It's a city where hundreds of thousands of people fled to escape recent RSF attacks in other parts of Darfur and the conflict back in the 2000s.
Al Fasher has become a sanctuary city, and this is what really has inflated its population in recent months.
If El Fasher falls, then there will be nothing that prevents rapid support forces from then identifying every single community left standing that they missed.
And it's not just fear of more killings.
And yeah, El Fasher has now been captured by the RSF. RSF seized El Fasher after a 500-day siege, trapping over 260,000 civilians. Hospitals were looted as reports emerged of executions of ethnic cleansing. The UAE-backed RSF has begun mass killings amid total security collapse. Seizing the 6th Infantry Division headquarters, the Sudan Doctors Network reports RSF militias have begun executing civilians and committing ethnic cleansing. 115 killed, 102 injured, casualties, several hospitals looted and disabled. Ongoing since May 2024, the siege. RSF begins the siege on the city in May 2024. Supply lines are cut off, and the SAF control shrinks to a 13-kilometer square radius by August 2025. October 10th, 2025, RSF seizes headquarters. SDN reports executions and hospital looting. October 26, 2025, drone strike crippled power generation. October 27, 2025, RSF declares full control. Humanitarian access collapses. Operational picture, how it happened. Encirclement and air/artillery strikes, aid blockade, extrajudicial executions. The aid blockade and the encirclement was something that I've covered as well, something that people were talking about. The IDP camps, ethnic neighborhoods, and medical facilities. Systematic looting and house demolition, mass executions and terror tactics, some of which you can see exactly in the same way that like Israel has operated. Exactly how Israel does it. El Fasher is now occupied, and a risk of large-scale ethnic cleansing is sharply increased. These are, of course, this militia, the Rapid Support Forces militia, is backed by the United Arab Emirates. And they announced that they would kill civilians attempting to flee the siege, while field reports confirmed the hospitals were looted amid the security collapse. They get logistical training, or they get logistical aid, and they do joint training. And they get arms. They've even actually, according to reports, they've even actually utilized Israeli artillery as well. The possession of advanced weaponry heightens concerns about its potential for future acts of violence. Video footage has emerged of Israeli-made LAR-160 light artillery rockets being used by the Rapid Support Forces in Sudan against the Sudanese army. The RSF is a paramilitary force that is at war with the Sudanese government. 160 millimeter caliber multiple rocket launcher that can fire up to 26 rockets at a time. It has a range of up to 45 kilometers. It can be used to attack a variety of targets, including infantry, armor, and artillery. The launcher seen in the RSF footage was mounted in a light truck. Sudan is not known to operate the type, hence it's likely that the RSF acquired the artillery from a different source. What does the UAE gain from this? What do you mean? Massive foothold for mineral extraction, gold mines, things of that nature. Why did Africa get colonized throughout time? Why did it get colonized? In the words of Parenti, you don't steal from a poor person. You steal from someone who has something to steal. Africa has plenty of resources to steal. A tremendous amount of resources, as a matter of fact. That's why they do it. That's why it has been purposely kept behind, purposely destabilized, so that people can extract these natural resources for pennies on the dollar with a cheap labor force and with tremendous instability. People can't demand more in the process of extraction. The RSF, Good Vibe Politics says, the RSF would not be able to support itself without the support it gets from the UAE, which is functionally a U.S. client state. It is no surprise that the same actors supporting Israeli genocide in Palestine are supporting the same violence in Sudan. It is deeply connected. Siham Hasan, a former member of Sudan's parliament who ran community kitchens feed the hungry and starving in her home city of El Fasher, was executed by the RSF militiamen earlier today.
People in El Fasher are already starving. Right now, Sudan is facing one of the world's biggest hunger crises. Almost half the population don't have enough to eat. Around 5 million people are teetering on the brink of starvation. In one refugee camp south of El Fasher, a child is dying every 2 hours because of malnutrition, according to Doctors Without Borders.
أبي في ستة كلهم ظروفهم كعب ما عندهم قرش قال ياكم هل ناكل ونشرب.
والله هي صعب بصراحه يعني انا ناسه لها الدوله حتى الان دوله ديتي شايفه لحتى الان ما قدرت عشان يجيبوا لنا حاجه نسوي لها عيال نعشين بوزات.
My team are telling me in Darfur what they see is that people are eating leaves, they're eating soil, they're eating one meal a day if they're lucky.
And aid is just not getting to people who need it, especially in Darfur. International aid agencies are struggling to get.
Yeah, also the UAE doesn't have enough competency in its ranks either. So in order to train the RSF militias, they also rely on Colombian mercenaries as well. Like, remember what I told you guys about like these Gulf states and how the Gulf states, like the actual nationals they have too much money individually, because like their actual population is very small. It's mostly just like immigrant workers, right? Some literally devoid of passports. The actual citizens, the number of citizens is much smaller, and they also have a fuck ton of money because of all the natural resources they have, specifically oil money. And that's the reason why they're like, why the fuck would I go and die in Sudan? So they hire Colombian mercenaries that have in the past been trained by the United States government. And they get those guys to go and train the Rapid Support Forces at the behest of the UAE.
To these conflict areas, and both the RSF and SAF have been accused of blocking or stealing aid as a war tactic.
The reason why people are surviving is because we have local volunteers, Sudanese, who are on the ground, on the front line, risking their lives to save their peers.
There's also a funding problem. The UN says it needs $2.7 billion for its aid operations in Sudan this year, and that it's only received 17% of that. Now, something else to keep in mind is that this war is also being fueled because the RSF and SAF are getting support from other countries. The UAE is accused of supplying weapons to the RSF, allegations that a panel of UN experts described as credible based on their own investigations. The UAE denies supplying weapons, calling the accusations propaganda, and says it's transporting aid to Sudan. And then you've got Russia, which appears to be backing both sides. A mercenary group linked to the Russian government is said to be supplying the RSF with weapons, while Russia is also supporting SAF as a way, it seems, to secure access to Sudan's Red Sea coast, where SAF is in control. SAF also has Egypt on its side. General Burhan has made visits to Cairo. There are also reports that SAF has been using Iranian drones.
If supplies to these two sides slow down, I think we would see this war start to die down quite a bit as well. So outside powers and backers of these two sides are clearly helping prolong the war.
At the same time, there have been some diplomatic efforts to try to stop the fighting. For example, Egypt and the UAE reportedly brought the two sides together for talks in Bahrain earlier this year. And the UN Security Council has adopted a resolution calling for the RSF to stop its attack on al-Fashir, for both sides to agree to a ceasefire and to allow aid in.
Yeah, the UAE lost almost an entire unit of all UAE nationals when they invaded Yemen, and there was massive public backlash. It was like 35 people in one day. After that, they only used mercenaries. Yeah, and their like annual household income is far higher than like the average American even. Oil-rich nation. So like one person in the UAE dying from their own analysis is like, it's like 35 millionaires dying in one day. Do you understand? Maybe not that much, but close to it. Like, hence why they utilize mercenaries instead.
We've actually seen more of a aligning of interests among the outside actors to actually want to get some end to this war. Basically, no one really seems to benefit from Sudan collapsing, but the problem is that the two warring sides want to keep fighting.
And remember, it's not really just two sides because of all the other groups involved, especially in Darfur. And that makes finding any kind of resolution even harder. Whether there's enough global political will to even push for that is a whole other question.
The spillover from the Sudan war is tremendous. It affects the whole region. It could easily affect the whole continent of Africa. And nothing is being done.
We are consistently raising the issue of Sudan to top diplomats around the world, and many times they make clear to us it's just not high on their agenda. Now that we might see 1 million Sudanese starve to death, I expect we'll see some uptick in efforts to try to save the Sudanese people. I hope it's not all too little too late, but obviously most of it is too little too late, and everyone was warned.
Our show
is crazy because like the less the annual income is of the average person, the less important they are in the eyes of the world. Like you could kill 1 million Sudanese people, but as long as like the UAE gets to secure gold mines in the territory, most of the world doesn't even fucking turn. Most of the world doesn't even turn around and recognize it. It's entirely fucked up. And yet, once again, as I've said, it's not that these nations are poor. They're not. They're very resource rich. It's just the people have been purposely kept poor. Anyway, we'll watch this Cogito video on Sudan is collapsing, but this is from a year ago.
While getting access to.
I don't want to watch a older video. Yes, Africa is not underdeveloped, it's overexploited. How gold is smuggled out of Africa and processed in Dubai at the 7-minute mark.
It is also exported to Switzerland, to the UAE, and from the
you want to avoid having gold from the DRC linked to conflict, or I don't know, in Sudan, or for Mali, or for Zimbabwe. The majority of this illegal gold is exported to the UAE, and from the UAE, a large part of it is also exported to Switzerland, and then from Switzerland, we know that a huge part of gold is also exported to the US. But when it's imported in the US, the majority of the importer will just say, oh, it gold from Switzerland, refined in Switzerland. The origin of this gold would just be Switzerland. But this gold, which is sometimes presented as recycled gold, can be gold which was 2 weeks before in a mine controlled by a jihadist group, by a Wagner group, or by other criminals.
Gold exports from Ghana more than doubled between 2012 and 2022, from 243 metric tons to 609 metric tons. The UAE, Switzerland, and India were the top recipients of African gold during that same time period, accounting for 80% of the continent's exports. Historically, about 212,000 metric tons have been mined worldwide, including about 2/3 extracted since 1950.
You arrive at Dubai International Airport. You are carrying a bag full of gold. I mean full. Gold bars, jewelry, chunks of raw, unrefined gold, full. Everyone from your flight walks towards passport control, but you wheel your carry-on bag the other way, towards the transit terminal. You sit down at a cafe, and a short while later, another traveler appears. He puts his bag down, picks yours up, and walks the other way. You finish your coffee, pick up his bag, and board the next flight back to where you just came from. You don't open the bag, but you know that inside is $2.5 million in cash. I know, it sounds like a bank heist, right? But this is how more than 400 tons of smuggled gold enters the UAE every year from Africa, worth around $30 billion. And here's the thing, once that smuggled gold is melted, refined, and sold on the market in Dubai, it becomes 100% legal. As a new gold rush is taking over the world, driving up the price of gold to historic levels, the UAE has strategically turned itself into a global hub for gold and gold laundering, and has done this partly through financing civil war in Africa, and in particular Sudan, where a brutal all-out war has waged for more than a year between the country's military and a rogue mercenary army that's figured out how to exchange gold for weapons. Now, the UAE's role in Africa is complicated. It's a weave of land purchases, regional influence, and access to the vital trade routes along the Red Sea. But the unfettered flow of gold has become the grease that oils its relationship with Sudan and its neighbors. A flow that continues unabated by war or political turmoil. So, how is this happening? And how is it fueling the war in Sudan? My name is Mohammed Hasan, and this is The Big Picture. Here's a graph that tells a story. It shows the price of gold over the last 50 years. What do you notice? Put simply, there's so much anxiety right now around the world and around the future of the global economy. The power of the petrodollar is waning, with the Middle East increasingly unstable, and more countries are looking to abandon the US currency altogether. In particular, I'm talking about China, India, and Russia. And so central banks around the world are reacting, and they've started looking for an independent currency that can secure their monetary reserves. Hence, we want the gold, sucker! But there's one problem. Gold is not like the US dollar or even Bitcoin. It's real. And it's heavy. That means it has to be physically moved from one place to another. If you want to buy gold, you have to go to where it's being sold. That's where Dubai comes in. It's had a gold souk since the early...
By the way, the easiest way to cut this out in its entirety is if, instead of directly sanctioning the RSF, as they have done so already, they just directly sanction the UAE. Obviously, it's never going to happen, but this gold for weapons scheme that they've designed could be cut short if America stopped, one, giving weapons to the UAE, or at the very least abided by the pre-existing contracts that they have, like the Leahy Law, that declares weapons that find themselves in the hands of like known terrorist organizations or organizations that are engaging in war crimes are in at odds with U.S. law, existing U.S. law, and therefore they shouldn't be able to do that. There's also Chinese weapons as well. There's Israeli weapons as well. But once again, like, it's not all coming from China. And America has a lot of power here. The problem, of course, is that America doesn't give a shit. America doesn't give a shit about Sudan. And America doesn't give a shit that the UAE is doing it. I don't know if they're directly getting a cut out of it, but I'm sure it plays a role in it as well.
1900s, but when the country had its oil boom in the 1970s, it started attracting people from all around the world. It built its airport, became a playground for the rich and famous, and its gold market grew and grew. With a 0% tariff on bringing gold into the country, it quickly became the ideal place to import, refine, and sell. Today, the so-called City of Gold is home to more than 20 gold refiners and 7,000 gold traders. It imports more than 1,000 tons of gold each year, and 2/3 of that comes from Africa. But here is where the problem begins.
Most of the important airports in Africa have regular flights to Dubai, so it's also very convenient for traders to go there. And when they get there, they have very easy access to companies that are willing to buy the gold they're carrying. A good part of this gold is carried with hand luggage, and once again, it's not being checked upon import. And thanks to corruption and other mechanisms, it's also sometimes not, very often actually, not checked upon export in the African countries. So they can get away with controls at the borders. It works quite effectively.
Yuvan Schultz worked on a report earlier this year that looked at the gold transferred between Africa and the UAE. This is how much gold African countries are saying they're exporting to the UAE. But this is how much gold the UAE says it imported from African countries in 2022. There is more than 400 tons of gold missing there. According to Schultz, this is a clear sign that gold was smuggled. But why? Despite the large gold reserves in Africa, many countries were caught off guard by the sudden spike in demand for gold over the last 2 decades. They didn't have the infrastructure, the equipment, or the laws in place to regulate gold mining on an industrial scale. That left a huge vacuum that was filled by artisanal and small-scale gold miners, or ASM. If you owned a piece of land that had gold on it, you could pay a private company to explore, mine, and transport that gold on your behalf. And of course, given what you're exporting is pretty valuable, that company probably needs to have its own form of security. And that's a polite way of saying a militia.
And when you have a very volatile situation or even an armed conflict like in Sudan, then of course you have these armed groups that seek to take control of the mines and enrich themselves by trading the yellow metal.
Yeah, I mean, if you had a stable government, then you would be able to extract your natural resources and be able to redistribute the capital that comes from the extraction process, be able to pay better for your workers that are engaging in the process of extraction. But of course, that would mean that this gold would be far more costly. And the profits for those who are basically fencing this gold would be far slimmer. Yeah, that doesn't even happen in stable African countries. I know, but I'm just saying.
And that's typically what we're observing at the moment in Sudan.
Sudan has been in a state of near constant war for decades, and its former leader, Omar al-Bashir, fueled the conflict by empowering both the military as well as regional mercenary groups to help him quash anti-government rebellions in places like Darfur, where the worst of the fighting was taking place. In 2011, the international community stepped in, splitting the country along ethnic and religious lines and forming South Sudan. The problem was 75% of Sudan's large oil reserves were in the south, and overnight the government lost its single biggest source of income. Now, Sudan always knew it had gold, but it had never really...
Also, they're hella tall. South Sudan, the youngest country on the planet. Also happens to be the tallest country, I think, on the planet, too.
They explored it before. It also had a big problem. After the war in Darfur, crippling US sanctions meant that Sudan couldn't just hire international mining companies to help it set up its industry. So instead, al-Bashir handed out subsidized contracts to anyone who had the means to mine that gold. And most of those contracts went to generals and rebel leaders who'd helped him fight in Darfur. With so many actors and little to no official regulation, what should have become Sudan's burgeoning gold industry instead became ripe with corruption. In 2017, reports started reaching the country's trade ministry that Khartoum Airport and the Port of Sudan were being used to smuggle out gold, mostly heading to the UAE. In one example, a 2-ton barrel of sand samples being loaded onto an Emirates airline flight was found to be largely made up of raw gold. In another instance, a sick woman was driven to the door of her flight in an ambulance. But the paramedic who was helping her get onto her flight was caught trying to sneak gold bars he'd hidden inside of an oxygen cylinder into her bag. In 2018, Sudan's trade minister Musa Karama sounded the alarm.
مطار الخرطوم أكبر منفذ للتهريب وأنه في عام 2015 طلعت منه 102 طن.
Never eating Dubai chocolate again? Yeah. Fun fact, that's also, I believe, people are going to yell at me for saying this, but a Turkish invention. They just sell it as Dubai chocolate because nobody would fucking buy it if you sold it as Turkish chocolate. I'm serious. No, I think it's literally because there was like Turkey has a fuck ton of pistachios. And that's like the primary unique ingredient in that's the primary unique ingredient in Dubai chocolate is the pistachio paste it has on the kunafa. Also, for the record, that's not even a new phenomenon. Look at fucking Greek yogurt, brother. Like, it's not new for Turkey to literally sell something that they invented under a different regional actor's name.
من مطار الخرطوم ومطار دبي في الوقت اللي بتقول حكومة السودان انه انتاجها كله في هذا العام كان 70 طن فقط. لو ال 100 طن دي كلها جات لبنك السودان يعني الطن بحوالي 46 مليون دولار. يعني نتكلم عن 4 مليار ونص. ده أكثر من 50% من إجمالي وارداتنا يعني. دي براهن.
One of the biggest untapped mines in the country was Jabal Amir in North Darfur. It quickly fell into the hands of Hamitti, or Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo, the leader of the Rapid Support Forces. The RSF was a paramilitary group that grew out of the Janjaweed militia, whose leaders had been charged by the International Criminal Court with committing dozens of war crimes in Darfur. Hamitti set up a private firm to oversee the gold production, Al Junaid Company, and left his brother in charge of it. The revenue from the gold would allow the RSF to expand, buy weapons, and make Hamitti one of the richest and most powerful men in Sudan.
The RSF is rich. They have business interests and business holdings that will, Hamitti bailed out the National Bank. It is one rich family and they have their fingers in everything. And all their businesses are based in the UAE.
During his rise to power, Hamitti began fostering
I apologize. It was invented in Dubai. It's just produced in Turkey. And in January 2025, a German court in Cologne decided that Aldi has to stop selling his product named Ali in Dubai handmade chocolate on the ground that it might mislead consumers that the chocolate has been produced in Dubai while it's actually produced in Turkey. But no, it's invented by it was invented by Sarah Hamouda, a British Egyptian engineer living in Dubai at the time. Hamouda was pregnant, and through her food craving, she came in to imagine a combination of chocolate, pistachio, tahini, and kunafa, a Middle Eastern dessert made of khadif syrup and soft cheese. At home, Hamouda worked on developing a bar before contacting Noel Katis Omamalen, a Filipino culinary consultant who had trained as a pastry chef. In his account of Dubai Chocolate's creation, Omamalen said the pair wanted to create a chocolate bar with the flavor of a dessert. His favorite Arabic dessert was kunafa, and because he thought it would have an appealing crunch and nostalgic value, Omamalen suggested a chocolate bar using his flavors. Together, they developed the chocolate, forming a partnership in the online shop Fixed Dessert Chocolatier, which in 2022 launched Can't Get kunafe of it. Can't get kunafe. Contained pistachio, tahini, and kadayif, and was covered in yellow and green patterns. Bars are made by hand, and the interior is piped. The team working 6 to 8 hours produced 25 bars a day. It's actually fucking delicious. I'm not gonna lie. I have had it. Only the Turkish one, though. Don't worry. And then it exploded in popularity over TikTok.
Close ties to the UAE, where most of his financial operations were based, as well as Russia, which had long been Sudan's main military supplier. Russia was gearing up for an invasion of Ukraine and had begun stockpiling gold to finance its war effort. Its Wagner mercenary group had been active in Sudan since 2014, helping secure mining operations and facilitating the smuggling of gold out of the country. When Omar al-Bashir was toppled by a popular uprising in 2019, that relationship continued to flourish. Just days after the start of the Ukraine invasion, a Russian cargo plane carrying boxes of cookies was inspected by Khartoum airport officials. Turns out they weren't cookies. It was actually a ton of pure gold. The flight was one of 16 that year, likely facilitated by Sudan's army and likely heading to a Russian military base in Syria. Sudan's transitional government, now headed by the army chief Abdel Fattah al-Burhan and Hamidti as its deputy, attempted to consolidate the gold sector. In 2020, it nationalized the lucrative Jebel Amr mine and bought it from Hamidti's brother for $200 million, offering him an additional 33% of shares in Sudamin, the company set up to oversee gold mining. Not just that, but the RSF was assigned to secure the mine's operations, and this was a sign of what was to come. Despite promising to withdraw and allow the democratic process to take place, the Sudanese armed forces overthrew the transitional government and seized control in 2021. But quickly, with protests outraged by the coup taking over the country, the army struggled to control it. So they turned to Hamidti for help.
The army couldn't hold on to security, so they invited the RSF into the capital to secure it for them, because they never thought the RSF would turn on them. Because of those miscalculations, we were at that point where Hamidti actually believed that he could wage war and he could win this war.
Remember Wagner? Now, they had helped train RSF forces and actually recruited them to fight in another civil war in Libya a year earlier. Russia and the UAE, who were both deeply involved in Libya, were impressed by the RSF's fighting ability and began to see Hamidti as the man they believed could rule Sudan, and the man who could secure the gold. 5 months earlier, the UAE had inked a deal to build Sudan a $6 billion port that would act as a special economic zone between the two countries, so it was very invested. The same year, the UAE imported 39 tons of gold directly from Sudan, valued at around $2 billion. But UN data suggests that another 20 tons of gold was smuggled from Sudan through Chad, Egypt, Ethiopia, and South Sudan. By the time war broke out again in April the following year, reports suggest that nearly all the gold that left Sudan's borders was flowing straight to Dubai. This picture was taken in March 2023. It shows Hamidti shaking hands with Emirati ruler Mohammed bin Zayed during a long trip that he took to Abu Dhabi. During that trip, he also met with the other man in the photo.
Could be for any reason.
Deputy Prime Minister Sheikh Mansour, to discuss efforts to resolve the Sudanese crisis. But as soon as Hamidti returned from that trip, he put his plan into action. On April 15, RSF forces entered Khartoum and attempted to take control. An all-out war was declared against the Sudanese armed forces, and Hamidti made crystal clear his ambitions to take over. The war devastated Sudan, killing over 15,000 civilians and leaving more than 10 million displaced. The United Nations has called the situation a humanitarian nightmare. With 26 million people, that's half of all Sudanese at risk of acute hunger. This in a country that's still exporting billions of dollars worth of gold every year.
We were dragged into this war. We had warned about it as activists, as members of civic society. We had warned about this. That's why we were we were always chanting, you know, to the RSF needs to be dissolved, the army needs to be, you know, pushed back from politics and so on. But we weren't listened to. We were cast aside, and we're the ones who are now paying the price. You know, it's not the politicians, it's not the army generals, it's not the militia, it's us, you know. For many of us, we've lost everything. And we can't even start from scratch because we're not being allowed to start from scratch. So it's just this sense of, where do we go from here? What do we do now? And it was also that sense that no one actually cares. It's very disconcerting in a bit, as in, you know, because I see people, for example, talking about Gaza the whole time. I'm all for it. But when you talk about Congo or Sudan or something else, they're like, oh, but it's between, you know, it's between your own people. But they don't seem to understand that it's not between our two people. It's a proxy. We're being used as a proxy for other countries, and these other countries wield way too much power.
As the fighting in Sudan went on month after month, people started asking, where's Hemeti getting all these weapons? All of these tanks and drones? Well, officials in Libya told us that the RSF allegedly have been armed on the Emiratis' behalf through Libyan proxies. The military shipments would be flown from Libyan airports to the Central African Republic, then driven overland into Darfur. Wagner Group, which has been working with the CAR's embattled government, had transported advanced weapons across the border into Sudan, including missiles and anti-aircraft systems. The same thing was happening in Chad, where cargo flights from the UAE have been landing on a daily basis in a remote border town, supplying powerful weapons and drones, treating injured RSF fighters, and airlifting some of them to military hospitals in Abu Dhabi. In Uganda, the leadership holds strong ties with Hemeti's family and the UAE. In August 2023, this video...
I don't know how recent this video is, but isn't Wagner kind of neutered now? Wagner restructured under a different name. They don't have the same level of power that they used to, but they still operate as a PMC, a private military contractor. It's, I think it's called Africa Corps or something. It's still the same shit, though. It's still...
was captured of a private plane belonging to a Ugandan company landing in Sudan's North Kordofan state. According to local sources, the plane had arrived from the UAE and was carrying Russian-made artillery rockets. Last November, Sudan's army generals called out the Emirates directly.
أما دولة الإمارات أنا ما قادر أنا أعرف منظمة إرهابية أعرف منظمة مافيا منظمة إجرامية لكن دولة مافيا أول مرة نسمع بها.
The UAE has denied these allegations, saying it was only providing humanitarian support and that it has consistently called for de-escalation, a ceasefire, and the initiation of diplomatic dialogue. The RSF has also denied it's getting weapons from the UAE. They say that they have their own means of accessing and transporting arms. And while ceasefire talks start and stop without any progress, Hemeti has continued his diplomatic visits to African neighbors, painting himself as the man trying to save Sudan.
أخاطبكم اليوم وبلادنا تشهد المزيد من نزيف الدماء بسبب حرب 15 أبريل اللعينة. هذه الحرب التي أشعلها فلول النظام السابق وأجبرنا على خوضها مكرهين. ويشهد الله أننا سعينا بصدق لتلافيها وتجنب بلادنا وويلاتها حتى وقع الهجوم الغادر علينا الذي لم يترك لنا خيارا سوى القتال دفاعا عن أنفسنا. ومن هنا ندعو إلى تشكيل لجنة تحقيق دولية لمعرفة من أشعل هذه الحرب ومحاسبته على جميع إفرازاتها.
Meanwhile, people in Khartoum are sharing stories of RSF soldiers breaking into their houses with metal detectors, specifically designed to find gold. Last year, the US, UK, and several EU countries put sanctions on private companies belonging to the RSF and the Sudanese armed forces. They included the UAE-based gold mining company Al Junaid, run by Hemeti's brother, who was also placed under sanctions. Then in January 2025, the Biden administration extended those sanctions to Hamidti himself, accusing the RSF of committing genocide in Sudan. But despite efforts by Sudan's government to hold the UAE responsible, the International Court of Justice threw out their case in May because the UAE had opted out of a key article in the Genocide Convention, preventing them from being sued in the UN court.
It's a new form of land grab, of colonialism, call it what you want, but this is what's happening. And if you look at throughout the whole scale of Africa, from the Sahel to the Red Sea, that's what's been happening. You know, you don't wage wars because you can't afford to wage a war, but you will pay someone to wage that war for you. In return, you will have access to things that in your own country you do not have. I mean,
when will Israel use what's going on in Sudan to deflect from their crimes to try to further demonize Muslims? Seems like a hostile talking point. What do you mean? They already do it. They literally do it all the time. They will always say, what about Sudan? You don't care about Sudan. What about Sudan? They say it all the time. And Israel defenders do it all the time as well. All the way down to to Cory Booker. You do know that the Greek yogurt Turkish is only due to the Turks doing genocide against the Greeks. Yes, it's from Turkey, but the Greeks started it in Turkey. Okay, man. I mean, my family is Turkish from Greece, so.
Be blunt, the UAE does not have one single gold mine in their country. Yet they're the biggest dealers, wheelers and dealers.
Yoğurt. That's the word. Yoğurt. Like, goddamn, bro. Let the fucking Turks have something, you know? It's Turkic in origin. Nomadic motherfuckers who started doing it with the horse milk initially, okay? Does this sound Greek at all to you? Yoğurt.
In gold in the world right now. How can that be? It just, 1 + 1, the numbers don't lie. The evidence is.
Show us proof of Kaya. We don't see her. You mean life? Proof of life of Kaya? She's currently on a fucking long ass walk. Pro-Israel crowd also lavishes praise on the UAE because they normalize relations with Israel and the Abraham Accords, all while UAE's primary funder of the RSF paramilitary. Yeah. The why don't you care about Africa as much as Gaza line is a cynical ADL talking point meant to heavily imply anti-Semitism through the messy work of having to show it. Booker is soullessly reciting a script. None of it makes sense or speaks to any of the underlying universalism. The highbrow version of this is Anne Applebaum suddenly deciding in 2025 to care about Sudan after never writing about it before and front-loading her very serious report on it in The Atlantic with finger-wagging about how Gaza protesters don't ever talk about it, which many Gaza protesters do talk about it, by the way. They talk about Congo, they talk about Sudan, they do. It just doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter that they do. Just like it doesn't matter that I did as well. The extent of my coverage on Sudan, of course, due to my limited knowledge over it beyond, UAE involvement, is not because it's a less important issue, as I've said before, but more so because it's not directly involved with the United States of America. It's an indirect involvement that America has, as it has its fingers in every fucking pie, obviously. And this is no different.
There, and that's what's happening right now.
And you might be thinking, how can so much illegal gold flow into Dubai without anyone noticing? Well, that's because of a peculiar loophole in the way the gold market is regulated.
Once gold is imported into Dubai, it will be melted and refined, and through this process, gold will officially acquire a new origin. Its new origin will then be Dubai, even though it has been extracted from a mine in Sudan or perhaps in Mali or in Burkina Faso.
And while the UAE has introduced new rules on gold sourcing in 2023, Experts say these are only cosmetic.
We already know from interviews that we've done with actors in the United Arab Emirates that the regulation has not been taken seriously.
Without a serious way to figure out where it's coming from, how it's obtained, and who's really selling it, the City of Gold has indeed become a global hub for gold laundering. And as the demand for gold and other precious metals continues to rise, the most powerful actors in the world are now engaged in a new scramble for Africa. A scramble that continues in peace and war, whatever the cost. Thank you for watching this episode of
Anyway. The UAE is supplying the RSF from multiple bases around Africa and the region. In the west, there's Libya and Chad, and in the east, they have bases in Somalia's Puntland and Yemen's Socotra archipelago. They've been developing these networks for years. The UAE and RSF first became allies in 2018 during Yemen's civil war. The only real form of civil government left after the seizing of power and then after the war starting is resistance committees, which are just local councils trying to meet people's needs. Has Hasan addressed the Jabri video yet? Jabri? Jabri made a new video about what? What do you make a video on?
The big
MILF house? What the fuck? This man said, has Hasan addressed the new Jabri video? And the new Jabri video is the worst moms on TikTok. The nightmare of the MILF house. I like that you wanted me to shift gears. I like that you wanted me to shift gears from the genocide of the Sudanese population to MILF house by Jabri. I'm not going to do that right now. I'm gonna end it today for 7 hours and 30 minutes. I'm tired, but I'll get to some of the other stuff later tomorrow. Hopefully, I'll move into more fun stuff. Hasan's a fake leftist. He never addresses MILF house. I know. I'm fucking bullshit, man. I'm fucking bullshit leftist. You already know. Fake ass leftist never talking about MILF house. MILF house scares you. Anyway, love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. Part-time Hasi, part-time Piker. You already know what it is. That'll be all for today. Peace. Love you all. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Stun lock to the stun lock to the topic that's just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, gray names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, and Anya out your door. The H3 Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot in DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat advice. In all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, months of streaming in your home. Total radicalization coming out to find the system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me in so many find some meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but he'll play no pics so soon. You wait. Say, hey, what can you say? Hey, the 3-minute ad is through, but he'll watch 90 Days soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but he'll debate viewers soon. You wait. Sha-ba-da, sha-ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, the 3-minute ad is through, but he'll be nameless king soon. You wait. Sha-ba-da.